Mons Prion, Northern Hemisphere, Ephesus EII. Sunlight blazed through the canopy of the Gagarin as the ultralight buzzed past a towering pinnacle of slate-gray stone. Gretchen squinted, waiting for her goggles to polarize against the brilliant light. They did, but slowly. The two aircraft had reached an altitude where there was very little atmosphere to diffuse the glare of the solar furnace. She was sweating. The heat load inside the cockpit was tremendous, despite the freezing wind roaring past outside. Both engines were honking fuel warnings, and the wing edges had extended to try and generate as much lift as possible. Hummingbird's insistence on reaching the peak as quickly as possible had resulted in a very dangerous approach. The late afternoon heat robbed them of colder, heavier air, and the morning thermals had faltered and failed, so there were no updrafts to push them higher. With so little lift under their wings, both ultralights were burning fuel at a prodigious rate. The Gagarin wallowed between two more knife-blade-thin towers of stone, and the upper slopes of the mountain came into view at last. Prion loomed above a wilderness of ravines, plunging canyons, skyscraping cliffs, and long tongues of shattered tumulus. Gretchen could make out the shining silver wing of Hummingbird's ultralight above and ahead of her, though the Nautilus was having just as much trouble gaining altitude. Broken, dark rock slid past beneath her feet, glittering with streaks of frost. Anderson had seen gloomy sections of canyon hidden from the burning white disk of the sun. Fantastic shapes hid in the shadows, glittering with quartz and garnet and amethyst. There were caves, yawning black cavities flipping past with dizzying speed, and sometimes she could swear strange lights gleamed in the inky depths. The port side engine honked angrily, and Gretchen's free hand danced across the control panel, manually adjusting the flow of hydrogen to the engines. Trying to climb through such thin air was burning too much fuel. The comp was overrunning safety parameters on a second-by-second basis and kept resetting, destroying the smooth microcontrol necessary to keep the Gagarin aloft. Ridges of jagged stone blurred past, talons reaching out for the ultralight's fragile skin. "We won't be able to get down," she muttered, sweat trickling down her nose. "We'll be trapped on some sister-forsaken mountainside if we don't crash first." Unexpectedly, the comm warbled in response to her cursing, and Hummingbird's flat, tense voice filled her ears. "I see the ledge and the antenna. Forward and right 300 meters. Follow me." The Nautilus's craft jerked up and away out of her sight. Gretchen swore violently, then squeezed a last gasp of power from the laboring engines. The Gagarin lurched skyward, and Gretchen swung the stick lightly to the right. The arc-shaped wing of the other midge appeared again. Hummingbird's craft swung sideways and then went nose up, bouncing down onto an impossibly narrow ledge beneath a massive black cliff. Anderson tried to stay calm and not jerk the stick wildly as bone-chilling fear flooded her body. The Gagarin swept across the ledge and she pulled up, skimming her landing gear only a meter from the roof of Hummingbird's canopy. There was a startled shout on the comm, and Gretchen, teeth gritted tight, rolled left, the Gagarin's outstretched wing jarring away from a wall of basalt jutting from the mountainside. "O most gracious Virgin," Gretchen chanted, her entire world focused down upon the control stick and the wildly gyrating view of mountains and sky and cliff flashing before the nose of the midge. "In thy celestial apparitions on Mount Tepeyac, thou didst promise to show thy compassion and pity toward all who, loving and trusting thee." Gagarin made a wide circle out into the rarefied air and came around on a second approach to the outcropping. Gretchen caught sight of the Nautilus darting out from under the wing of his midge and running toward the far end of the slanted, rocky ledge. There was just barely enough room to land one ultralight. Anderson caught a glimpse of a tall silver and black pole rising up from a crevice in the rock. Rosofsky only had this one midge to land, Gretchen realized, feeling her stomach crumple into a contorted, burning knot. And she was a really, really skilled pilot. "Oh, good little plane. Remember how to do this." "Get out of the way," she screamed into the comm mic. "I'm coming in." The ultralight wallowed down. Much too fast, she realized, as the forward wheel bounced violently across shale, and she threw the engines into reverse. Grimly hanging onto the stick, Gretchen was slammed repeatedly into her restraint harness as the midge jounced and slid across the ledge. Loose rocks skittered away under wildly spinning wheels. The entire aircraft crabbed to the side, away from the cliff wall, and Gretchen was suddenly staring out the port window and into the abyss of a canyon with no visible bottom. "Sister, guide me." Anderson goosed the starboard engine and the midge spun away from the edge. The aft starboard wheel slammed into a protruding rock and the Gagarin bounced up with a jolt. Gretchen's teeth cracked together like a hammer. She tasted blood. The stick wrenched itself out of her hand and Gagarin clattered through a complete circle. Anderson grabbed wildly for the stick, overcorrected, and the midge lurched over the lip of the cliff. The ultralight dropped like a stone. Gretchen was flung back into the pilot's chair. Mumbling prayers in a constant, unwavering stream, she slammed the stick forward, trying to raise the nose and let the wings catch some air. The entire control panel flashed bright red and a honking noise from her earbud drowned out the distant sound of hummingbirds shouting in alarm. Stone and sky rushed past. Floating in unexpected freefall, Gretchen blinked her eyes clear and immediately became dizzy. For an instant, it seemed she was rushing forward across a flat, rocky plain, with queer-looking mountains rising in the distance. Then her eye registered thin veils of cloud standing vertically from the plain, and she remembered the midge was plunging down the side of an enormous peak. Anderson's eyes snapped to the control panel. Both engines had shut down, and, without power, both wing comps had locked out surface adjustment control. The wheels skittered across basalt, and suddenly Gagarin was drifting away from the cliff face. Even without comp control, the midge's curving wing could bite some air and get some lift. Gretchen closed her hand on the stick with infinite gentleness, feeling her stomach squirm with the unremitting sensation of falling. But we're miles up, she realized, and that means I have whole seconds, even as much as a minute, to react. She pushed the stick forward, finding it terribly stiff, without the comp providing powered support. The wings seemed to creak and the entire aircraft shuddered in reaction. Wind howled around the cockpit and Gretchen tried to bring the nose up slowly. "Inspired we fly unto thee, O Mary, ever Virgin Mother of the true God." The wings shimmied into the right cross-section and there was a heavy jolt. The midge wallowed into a glide, slowing, and the altimeter stopped spinning so wildly. Gretchen dragged the stick to the right, a point, then two. Her course angled away from the spires of a lesser peak and into clearer air. Though grieving under the weight of our sins, she heard herself shout as from a great distance. Anderson punched a shutdown glyph at the upper right of the main comp. The panel flickered, then died abruptly. All machine noise ceased. There was only a shriek of air roaring under the wing and whining through the landing gear. A heavy hand pressed on her shoulders. "We come to prostrate ourselves in thy august presence, certain thou wilt deign to fulfill thy merciful promises." Gretchen started to count the beats of her heart, mouth filling with blood. The yawning chasm of the canyons below her grew larger. She could see rivers of crumbled rock and stone twisting between towers of stone. The wind had carved huge, shallow caves from the cliffs and pierced some ridges with winding tunnels. There was no sign of life, no green, no blue, only black and gray and ever-present rust. "And 60. Gretchen managed to gasp out past bloody lips. Her thumb mashed down on the panel restart and she groped to switch her air supply to an oxygen pack. Chill air hissed across her face, drawing a cry of pain. The comp flickered and woke up. The midge's flight control systems ran through a startup checklist, registered a dozen warning signs, and flashed an amber alert on the panel. Gretchen overrode the query, hoping the engine failure hadn't fouled the fuel lines with ice. The mountains below had swollen into vast fields of brightly lit boulders and gravel. She felt the stick quiver to life and the main panel rippled with light. "Show me your mercy, blessed sister." She leaned right, swinging the stick over, and the Gagarin's engines kicked in with a thready hiss. Comp control reasserted on the wing surfaces, and the entire aircraft suddenly came alive. Giddy with relief, Gretchen swung the little plane away from the onrushing mountainside and roared south along a steep-sided V-shaped valley. Momentum bled away and she turned the ultralight into a wide, climbing turn. Once more the shape of Prion filled the sky, blotting out the horizon. Hummingbird had winched his midge to the far end of the ledge by the time Gretchen came around for her third landing attempt. This time she managed to drop her airspeed almost to a stall as the Gagarin drifted over the tilted slab. All three wheels set down with a gentle clatter, and the ultralight rolled to a halt. Anderson felt the aircraft leaning to one side, and she adjusted herself in the pilot's seat to compensate. Moving carefully, she locked the wheel brakes and shut down the engines. Gagarin gave out a weary sigh of settling metal, plastic, and composite. The comp panels dimmed down to standby. Getting out of the cockpit proved a slow process. Gretchen was sore from head to toe, again, and had trouble standing. She wound up crawling away from the midge with the winch line over one shoulder. Reaching the wall, she leaned back against dark, gray-streaked stone with relief. Grudgingly, the medband consented to dispense an antitoxin to break down the fatigue poisons in her weary limbs. Feeling the familiar, welcome chill flushing through her body, Anderson was content to lie at the base of the cliff, the winch pad adhered to the nearest rock surface, and close her eyes. The view from the mountaintop was stunning. The escarpment slashed left and right to the rim of the world. She could make out the slowly advancing terminator of night to the east. Another vast desert lay there, though the feet of the mountain chain were deeply buried in blown sand. Tiny, shining lights sparkled across the distant plains. When Gretchen felt she could stand up without having both legs buckle under her, she stumbled back to the ultralight and released the wheel brakes by hand. Another trip back to the base of the cliff left her a little dizzy. Too much altitude, too little oxygen for the rebreather, she realized, checking the medband. The clever little device indicated a variety of oxygenating compounds were already flowing into her bloodstream. Be fine in a while. Gretchen propped herself against the cliff again. The nose winch on the Gagarin whined and complained, but managed to pull the ultralight up close to the cliff. Both wings had collapsed into their storage configuration. Squatting under the pitted canopy, Gretchen secured the wheel brakes again and managed to wedge the sand anchors into crevices in the crumbling stone. Hummingbird? Where is he? There was no answer on the comm, though the indicator lights showed 2 responding units within range. Gretchen worried. He's left the midge comm open. Shouldn't be wasting power like that. Gretchen surveyed the ledge. 100 meters of tilted, corroded rock jutting from an equally decrepit-looking mountainside, with a frown. The Nautilus's midge was parked 50 meters away to her right, the whip antenna she'd seen while landing at the far end of the ledge to the left. For no particularly good reason, she set off to the right, clambering over rough-edged stone and slabs of tilted rock. She was halfway to the other ultralight when a cave mouth appeared in the cliff face. The opening was tall, slanted, and narrow. Anderson peered at the floor, making a face when she saw the outline of boot prints in the gravel and dust. "Old crow?" she whispered into the throat mic. Again, there was no answer, though some odd warbling static began to filter in around the edges of the comm band. Wary of the shadows, who knew what kind of life they sheltered? Gretchen crept into the cave, her goggles dialed to light intensification mode. To her surprise, the cave seemed totally empty. There were no effusions of the spindle and cone flora, which had overtaken the shuttle, or even the tiny spike-like clusters she'd seen in the discarded pulka can. Instead, the floor was a jumble of fallen stone, pebbles, and dust. A blotchy series of tracks led off down the passage. Gretchen paused, digging a light out of her tool belt and adjusting the wand's radiance to the lowest possible setting. Her goggles would take care of the rest. With the wand held out of her line of sight, Anderson patted down the slot for another 20 meters or so. The ancient crevice ended, opening out into a larger chamber with a tilted roof of jammed-together boulders. Gretchen halted quietly and pressed herself against the wall, her thumb switching off the wand. A queer blue radiance filled the chamber, reflecting from a ceiling covered with pendant crystalline fronds. The branches and whisker-thin needles seemed dead and lightless themselves, but the faceted surfaces gleamed with puddles of cobalt and ultramarine. Below them, the floor of the cavity was a bowl of crushed rock, surrounded by a thin circlet of something like blue moss. Gretchen resisted the urge to dial her goggles into magnification, though she supposed the moss was truly a forest of tremendously thin filaments, swarming with Ephesian life. The unexpected presence of Dr. Rosowski captured her attention instead. Anderson froze, suddenly, simultaneously aware of the geologist lying on the floor of the cave, wrapped up in an old red and black checked blanket, and a muscular, gloved hand pressing against her stomach. Hummingbird was crouched at her feet, one arm out stiff to hold her back. A few centimeters from her boots, the circle of bluish filaments was crushed and broken, leaving a black gap in the carpet. Gretchen backed up very slowly, unable to keep her eyes from Rosofsky's recumbent form. Behind the sleeping figure was a camp table holding a big service lantern. A gear bag and an insulated food box sat next to the table. Hummingbird rose, blocking out the scene, and together they moved carefully back down the tunnel. Outside, the eastern sky had darkened further. Winds were playing among the spires of Prion, flinging a constant rain of sand to rattle against the midges. Gretchen stopped just inside the mouth of the cave and dialed her comm to very short range. That wasn't the real Rosofsky? Hummingbird shook his head. Gretchen could see the corners of his eyes were tight with tension. "No," he said after adjusting his own wrist-mounted comm. "No respiration. No carbon dioxide residue in the air. It's some kind of copy, something like what you saw on the ship, but I don't think it moves or speaks." "But she was here," Gretchen said, thinking of the whip antenna. "She must have slept in the cave at least one night, perhaps two, while she was installing the relay." The Nawalist nodded. "You saw the dead moss on the floor? I think she cleared most of the local microfauna out of the cave to make a safe place to sleep." "Yes." Gretchen adjusted her breather mask. "At this height, you needed to keep a tight seal to reduce oxygen loss. Her lantern is a multi-spectrum one. If she left it tuned to UV all night, nothing would be able to get at her." Hummingbird grunted non-committally. "But she didn't kill everything in the cave." "Maybe she knew what was dangerous and what wasn't. Not everything in this ecosystem will want to consume us and our equipment." Gretchen smiled. "Just enough of them to kill us if we're not careful. So, what is this afterimage made of? Dust, like the other one? Something else?" The Nawalist shrugged slightly. "I'm not sure that is important, though an interesting question. She looks like the real thing. The table, the cloth, you can't tell a difference with the goggles dialed to high mag, but they aren't real." "How can you tell?" Gretchen bit down on a follow-up question, seeing Hummingbird stiffen. Master Crow, you don't have to keep secrets from me. We're all bundled up tight together, aren't we? Sharing the same piss pot and cup?" With a mighty effort, Anderson kept a sarcastic tone from her voice, though she dearly wanted to twit him again. "Your secrets are safe with me. I swear, I will never tell another soul. And if you doubt me, then when we're back on the ship, you can have me clapped in irons and sent off to the helium mines on Charon." With the mask and breather and hood, Gretchen couldn't tell if Hummingbird smiled or not, though she was fairly certain at least the tiniest ghost of amusement might have creased his weathered old face. There was a distinctive hiss, hiss, hiss on the comm channel. "The shape on the floor," he said at last, in a very careful tone, "does not feel out of place." "Oh," Gretchen licked her lips. "I see. But it should. If a human being were lying there surrounded by human-made equipment, then you could tell there was a dissonance between the stone and dust and moss and Rosofsky." She paused, a glimmer of thought brightening into realization. "This is one of your Tlamet-Tanaim skills, isn't it? To tell when something fits properly or not. Like the debris from the shuttle, you moved those pieces of ceramic and hex steel until they were properly aligned with the world around them, so they fit properly. And when they did, it's like they had been there forever, or at least, if they didn't fit right, you placed them on the ground as if a Mokwal had set them there." Hummingbird shrugged. "Perhaps. You think Zing the best sink for Oh, Lamb of God, bless and protect us." Gretchen felt her temper fray. The man was obviously on edge, worried, even a little frightened. But could he admit such a thing? No. "Do you understand? I don't care if you have some peculiar skill or hermetic training or secret universal decoder ring. I care about getting us both home, alive." The Nawalist pushed away from the wall and peered out at the midges and the jagged peaks. The light in the sky was changing, and there was an indefinable sense of gathering darkness. "Well, give over." Gretchen didn't bother to disguise her irritation. "Just shoot me with your little gun later if I threaten the Empire with such precious knowledge as you might dispense." Hummingbird turned slightly, face in shadow, backlit by the brilliant sky. "I would." "I don't think so," Anderson said in a tart voice, her nose wrinkling up. "You'd bluster and be all mysterious and withholding, and I'd break your bald head open with a wrench before you bothered to put a hole in me." "Ha!" Hummingbird laughed aloud, a breathy, thin sound. You would try, too. He shook his head, but the line of his shoulders had already relaxed. Though everything seems to be in order, I am uneasy. We need to destroy the antenna and this afterimage of Rosovsky. The ghost first, I think. Do you know how? The novelist shook his head. You've already touched upon the problem. This apparition isn't out of place. Most siwateo are disturbances of the natural order, and their nature is to disperse once matters are set in their proper balance. But this one is already at rest. I don't suppose we can leave it be? No, I thought not. Do you have any sense of what this ghost is made of? Is it dust, like the Rosovsky on the ship? No. The dead-seeming crystal fronds on the roof are a likely culprit, though. Gretchen wrinkled her nose again. So helpful. We need to experiment, then. The Nawalist replied with a skeptical grunt. With what? With you, for a start. Gretchen tilted her head toward the hidden chamber. You can tell the apparition is at rest and in order, right? Well, go see if you can divine anything more. I'm going to examine the radio antenna before the light fails completely. Without waiting for a response, and heartily glad to be out of the cave, Gretchen squeezed out the narrow entrance and set off for the relay. She heard a momentary hiss-hiss on the comm circuit and then nothing. Smiling slightly to herself and feeling entirely pleased to have bossed the Nawalist around, Anderson raised her head and began searching for the base of the antenna. Oh. You need to add some text for me to talk. The bulk of the mountain had already cast the ledge into steadily deepening shadow, so the onset of full dark caught Gretchen by surprise. The relay tower had been wedged into a flute-like wind-carved channel. Expansion bolts were driven into the rock on either side to pin the antenna in place. With some tricky climbing, more difficult for the heavy tools and gear slung on her harness, Gretchen had managed to get halfway up the relay. Now, with one boot braced against a lower bolt and a light wand tight between her teeth, Gretchen was picking away at a thick cement-like layer coating the bottom half of the antenna. How did this get here? Anderson was puzzled by the encrustation covering the lower section of the relay. The material was suspiciously even in coverage and included both bolts and the pole. A hand tool splintered the surface, revealing shell-like layers. This looks like lime concrete slurry. Gretchen stopped and tucked the pick away. Wedging her shoulder into the space between the antenna and the rock, she wiggled a materials analysis pack out of her belt and, holding the cup in one hand, picked broken bits of cement from the antenna with the other. The stinging wind was beginning to die down, but the relay was particularly exposed on the cliff. So Gretchen pressed herself into the rock and shivered while the cup woke up, detected a sample to compare against an internal database, and went to work. An hour later, Anderson was sitting just inside the cave mouth, a comp on her knees and both feet centimeters from a circular heating element. The wind outside had died down to intermittent gusts, which rattled against a filament screen she'd tacked over the entrance. A second screen closed off the inner cave, leaving a 5-meter-long space where she'd stacked the camping gear. Among the things she'd dragged out of the Gagarin was a battered steel bucket filled with a cement-like crust. A brush was stuck in the long solidified mire. A noise drew her attention, and Gretchen looked up in time to see the Nahuatl unseal the edge of the inner screen. His cloak and legs were streaked with pale white dust. "There's food," she started to say. "What are you doing?" Hummingbird came over to her, face tense beneath his breather. "Put that away." Gretchen frowned at him, still holding the comp in her hand. It was difficult to use in the thin pressurized gloves. On the surface of the pad, behind a protective covering, indicators were glowing softly as the machine talked to itself. "I'm checking to see if there's a gravity spike here or a strange field reading. Something to... Hey!" Hummingbird closed his hand over the device, shutting it off. Gretchen realized the Nawalist was furious. His dark green eyes turned to smoke. "You rely too much on your cursed tools. Look around you. Let yourself become quiet. This is a very dangerous place. I told you before, we must walk quietly here. Your sensor is noisy. It makes a racket like civets in a trash can. I could feel it down in the cave. They could feel it too." Gretchen drew back, her throat tightening. She was tired, sore, and very close to complete exhaustion. His anger was a physical blow, making her start to shake. Oxygen hissed against her cheek as the suit reacted to her rising heartbeat. Grimly, she choked down a bleat of fear. "Step away, Crow. We need our machines to survive down here. What happened in the cave?" For a moment, his gaze locked with hers, and Gretchen could sense, dimly, the man's own weary exhaustion. She refused to blink, and after a seemingly interminable period, he looked away. Score one for the hard-eyed Swede, Gretchen thought, though she remained impassive. "You need to sit down and eat," she said, setting the now quiet pad aside. Gretchen rose and pushed Hummingbird gently toward the opposite side of the heating element. His bags were already stacked there. "Just sit and be still. You're good at that, right?" Anderson was mildly surprised when the Nowallis did as she said. She puttered about for a moment, then handed him a container of heated tea and a squeeze tube filled with 2 kinds of 3 squares mixed together. Hummingbird's eyebrows rose in surprise when he tasted the evil-looking brownish gel. "It's hot," he said around a mouthful of food. Gretchen smiled and showed him a storage bottle with the word Tabasco hand written on the side with a black pen. "Very hot," she said, "from Chipotle district on Anahuac, smoked and dried, then rendered into liquid fire. Just like home cooking, huh?" The Nahuatl nodded in appreciation and ate the entire rest of the tube. Then he closed his eyes and slumped back against the wall of the cave, the Juelaba hanging loose around his shoulders. Gretchen sat back down herself, drinking slowly from her own tea. After a bit, the Nowallis started to snore, and she shook her head in amazement. "Well," she thought, putting the sensor pad away, "I guess he thinks we're safe here, or I'm supposed to stay up and watch all night. First, I'm a porter, then I make him my special Chile dinner, and now I get to stand guard. Huh." Getting up again was painful. Even with the medband's help, she was going to have serious bruises from the day's excitement. But Gretchen was very careful to take a work light and sweep the entire camping space with high UV before settling down to sleep herself. "Tomorrow, if we're still here, I'll haul in all those damned tiles." Gretchen opened one eye, saw the wall opposite her was lit by a pearlescent gray light, checked her chrono, and closed her eyes again. "Too early," she groaned, feeling like her brain had been ground fine and scattered in a toad circle for the gaunts to dance upon. The sun should not be allowed to rise at this hour. Not at 4 in the morning. A particular sensation of grainy ash covering her skin made Anderson twitch and shake her shoulders. Her fingertips found the medband, but stopped short of summoning up a Wakeem injection. Grimacing, she opened her eyes to bare slits and then groaned aloud. Hummingbird was gone, his things neatly stacked, Tajelaba folded and laid atop a tool bag. She rolled up, rubbing grit from the corners of her eyes. No showers. What an idiot I am. Nearest shower is in orbit. Or at the base camp if the water's still good. Anderson considered using water from the recycler reservoir to wash her face, but the thought of so many more days in this desolation weighed against such extravagance. Sipping from her mask tube, she ate another 3 square, liberally mixed with hot sauce. The grainy, overtired feeling persisted, hanging around like an unwanted morning after bed toy. The Nowallis returned while Gretchen was packing her things away, ducking in through the outer filament screen. "Morning," Anderson grunted at him, but did not look up. "Something is attacking the relay antenna," Hummingbird said. He sounded almost as tired as Gretchen felt. "There's this crust all over the lower." Anderson held up a sample cup with flakes of gray eggshell-like material. "Like this? I took some samples yesterday. My comp was analyzing them when you busted in last night and spoiled the party. It's not something attacking the pole, though." She hooked the battered old steel bucket over with the toe of her boot and upended the cup. The flakes matched the color of the dried goop in the bottom. "This," Gretchen said, tilting the bucket toward the Nowallis, "is more of Rusovsky's work. Local dust mixed with water to make cheap, inert cement. She painted it all over the lower reaches of the relay, making a barrier against the microfauna." "Oh." Hummingbird squatted beside his gear. "So there's nothing for them to eat." "Exactly. In fact, I think most of this gray dust is waste exudate from the different kinds of microfauna." She grinned at the old man. "There is a lot of it around, isn't there?" Hummingbird stared at her, impassive for a moment, then his lips twitched and a gleam shone in his eyes. Gretchen took this to be very close to hysterical laughter. The Nowallis's usually grim, composed demeanor returned within a heartbeat. Did you find anything in the cave last night? Gretchen turned the bucket over and sat down. Anything new about this copy of Rosofsky? Something. Hummingbird did not look particularly pleased. I thought the shape moved a little bit from time to time. In fact, I checked this morning to see if anything happened at dawn. He paused, scratching at a badly fitting edge of his mask. She woke up. Gretchen raised an eyebrow, but managed to keep from making a fool of herself by gaping. Or I should say the shape woke up, threw back the blanket, checked its chrono, G. Strinkridge. And then? Anderson looked reflexively down the tunnel, as if Rosofsky would appear momentarily and want breakfast. Then, Hummingbird's voice assumed a familiar, toneless quality. The shape folded up the blanket, gathered its equipment, and walked out of the circle. Then it disappeared. Well, almost. How? Almost. Gretchen was trying to divide her attention between the Nawalis and the recesses of the cave. The back of her neck was prickling in a very uneasy way. I saw something like a mist or falling dust as the shape left the chamber. I was in the tunnel, of course, and the disappearance occurred only about a meter in front of me. And there's nothing there now? Just an empty cave? Hummingbird nodded. Dust, stone, and hanging crystal. Did you feel anything? See anything? Another grimace. No, all is as it should be, nothing out of place. So, what now? We wait for night to fall, the Nawalis said, and see if the shape comes back. I distrust luck, but more observation may reveal something. I see. Gretchen started to sort through her tools. How tired are you? Hummingbird blinked. Why? We still have a relay antenna to dispose of. She passed a wrench and a length of pipe across to him. For herself, she hefted a multi-tool with a cutting attachment. I'll climb up and cut it down in sections, and then you can dispose of them in a suitable manner. The sun was almost exactly at meridian when Hummingbird threw the last of the bolts over the edge of the cliff. Calcite-crusted metals spun in the air, then vanished into an abyss tenanted by shrieking winds. Presumably, the bolt would make a ringing sound when it struck the ground, but Gretchen didn't think they would hear anything at all. You're sure this will get rid of them properly? She asked in a sly tone, peering over the edge of the outcropping. They won't leave traces behind? The sally gained her not so much as a grunt. Hummingbird climbed back toward the cave. Gretchen stared after him for a moment before shrugging and picking up the tools scattered at the foot of the crevice where the relay had been. As she did so, Anderson made sure to tuck the comm core of the relay into a pocket of her harness. What is an antenna? She mused, stowing the wrenches and cutting blades. But a long bite of metal. You can find one of those anywhere these days. Hands on her hips, Gretchen found her best glower rendered ineffective by the goggles, mask and rebreather hiding her face. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, Crow. I am trained to observe, to find the hidden and sift patterns from chaos. Both of us can watch from the tunnel mouth. No. Hummingbird had removed his Dielaba and Kafier. They were of little use inside the cave, leaving him a short, stocky, thick-bodied tree stump of a man clad in scuffed black and gray. You do not know how to be quiet, and there is a presence, a hostile presence, in the cave which was only peripherally aware of me. We might as well throw a grenade in, as put you on watch. He tried to step past into the tunnel, but Gretchen moved to block the opening. I can be as quiet and as patient as you, Master Crow. Try me and see. Sitting quietly is not enough, he replied. You were quick to see how I placed the debris from the crash, but can you do the same with yourself? Such things take training and time. Gretchen did not move, and her mouth tightened fractionally. Hummingbird watched her with his flat green eyes, much as a snake might watch a plump bird. Show me, she retorted. I learn quickly. Think of what a boon I'd prove if I could keep my own presence from being felt on this world. Then you wouldn't have to clean up after me. His head jerked sharply, and Hummingbird turned away from the filament screen. Prove you can listen without interruption, he said, stepping into the outer doorway. The screen behind him glowed hot with the afternoon sun. Stand there, in the middle of this space. Let yourself become at ease. Be silent. Put all noise and clamor from your mind. Though taken aback by his changing mood, Gretchen did as he said. She stood silently, trying to dispel the tension in her back, shoulders, and legs by will alone. After 100 beats of her heart, she started to breathe heavily, and her legs felt like iron bars, tight and unyielding. A tiny hiss of anger escaped her lips, and she grimaced, fighting to relax. Her mind was astir with wild phantasms and urgent thoughts. "Be silent!" Berating herself did no good. Hummingbird stepped away from the opening, brow furrowed. Without speaking, he moved to her side. Thick fingers touched the base of her spine, her elbow, the left knee. Grudgingly, she followed his lead and shifted her feet, settling her back, changing the line of her arm. The difference in her body was shockingly immediate. Exhaustion fell away and she coughed, feeling tension ebb from her chest. The tightness in her legs faded, leaving her with only a memory of soreness. Gretchen started to exclaim, but Hummingbird's fingertips were on her lips. The Noalis shook his head and she remained quiet. "Now," he said softly, "you can feel the difference. This is a more natural stance for you, one in line with your body, with your mind. Now, for a moment, just be. If you cannot empty your mind, another skill to learn as a child learns to walk, then begin to count in a simple mathematical sequence. 1, Gretchen thought to herself. 2, 3, 4, 4. Now sit. Hummingbird's voice was very faint, almost indistinct from her own thoughts. Squat. Let your body feel the pressure of gravity. Let it fall. Your feet will keep you up. Keep counting. Keep counting. Slumped, breast pressed against her knees, Gretchen began to feel very tired. Her head wanted to drag to the floor, but somehow the interplay of muscles and bone kept her upright. 300 or 400 count passed and she shifted to one side. Despite the solidity of the posture, there was an itching sensation, a discomfort. Hummingbird stepped away, his boots whisper quiet on the rocky, uneven floor. Good. Now move slowly until you feel at ease again. Bit by bit, keep counting. A full hour must have passed by the time Gretchen felt truly comfortable. Her arms and legs limp but not heavy, her body curled into a ball, one shoulder against the same slab of stone she'd slept beside the night before. Hummingbird's face loomed over hers, his goggles pushed back. Eyes like smoky jade stared curiously into hers. "How do you feel?" "Fine," she mumbled, and fell asleep before he could say anything more. Anderson woke to an odd tickling feeling. The sky beyond the filament door was entirely dark, so she guessed night had swung round again. Cautiously, she looked around the narrow, tilted chamber. Then Gretchen jerked upright, realizing Hummingbird had tricked her, and, strangely, she did not feel sore. The persistent grainy feeling was gone. In fact, she felt remarkably rested, even good. Suspicious, Gretchen examined her med band, but the silver strip was happily asleep, all lights green, indicating no pharmaceutical intervention in progress at all. "Crow?" Mindful of the situation deeper in the cave, she tried to shout quietly. As usual, there was no answer. Gretchen's peaceful mood dissipated immediately. When Anderson unsealed the filament screen leading to the deeper cave, however, she was careful to keep her mind suitably blank. A moment's effort turned off all of her electronics. The wrist chrono, goggles, her comps. Luckily, the rebreather and recycler were powered by the motion of her limbs. She couldn't make them any quieter without asphyxiating. Counting slowly seemed to do the trick, and Gretchen let her feet find the way down into the cavern. In the darkness, she realized there was a distinct slope to the passage, and her hands found steadily narrowing walls on either side. Though she didn't want to risk a light, after 20 meters, a faint azure glow led her to the edge of the cavern where the Rusovsky shape had been sleeping. This time she stopped and settled into the heavy squat Hummingbird had guided her into. Eyes closed, Gretchen waited, counting. Eventually, she felt itchy again and began to move from side to side, fingers outstretched to warn her of looming rocks. Strangely, after a few moments, she felt as if the room had grown larger and her questing fingers found nothing until the itching stopped. Gently, she settled to the ground, fingers finally coming to rest on stone as she opened her eyes. The dusty floor was to her left, and in the blue gleam, she could see Hummingbird almost directly opposite her. Again, Rusovsky was asleep under the red and black blanket. The table and lantern were, as far as Gretchen could tell, in the same position. Nothing seemed to have changed. The circle of faintly radiant ground cover was still interrupted by the dead, broken section. Crystalline fronds still hung from the jumbled ceiling. "What now?" she wondered, turning her head slowly to look at Hummingbird. He did not move, but his attention was fixed on the sleeper, not on her. Thinking of nothing else to do, Gretchen started to count again. Bored, she began a more complicated sequence. More time passed, and Anderson suddenly became aware something had changed in the cavern. She stopped counting but managed to keep from stirring or opening her eyes. Without seeing, Gretchen became uncomfortably certain the Rusovsky shape had woken up. She strained to listen, but heard only a faint, dry rustling. No more than stones settling in the vault of the mountain. Her heart began to beat faster, but she did not leap up. A queer electric tension began to build in the air. The prickling feeling on her neck returned, stronger than before. A terrible desire to leap up and shout in alarm came over her. Gretchen resisted, resuming her count. 2579, she thought. 2591, 2593, 269. As she did, a feeling of heat became apparent on her face, as if a torch or open flame were coming closer. The desire to open her eyes was very strong. Instead, she let her breathing slow and settled back, her limbs growing heavy again. The heat became very apparent, verging upon painful. Something brushed against her face, then withdrew. 3217, 321, 329. The warmth moved, shifting to her right, and then suddenly ceased. With its absence, Gretchen realized the intermittent sound had stopped as well. The cavern felt empty, though now, as if a veil of static or noise had been drawn back, she became distinctly aware of Hummingbird sitting opposite her. She could hear him breathing. Gretchen opened her eyes. The blue circle was empty. Rusovsky, or her copy, was gone. Hummingbird was right where she'd felt him. Gretchen felt a jolt, a bright flash behind her eyes, and wondered if the sick, queasy feeling in her stomach was supposed to be there. The Nihilist slowly unfolded himself from where he'd been sitting cross-legged. As he did, Anderson realized her skin was soaked with sweat and she felt clammy from head to toe. "Oh, sister, why do I feel so scared?" "Well done." Hummingbird's voice was almost inaudible, tinny in the thin air. Gretchen moved to turn on her comm, but the Nihilist shook his head. "You did well to remain still, but I do not think it is safe to move yet. Stay where you are." "Why?" The word came out as a choked whisper. Her throat felt raw. "What happened?" "The shape rose up," he replied after a moment's silence, "and became aware of you. She cleaned up the camp, as I related before, and turned toward you. For a moment she seemed to reach out, but then returned to the pattern I saw before." "Oh!" Gretchen remembered heat on her face, and vanished again. Hummingbird nodded. "I fear," he said in a very cautious tone, "the inhabitants of this world may sometimes express their curiosity through imitation. Those here, and be assured, if you cannot feel them, I can, are not so adept as those who made the Rusovsky which came aboard the ship. Perhaps," he paused, "perhaps these ones are immature." Gretchen watched the now awless puzzle over the matter, but soon found her attention drawn to the dusty circle where the shape had appeared. After a moment, she frowned. "Crow? You're thinking the thing we see is the microfauna, grown enormous, assembled into something which can move, which wears the shape of a human. Why would it repeat these actions over and over again? Why vanish?" The now Wallace regarded her. Gretchen saw the corner of his jaw clench, then loosen. "This cavern," Anderson continued, "the fronds, the moss, it's like a recording mechanism, one that's broken, looping, showing the same 3V over and over again. We know Rusovsky was here. She must have taken at least a full day to install the relay, maybe even 2, and she killed off most of the blue stuff on the floor. Maybe this particular species is one of the imitators, but this one is injured." Now she paused, still staring at the dusty floor. "There's something here. What does this stuff eat anyway? It must take a lot of energy to make imitations of things." "Does that matter?" Hummingbird sounded sour. "If you're correct, then destroying the rest of the microfauna here will remove the traces of Rusovsky. What are you doing?" Gretchen ignored the now Wallace, stepping carefully into the dead circle. She went down on her hands and knees and began to examine the rumpled, dirty floor centimeter by centimeter. "Anderson," Hummingbird's voice was noticeably strained. "Can't you feel it? We're being watched." There was a queer tension in the air, an almost electric sensation. Gretchen paused, shutting out the sound of the old man's querulous voice. There was something, a presence, around her, but while there was a sense of sharpness, of intent focus, she did not feel threatened. Anderson resumed her search, wishing she had brought some of the tools from her gear bag. The edge of her hand would have to suffice, and she began to brush back the first layer of dust in short arcs. Her fingertips moved across a lump of dirt, and the feeling of tension in the cavern spiked. Gretchen stopped, hand frozen above the dust. Hummingbird made a gargling sound, and she heard him moving, away, scuttling back up the passage. The faint blue glow brightened, throwing a steadily sharpening shadow beneath her. Without looking up, a little afraid of what she might see, Gretchen plucked a smooth, round stone out of the dust. As she did, something flickered in the air, a shadow, a shifting light, and there was a glimpse of another hand, a gloved hand, reaching for the stone as well. Gretchen's fingers curled tight around the stone. The shadowy glove vanished. The light went out, leaving her wrapped in darkness. "Hummingbird?" Her whisper fell on dead air. "Bastard!" Anderson eased back across the floor, wondering if the tick-tick-tick sound in her ears was the comm channel muttering to itself or something moving in the rubble. Now her heart was hammering, her throat tight. A heavy sense of oppression pressed down on her, inspiring a cold sweat. One of her boots touched stone, and she scrambled back into the tunnel mouth. A moment later, Gretchen threw aside the filament screen, bounded across their hasty campsite and out into the midday Ephesian sunlight. Hummingbird's incoherent voice rang painfully loud in the enclosed space. The horizon was a blue wall rising above the curving white dome of the eastern plains. Jagged mountains tumbled away to her left and right, leaving only empty air and the colossal plunge down the face of Prion before her. Gretchen set herself, swung back one arm, and flung the stone out and away into the empty vastness. Swaying a little, she started with surprise when Hummingbird caught her arm. What was that? His fingers were tight on her bicep. Gretchen wrenched her arm free of his grip. "Hands off, Crow. Tell me what you found in there. Why did you throw it away?" Smirking, Anderson brushed dust from her hands and knees. "The cave really creeped you out, didn't it? You, the Tlamatinaim, the all-knowing one. You ran out of there pretty fast for such an old man." Hummingbird drew back, and the line of his head, the clenched fists and stiff shoulders, told Gretchen she'd scored a hit, a palpable hit, she thought smugly. "You weren't kidding," she said after a moment of silent gloating, "about this male and female business, were you? I thought you were being difficult." "No." The now Wallace gave her an inscrutable look. "I was not." Gretchen looked over the edge of the cliff. "Such a long way down. But you'd fly, part of the way at least. Rosovsky forgot something in the cave, just a round stone she picked up somewhere, a native Ephesian stone. I doubt she even noticed she'd forgotten the little thing. There are plenty of wind-smooth stones to pick up from the ground. But the cave didn't like it. Not at all. Among the broken mountains. Why do her? The Cornuelle glided through an inky deep, a matte black ghost among invisibly tumbling leviathans. Her main engines were at minimal thrust in an attempt to reduce her sensor profile. The sleek hull was in absorptive mode, darkness against darkness, yielding no hint of comm traffic or EM radiation. On her command deck, Heidiishi was keeping one eye on the ship's heat sump and one on the latest personnel reports when Hayes's terse voice drew his attention. "Outrider 2 has lost particle track," the weapons officer declared, staring intently at his panel. "Outrider 2, engine full stop," Heidiishi barked, eyes swinging to the glowing depths of the threat. Well, Drone 2 was their lead dog at the moment, deployed nearly 1,000 kilometers inward of the cruiser. Outrider 1 was accelerating back toward the cruiser on the downside of its duty cycle. 3 was outbound, snaking its way through the three-dimensional maze of the asteroid field to catch up with 2. The entire area within sensor range was quiet. The bridge displays showed only thousands of dots-colored navigational hazard, amber. The Cornuelle was a blue spark at the center of the well, with the 3 drones appearing as minuscule turquoise arrows. How long until 3 reaches duty station? The Chusa leaned back in the shock chair, considering the situation. He wondered if Kosho had gone to sleep yet. She'd gone off duty an hour ago and decided not to call her back to the bridge. She needs to sleep sometime. 230 minutes, sir. Hayes turned questioningly to Hadishi. Shall I back 2 out of there? No, Hadishi said. Badger the drone with a nearby rock. Reduce outgoing transmissions to locational data. No broadcast, no high-band emission. Switch everything else to record. Hayes was already at work on his panel, squirting a new set of commands to the drone. When 3 comes in range, establish a narrow beam link to 2 and relay back to us. Pinhole mode, aye, Hayes acknowledged absently, his mind entirely on reconfiguring the drone and dumping a new set of engagement and maneuver parameters to Outrider 3. A moment later, he punched 2 glits and took a breath. Commands away. Hadishi nodded, but his attention was now on the main panel, where ship's comp was replaying the particle trail data. Curse my generosity, he thought with a trace of bitterness. I need Isoroku here to advise me, not stuck on a civilian pleasure barge. He knows engine patterns better than anyone. The replay showed a wash of decaying, once-excited particle byproducts of the refinery's main drive meandering through the debris field. Hayes, come look at this. The weapons officer was at his side as fast as humanly possible. A tire-class refinery is almost 10 times our size, Hadishi remarked, contemplating the plot. Her helmsman is following a path of least density, trying to keep incidental meteoroid impacts to a minimum as she moves through the field. But look, here the refinery suddenly shifts course into close proximity with this cloud of debris. Hayes nodded. They must have picked something up. A stylus in his blunt fingers sketched a new trajectory on the panel. They're cutting through a hedge into another area with less debris, a clear lane between the larger planetesimals. And we lose the trail at the edge of the lane, Hadishi grimaced. Could they have picked up the Outrider? The weapons officer shook his head. No, Trusa. The decay rates indicate we're still days behind them. They must have reacted to something on long-range scan. Hadishi settled deeper into his chair, stroking his beard. Break down those decay rates and all the data we have on their engine plume. If they've badgered and know someone is looking for them, we need to get a solid estimate on how far they might have gone on minimum power. Not very far, Hayes said, tapping his stylus on the panel. Think about how much mass they're moving. Even empty, a tier is a behemoth. I think they scooted into this lane so they could coast and gain some distance. Somewhere out here, the stylus sketched a box in the clear area, there's a pocket of engine exhaust. Because they corrected course, Hadishi said, either for distance or vector. I could send Outrider 2 into the lane, Hayes offered dubiously. No. Hadishi shook his head slightly. There's no reason to try and hide a course change if you don't drop a sensor relay or a proximity mine behind to welcome a pursuer. The refinery captain is not a fool. His cartel wouldn't entrust so much expensive equipment to a novice. He'll pick a random vector, pile on velocity, and coast again until he has to maneuver to avoid a collision. The Chusa paused, considering the cloud of amber dots for a moment. Then he nodded again, this time to himself. Hayes waited patiently, hands clasped behind his back, shoulders square. Hold drone 2 on station until 3 arrives. Hideshi's voice had lost its contemplative tone. His mind was made up. Recycled drone 1 as quickly as it can be refueled. The Cornuelle will proceed at 1/3 power to catch up. I want all 3 drones ready on point when we reach 2's current location. We will advance in a box formation, scanning the surrounding debris clouds for evidence of a 3rd course change. Hi, Chusa. Hayes's jaw tightened and a gleam lit in the young officer's eyes. Hadishi waved him away and slumped back in a shock chair, staring into the threat. Well, now we close with the enemy, he thought, troubled. Does he know we're here? Is he reckless? Is he wary? That was the question. A prudent, patient captain would simply wait for an opportunity to make hyperspace gradient out of the system when no one could see him. But an angry man, or a reckless commander, a ship that large could carry a great deal of mischief in secondary storage. A single proximity mine could cripple the Cornuelle. 2 or 3 might kill her if the cruiser happened to blunder into a flower box detonation. The ceiling lights in Hadeshi's cabin were dark, the only illumination cast from a small table lamp on his desk. Mitsuharu knelt on a cotton mat, facing the wall opposite his bed. Two framed pictures, not modern hollows but yellowed paper, cracking with age, sat within a small alcove. An empty incense burner lay before the photographs, an old man and a middle-aged woman in formal dress. Both seemed grim, their faces composed, though in his memory they were always smiling. At dusk, I often climbed to the peak of Kugami. Mitsu bent his head, palms pressed together, fingertips against his brow. Stringy black hair fell in a cloud around his shoulders. He rarely let his ponytail go unbound, but certain devotions required an expression of sacrifice. He thought the loss of personal control an adequate offering. Deer bellow, their voices soaked up by piles of maple leaves. The sharp, pungent smell of incense should fill the air around AIM, but the air recyclers worked overtime already. Mitsu accepted the absence of pine and rosewood as another sacrifice. His lips barely moved, offering the last of Ryukan's ancient poem to his mother and his father. Lying undisturbed at the foot of the mountain, what chance settled the racing hearts of my ancestors, Mitsu wondered, rising from his knees, when they rode into the high grass to fight the Dakota and the Iroquois? A deep bow followed, and he closed the alcove with the tip of his finger. A metal plate sealed the little shrine, protecting the contents against a sudden loss of pressure or the G-shock of combat. Hadeshi ran a hand across the spines of his books. His personal quarters should, by tradition, be Spartan and bare. He was sure Shosakosha's cabin was a perfect example of approved Zen minimalism, all plain gray and white surfaces, perhaps small portraits of the emperor and the shogun, her tatami, the door to the closet always closed. Mitsu smoothed his beard, looking around at the terrible mess he'd made of this place. Every wall was covered with bookcases, well-built ones too. Isoroku was a dab hand for structural modifications, and every shelf was packed with storage crystals, audio sticks, hand-drawn paintings, and ink paper-bound volumes. Boxes of letters, Heshtik scrolls, and Paul books, even things he found in the markets of Balder, Marduk, or New Malta. He was sure some of them held writing, but then again, who knew what they truly were? Laundry lists, accounts of land disputes from some dead, forgotten world. My whole life is here, he thought, aware of lingering sadness. If the Cornuelle dies, all this will be gone. Heiichi sat cross-legged on the tatami, picking up a handheld comp. The pad came alive with his touch, displaying a set of ship schematics. Frowning, Mitsu considered the builder's diagrams for a standard-issue tier refinery. What a monster, he thought, and not for the first time. Panning through screen after screen of floor plans, we could almost fit the Cornuelle into the main boat bay. The thought was amusing, but not helpful. He narrowed the view displayed on the pad to those sections housing the Meteoroid defense system. Looks like an old Koningsborg-class battlecruiser point defense array, he said wryly aloud after a half-hour of examination. Finding the circuits had taken some effort. The sheer size of a tier made finding a single system difficult. But spread out over far more surface area. He paused, brow furrowing in thought. How big is the crew for this Leviathan? Another hour passed before Mitsu found something like a crew requirements fist. Then he raised an eyebrow in cautious surprise. Tai-E Huimak slid down a gangway ladder into First Platoon's sleeping deck and found the narrow room unexpectedly crowded. A small, wiry man with prominent cheekbones and the coppery bronze coloring typical of the Tlaxcalan Highlands, the senior Marine lieutenant went unnoticed for a moment. A crowd of Marines in off-duty fatigues, all hulking backs and shoulders, filled the walkway between rows of bunks on either side. Smoke curled against the ceiling and bit the eyes of the men lying on the top, staring avidly down at something in the middle of the barracks. Huimak stood quietly for a moment, cataloging the number of violations of shipside regulation visible to his experienced eye. He was impressed by the hushed, pregnant silence filling the room. The senior lieutenant had been wondering where all of 2nd Platoon had disappeared to, but now he guessed the entire Marine contingent on the Cornuelle was packed into this one compartment. A single voice, hoarse and pleading, rose above the quiet susurration of so many men and women breathing. "Oh, great Lord! Oh, gracious Master, blessed five flowers! Look on these poor, pitiful subjects, see their smooth black bodies, their empty eyes, count the holes in their bellies. See them, see the four houses, see the black squares and the red. Please, Master of Flowers, giver of gifts, fickle one, bless these five subjects, give them swift legs, strong hearts, and every mercy." Mac rolled his eyes, but only because not a single Marine could see his reaction, and swung nimbly up onto the nearest rack of bunks. Carefully bending low under the pipes and conduits and cable guides crowding the ceiling, he stepped over a half-dozen men to look down into the common area at the center of the deck. None of the Marines on the top bunks paid him any attention, save Haicho Tonyuak, who was reading an illustrated Malinche titled "The Tribulatory Life of Leda and Her Swan" while chewing gum. The corporal stiffened to attention as the lieutenant stepped over him. At the middle of the room there was an open space where two facing sets of bunks had been folded back into the walls. Huaymak grasped hold of a return air pipe and leaned out, looking down upon 3 men and 1 woman sitting on the floor below. Between them was a woven mat in the shape of a cross. Red and blue ceramic markers were scattered along a track of squares, filling each arm of the cross. The woman was watching the man opposite her with a bored expression. In turn, he was rubbing both hands together, his voice now a mumble, a click-click-click sound, rising up among the slowly curling trails of incense and tobacco smoke. Both men were staring sickly at the arrangement of the counters on the mat. Huaymak squinted a little and pursed his lips in appreciation. 5 solid red tokens had reached safety in the House of the Rising Sun, 5 blue in the House of the Moon. 1 red disc remained, sitting a very likely 3 squares from exiting the board in victory. 1 blue token lagged behind, an almost impossible 10 squares from journey's end. Huaymak had played a little patoli in his time, but the pile of paychits mounded up before the woman was of truly legendary size. The TIE repressed a sigh. "I have got to convince the captain to sign off on promoting Felix to sergeant." Then the little burgundy-haired woman would be forced to limit her shipboard gambling income to the other sergeants and the officers, who might show a tiny shred of sense and stay far away from her. Gambling, particularly on Patali or Tlachco competitions, was an entirely legal expression of religious piety throughout the empire, which pleased the Marines and sailors and fleet to no end. Even the foreigners were only too happy to offer up incense, maize, and pulque to Macuilso 5 flower on payday, hoping to gain the god's blessing in matters of chance. Down on the floor, the man praying suddenly seized the 5 polished beans in his right hand and cast them onto the mat with a flick of his wrist. Huaymak shook his head. Throwing all 5 as spots and doubling the roll to 10 squares was entirely unlikely, no matter what promises the private made to 5 flower. Throwing a 1, 2, or 3, any of which would help Felix, or even let her move the last token from the board and win, were far more likely. The little black beans bounced, rattled, and came to a stop. Private Martin was crouched on his hands and knees, muttering fervently. 3 spots, 2 black. "Face!" the private groaned. A hiss of indrawn breath filled the compartment as he advanced his blue token. 7 squares seemed an impossible distance. Felix reached out, nose twitching in amusement, and scooped up the beans. She did not pray or rub the beans. They left her hand with a simple flip and scattered across the mat. "Oh," she said in an aggrieved voice, "only eyes." Her red token advanced 2 squares, 1 to go. Martin matched up the beans and tried to match Felix's offhand toss. The beans scattered and rolled. Most turned up white, 4 of them. "Very good," Felix said, tucking wine-red hair back behind her ears. "Box is very good." Martin gave her a sick look, blunt, chipped fingers sliding his blue token ahead. 3 squares left. Felix gathered up the beans, smiled at the private, and let them roll out in a lazy-seeming flip. They bounced on the mat, spinning, and 4 came up dark, 1 white. "Snake," Felix said, and removed her last piece from the board. Martin stared hollow-eyed at the treacherous beans. His squad mates stared at him. Felix shoveled paychits into an embroidered leather bag ornamented with a hand-stitched picture of a Scorpion ground-effect tank on the side. There was a tense silence. perched above the tableau, Huemek schooled his face to impassivity, and then, when the men behind Martine fully grasped they'd lost their last month's pay in a single game of Patoli, he dropped lightly to the floor beside Corporal Felix. "Officer on deck!" Someone bawled in fear and surprise. "Attention!" 25 men scrambled to adopt something approaching proper posture. Even Felix was on her feet, the embroidered rag already hidden inside her field jacket. Martine was looking rather pale, his squad mates pressing around him on either side. "At ease," Tai Weimak announced, back straight as the vanadium core barrel on a squad ship gun. "Private Martine, whose Madden beans are these?" "Mine, sir." The Marine swallowed and managed to stiffen to attention. More than one pair of surreptitious hands helped him. A squad had to stick together in the face of enemy fire. Huemek looked consideringly at Felix, who was not smiling but was very, very attentive. "Do you even own a Patoli mat, Corporal?" "Sir," Felix said in a very earnest voice, "I do not." Huemek tried not to smile. "Sometimes you have to play these things out as a public lesson. Do you like to play Patoli, Corporal? Are you a gambling woman?" "No, sir," Felix said with an entirely straight face. "I never gamble." The senior lieutenant looked around at the goggling faces of the Marines crowded into the barracks. Most of them were on the verge of apoplexy, though Weimak could make out one or two, including the relaxed Haicho Tonwak and his pamphlet, who were trying not to grin. Squad mates the lieutenant recognized, or men who'd bet on Felix rather than on poor Martine. Huemek returned his attention to the sallow-looking private. "Private Martine," he said very patiently, "did you invite Haicho Felix to join your game of Patoli? Is this your mat, token, and beans?" "Yes, sir." Martine's voice was very faint. He appeared to be having trouble focusing on the lieutenant's face. "I see." Huemek raised his voice so everyone in the compartment could hear. "I am sure Haicho Felix only joined your game to be polite. I understand she does not like to gamble. I suggest in the future you scrupulously respect her wishes in this matter. Private, you should pick up your Patoli board before someone steps on it." Huemek stood there, stone solid, until the crowd of Marines began to break up. They were glum, shamefaced, and broke. Inwardly, he sighed in despair. What was Martine thinking? He knows 4th Squad lost all of their money last month. "Felix, you stay right here?" The senior lieutenant did not turn, but he could feel the corporal freeze in her tracks and then resume a parade rest. Huemek waited, thumbs hooked into the back of his uniform belt, until the Marines had returned to their usual pursuits. Only Haicho Tonwak was still watching the senior lieutenant out of the corner of his eye while he pretended to read. Huemek turned, eyes narrowing to black slits, a hint of the steady anger he felt showing in his face. Felix stiffened, lips compressing into a bare rose-colored line. "The Chu-Sa," he said quietly, "in his infinite, godlike wisdom has tapped your squad, Corporal, for some extracurricular activity. Normally, Gunzo Fitzsimmons would be here to take on preparatory duties, but he is absent. So, you will run every single man in your unit through a full workup on their Combat Z armor, ship-to-ship assault gear, and secure comm tech. Weapons is running up a simulator pack for you. I'd guess you'll have a couple days to run through the scenario." Huemek almost smiled. "You'll be assault leader, Felix, so I will be watching you very closely. Your squad will have a hot target, and I dislike losing men. The Chusa will be paying close attention to how you do in the sim." "Yes, sir." Felix was starting to look almost as pale as Martine, though the TIE knew the young Marine was aware of what was coming, where the foolish private had been led blindfolded to the butcher's block. "May the corporal ask a question, sir?" "Go on." Huemek tilted his head to one side, watching tiny beads of sweat begin to collect along the woman's hairline. He wondered how quickly a betting pool would start, wagering on the exercises in the sim. Within the hour, he supposed, maybe by the time I leave the compartment. Who will be running opposition in the sim, sir?" The senior lieutenant's smile widened, showing a full set of perfect white teeth. "Sho has been assigned that role, Corporal. Corporal." "Sir," Felix blurted, her face ashen. "The wind knife, sir? She'll what?" Huemek asked curiously. Felix seemed unable to speak, and Huemek watched with interest while the Marine recovered her composure. Something like real dread had penetrated the corporal's usually unflappable demeanor. "Nothing, sir." Felix stiffened to attention again. "Have mission guidelines been posted?" "I have them," Claymock replied, his bronzed face once more composed. "You'll find them challenging, I think. But Chusa Hadaishi has expressed great faith in your abilities. Haicho Felix, I hope you do not disappoint him." "Thank you, sir." Felix started to look pale again. Her voice had strangled itself into a squeak. "Hadaishi toads and asked for me?" Huaymak nodded gravely, a peculiar glitter in his dark eyes. "He did. He thinks you're lucky." Outbound from Ephesus II. Still nothing. Magdalena was curled up in a nest of Navy-issue blankets overflowing the captain's chair on the bridge of the Palenque. Slitted yellow eyes watched another set of scan data unspool on a secondary V-pane. There was plenty of noise, static, and ghostly warbling filling the comm bands down on the planetary surface. But there was a singular lack of recognizable traffic on Imperial and Company channels. "Parker, can you switch on the main array? Just for an hour or two?" There was a grunt from behind her, and the Hesht tilted her head back far enough to see one of the human's legs hanging out of a ceiling tile. Though the Navy engineer had managed to get the ship underway, the bridge systems of the Palenque were still mostly down. Coils of conduit, cable, and guide sheathing were exposed everywhere. Very few systems were working. There was no heat, no light. Other than the cold, the Hesht was very comfortable in the cavern-like space. "Parker," Magdalena began, a harsh, throbbing growl at the back of her throat. There was a scraping sound, and the human pilot's face appeared in an opening between two of the tiles. Light from a glow beam shone around his balding head. "Ms. Cat," he said, sounding wrung out, "the main comm array is shut down, turned off, and locked out by order of our dear judge. If you want it active, you will have to persuade Stoneface down in engineering." "He eats moss," Magdalena replied, ears twitching. Finely napped black fur curled back from her fore-incisors, and she let an inch of claw expose on her left hand. Just for a moment. They could be in trouble dirtside. Another pack might have them cornered. Her leg could be broken. She could be caught in the open, exposed. Parker sighed and crawled backward out of the overhead. His forearms were crisscrossed with scars and dried blood. Working in such an old ship was wearing on mind and body alike. He swung for a moment, feeling the gentle tug of the ship's acceleration, then dropped to the deck. Palenque was underway, engines barely lit, in a long corkscrew orbit out from the planet. In another 5 days, the pilot figured, she would be far enough away to switch to full power. Then, if Isoroku and his marine helpers were really working down in engineering, not drinking themselves insensible, the ship might be able to achieve gradient and enter hyperspace. "Maggie," Parker stumbled into the navigator's chair and wedged one thin shoulder into a space between two of the supports. The shock chair's heavy, plush seatback had been eaten, leaving nothing but a cage of metal strips. He reached for the pack of tobacco in his shirt pocket and found only empty waxed paper. "Crap, no smoke. I know Gretchen's your pack leader now and all. I know that's important to you, but she's gone off on her own thing." The Hesh did not look at him, once more encased in a suspicious number of blankets. Parker blinked, then stared at a blue sleep bag tucked in behind her. "Is that my sleep bag?" "It is! You stole my sleep bag! Give over!" I'm cold, monkey. You're not. You're working. When you go to your den to sleep, I'll let you have it back." "So? Is all your fur for show or something?" Parker crushed waxed paper in his fist. "You're plushy, but you're cold all the time. I don't understand." Heshu-kun, Magdalena said, baring the tips of her incisors, was a warm, dry world. "Oh," Parker started to hunt through his pockets for something else to smoke. "You're out of bitter, smelly leaves," Magdalena said, staring moodily at the V-pane. Still nothing but static and garbage. She turned off the feed and began flipping through the various comm systems available to her. Most were dead and dark. "Maybe the hunters have some." "Ask the Marines?" Parker rubbed his face wearily. "They were cadging from me yesterday. Stupid. Why give them away? Have I lost my mind? I should have sold them or kept them for myself." The pilot pushed himself out the chair and gestured at Magdalena. "I'm crashing. Give me my bag." Brow and nose wrinkled up in a grimace, the Hesh scooted to one side and let Parker recover his sleep bag. Ugh, it smells like piss. The pilot held his bag at arm's length, mouth pursed. You don't want it. One of Magdalena's paws licked out and snagged the bottom of the bag with a curving white claw. I made it smell proper, like a den blanket should. I do want it. Parker snatched the bag back. He shook his head, then made his way carefully off the bridge, bag trailing behind him like a fat blue tail. Magdalena hissed at his retreating back and then rummaged around, adjusting her blankets. When she was done, the Hest resumed paging through the comm channels. Her mood was even fouler than before. Bandau arrived an hour later, 2 bulky packages under one arm, and found the bridge dark and cold, save for Magdalena in her nest, with 4 V-panes casting a chill gray light on her face. Maggie ignored him. She was busy keying commands into the system in one pane while the others were filled with closely spaced documentation or remote console feeds. Her moodiness had departed, replaced by a near-maniacal concentration on the work before her. Bandau took no notice of the slight and began hunting around under the command deck. After a few moments, he found what he was looking for and plugged a field heater into a power socket under the navigator's station. 5 seconds later, the olive-colored unit woke up and began to radiate a warm, dry heat into the area around the captain's chair. 2 and 4 are stabilized, Magdalena muttered under her breath. Her claws made a constant rattling click, click, click on the control panel. If she were a human, she would be sweating. If she were Parker, there would be a cloud of smoke like a forest fire around her. Studiously ignoring the Hest, Vandal paced around to the opposite side of her chair, installed a second unit, and then disappeared back into the dark passageway leading into the main hab ring. Magdalena showed no sign of noticing his brief visit. "Ah," she said in relief, rolling her shoulders. "That's better. 7 will do." Magdalena's nose twitched. There was a sort of hot metallic smell in the air, but the images on the panel drew her attention before she noticed the 2 heaters. On her main verse pane, a video feed had appeared. The image was broken into 7 sections, arranged in an exploded hexagon, each showing a different view of the planet now receding behind the Palenque. The tip of her pink tongue showing, Magdalena watched the feeds very carefully. 7 matching remote console windows were live on another section of her panel. "Sync 1 to 7, she muttered, tapping a series of glyphs with the little claw on her right paw. The upper left video shivered, then adjusted, conforming to the image mirrored in the center of the hexagon. "Good. Sync 2 to 7. 750,000 kilometers away, one of the Peapod satellites still in orbit over the 3rd planet made an adjustment, slewing to cover an equatorial region. The Peapod's orbit had been degrading rapidly, but it was still in operation. The machine was aware, but uncaring, of a slight increase in the rate of collision with atmospheric particles. Almost imperceptibly, the satellite began to slow, dragged by an invisible fringe of the ocean of air surrounding the planet. Responding to the commands arriving over the telemetry link, the Peapod made a series of minute adjustments to its orientation. "Sync 6 to 7, Maggie began to grin, 4 teeth and side molars showing in a fierce display. "Thaw!" and stabilize image. She tapped another patiently waiting glyph. The video displays from all 7 Peapods collapsed into one single image. Palenque Sidecom picked up the data flows and began to fuse them into one high-resolution feed. Magdalena waited anxiously, a fully extended striking claw clicking against the front of her cutting teeth. The comp interped and interped again, trying to adjust for differences in the rate of flow caused by the angular distance between the ship and the Peapods scattered around Ephesus. Hating the concession, Maggie stepped down the level of resulting detail, an order of magnitude. Palenque comp chirped happily in response. "Now," Magdalena growled happily, "let's look in on the crash site." The multi-lensed eye in the sky shifted, concentrating on a barren valley near the northern ice cap. Magdalena was grudgingly satisfied with the resolution coming back out of the crib-together system, but the satellites were responding far too slowly to satisfy her impatient nature. Stupid tree-climbing machines. When all 7 Peapods had focused on the crash area, Magdalena realized both Gretchen and the old crow had left the area. Now, where did they go? She cleared the Peapod documentation out of the secondary panes and brought up Rusovsky's transmission logs and the plot of her flight path. The heaters continued to glow, surrounding the Hesht in a warm cocoon. Her face shimmered in the constantly changing light from the panels as she worked, long into ship's night. By ship's dawn, the tired Hesht was staring at a grainy picture of a mountainside. The upper wings of two ultralights gleamed in late-afternoon sunlight, and Maggie could make out the blurry shapes of Gretchen and the Mexica talking as they loaded gear into their midges. Mons Plion, Northern Hemisphere, Ephesus, I. Hummingbird fiddled with his breather and goggles, trying to get them to lie comfortably over his nose and ears. Gretchen, passing by with the last of her personal gear, threw the comp and sensor pad into the front seat of the Gagarin. "Hold still," she said over the comm, her own face mostly masked by the tail of her caffier. "There's a trick to it there. How is that? Better." The Nowless nodded, finding the new arrangement suitable. For a moment, Gretchen thought he might actually thank her, but he did not. She was not surprised. "So, you feel comfortable leaving this place now?" Yes. Hummingbird had spent the day sitting cross-legged in the cave, watching the passage down into the cavern. "We will follow the course of Rusovsky's last flight." "Sure." Gretchen peered at the Nawless curiously. "You haven't seen anything? Felt anything?" Hummingbird shook his head. "We have a long way to go, Anderson. We shouldn't waste any more time here." "Really?" Gretchen felt a cold, sharp anger boiling up in her stomach. With an almost physical effort, she forced her voice to remain level. "Aren't you going to ask me how I could find Rusovsky's stone when you couldn't, or do you know already?" Her eyes narrowed. "You do know. You even know why these things are happening." Hummingbird laughed in relief, an abrupt, unexpected sound. "No? I know many things, Anderson, but I've not the slightest idea why the cave made a copy of Rusovsky or kept repeating itself." Oddly, as the Nowless was speaking, Gretchen became aware of a queer flutter in his voice, as if two voices were speaking at once, different voices, and they were contradicting each other. "You're lying." Hummingbird became very still. Gretchen looked around, entirely startled by her own statement, and then she advanced on him. "You are lying, and I can tell." "Could you?" Hummingbird stirred, regarding her with a fierce, sudden intensity. "Very well. How did you find the stone in the dust?" Faced with the question she'd wanted to hear all day, Gretchen felt entirely deflated. She was sure the Nowlies already had some esoteric answer for her, and she realized she didn't care. Never mind. Our real problem is what happened in the cave. There is no reason for an organism in this environment to waste energy making copies of things, at least no reason I can think of. She drew back her hood so the Nahuatl could see the fierce expression on her face. "Why don't you fill me in before we stumble into the next situation and one of us is hurt or killed by my ignorance?" Hummingbird's lips had compressed to a tight line and his eyes grew dark and guarded. "There are secrets which cannot be revealed," she. Gretchen's face contorted into a snarl. A hand groped at her belt for a wrench, a hammer, a gun. So I will not tell you everything I know," Hummingbird said firmly, "but I will tell you enough. But first, think about what you did in the cavern. You've had a certain kind of training. From school, from university, from your parents, from the work of your hands, and you're skilled in a way of seeing." He paused, regarding her. "Did those skills show you the stone in the dust?" Gretchen became aware her mouth was very dry. She licked her lips and took a drink from the recycler tube in her mask. Hummingbird's gaze did not waver or look away. Gretchen started to become nervous. No, I don't think they did. I didn't see the stone, not with my eyes. There was only an itch. Just something was out of place." The Nowless nodded minutely. He seemed to gather himself, jaw tightening, brow creasing. For a very long time, Hummingbird said nothing, staring at her with an unwavering expression. Just as Anderson, tired of standing on a windy ledge while the day inexorably passed, was about to speak, he blinked and said, "Think of a river, broad and running swift. The bottom is smooth sand, the banks thick with algae. There is nothing to disturb the current, the surface is placid. If you hover above the clear water, you can see into the depths, pick out details of patterns in the sand. Perhaps there is seagrass waving in the current. Put your hand in the water and you were surprised by the strength of the water. But now the surface is distorted, confused. A wake trails behind your hand and suddenly the water is no longer clear. Such an effect is obvious, even to the unwary. Consider a boulder, submerged and invisible to a man standing on the bank. The river may seem placid, but the current is distorted. A boat on the river may strike the rock before anyone notices anything amiss. The current may twist across the stone, eddying, rushing faster or slower. Now, in the constrained universe beneath the glassy surface, there may be places where the seagrass cannot hold, or places where an eddy falls, leaving a thick stand of growth. Hummingbird made a motion with his hand, indicating the landscape around them. What you see here, the ruined surface, tortured mountains, desolate plains, is not the whole of this world. There are submerged currents. There is something here, something hidden. There is an influence, like my hidden boulder, which directs, confines, shapes all that happens on this poor, broken orb. We felt an echo in the cave. Gretchen felt her pulse trip a little faster. She blurted, "The first sun people?" Something interrupted their labors. They fled, didn't they? What did they leave behind? "Do not presume they fled," Hummingbird replied, raising his eyes to the sky. His goggles polarized into a shining mirror, reducing the sun to two blazing points. "Have you thought about the power of the first sun people? They bestrode the stars as gods. We have seen the scraps and ruins they leave behind, and we are ants creeping across the floor of a deserted house. Our ships have visited 600 worlds, only the tiniest fraction of the suns we can see with the unaided eye. Yet there are wonders which beggar our knowledge and skill even in such a tiny space. Have you thought what might lie beyond the rim of our domain?" Hasn't everyone? Every undergraduate class debates this in first term xenoarchaeology. Gretchen began to feel the excitement of curiosity stir and tried to keep her voice level. Where did they come from? The giants of the first sun. Where did they go? Why aren't they here now? "They were destroyed." Hummingbird's statement was flat and cold. There are powers which exceeded them in all ways. In age, though the first sun races are impossibly ancient by our measure. In strength, though the least of the first sun Vulcar could smash Earth to a cinder. He tilted his head toward the vast sweep of mountains and canyons and plains. One of the Vulcar was here, remaking this world into something pleasing. If such a term can be used, then it fled to safety. Hummingbird fixed Gretchen with a piercing stare. What made it run? What drove it away? What frightened a power capable of shattering an entire planet? Gretchen couldn't think of anything to say. "Not man." The Nowlist shook his head, laughing bitterly. "Not man, not our tiny little empire. We are very small, insignificant. But think about what happened in the cave. Rysovsky left something behind, something equally small. What did you find?" "A pebble." Gretchen squinted, trying to make out the man's expression. "Just a water stone like the old-timers use on Mars. She'll have taken it out of her mouth at night and put it aside. Then she forgot in the morning and left. There are plenty of other smooth stones here." "You saw what happened." "The things which live in the cave reacted. Their current was disturbed. I venture they were trying to eject the stone, like shrapnel from a wound." "You saw what kind of distortion such a small, tiny object created." Gretchen nodded. "But circumstations." Hummingbird raised a hand, cutting her off. "This world is filled with echoes, Andersen seen, echoes of destruction and fear, echoes of the dead. There are shades all around us, even now. You cannot see them. They are faint even to me, but enormous forces have been at play. The tread of the gods, if you wish to think of the first sun people as deities. Your precious cylinder was in a fragment of stone. Even I recognize the fossils in the ancient layers of sediment. Valkar consumed a living world and was then defeated in turn by something even more monstrous." Pursing his lips, the Nowlist stared off into the emptiness. "But I do not think it fled." "What do you mean?" Gretchen moved into Hummingbird's line of sight. "It is still here, somewhere, and hiding." "Oh!" Gretchen shook her head, trying not to laugh. His statement seemed preposterous. She wasn't quite sure if she was afraid or exasperated with the old Mexica. It's hiding here? In a cave or something? I don't know. Hummingbird looked entirely grim. We see only echoes of its effects, ripples from a stone thrown 1,000,000 years in the past. These crystalline entities, whatever consumed Rusovsky and then vomited her up again, the corrosive dust, the fields of pipe flowers, they are reflections of a hidden power. Have you been taking some kind of psychotropic while I wasn't looking? Gretchen failed to hide her complete disbelief. How can you reach such a conclusion after only being planet-side for what? 3 days? You don't have any data. She stopped, mouth open. A nagging thought had blossomed into certainty, watching his inscrutable old face. You knew what was here before you came. Gretchen felt a little sick. Rusovsky, the crew on the ship, Dr. McHugh, everyone who'd already died. Did the company know? No? No one knew. Hummingbird adjusted the hood of his cafetiere to shade his goggles. I have data, but not from this world, from another ruined planet. If the proper authorities had known what was here, no civilian ship would have been allowed in the system. Which authorities, Gretchen replied testily, are the proper authorities for dealing with gods? I am, Hummingbird said quietly. This is my responsibility. You? Just you by your lonesome or the whole of the Tlamatinime? Hummingbird almost smiled. Not all of the judges are privy to everything, but as a whole we are entrusted, by both emperors, by the fleet, with keeping a guard upon humanity. Do we need to be guarded? Gretchen felt cold, even in the direct, unfiltered blaze of the Ephesian sun. Are we sheep who need a watchdog prowling? What would you do if one of these Valkar attacked a colony world or even Anáhuac itself? The world would die, Hummingbird said tonelessly. But the Valkar, the gods of the first sun, are scattered or dead. He paused. Or sometimes they lie hidden, trapped in a kind of sleep. This one must be dreaming, waiting for the stars to change in their courses so it may wake again. What good can you do then if you cannot stop these powers? Hummingbird's eyes glinted angrily, and Gretchen swallowed another acerbic comment. We watch, Anderson. We watch in the darkness at the edge of human space. As a famous general once said, we stand guard so you may enjoy the untroubled sleep of the innocent. Your attitude, I realize, is a testament to a job well done by my brothers and their predecessors. We are rarely idle. Many times, men have stumbled into danger. Colonies have been abandoned, stations lost, ships disappear with dreadful frequency. In Tenochtitlan, in the district of the Weavers, there is an unremarkable building which holds room after room filled with anthracite tablets. The names of my brothers who have fallen in our quiet, unseen struggle are inscribed therein. This is not a pleasant universe, Anderson seen, where man can roam without care. The old Nahuatl scratched the back of his head. We might be lucky here. The dust will help consume our tracks, our equipment, all traces of our visit. We just have to make sure there are no more memories trapped along Rusovsky's path. What about the cylinder on the Palenque? Gretchen asked quietly. You really think it is a trap? That it will have to be destroyed? Hummingbird nodded. I know what the cylinder means to you, but such devices are far too dangerous to be deciphered or allowed into human space. I see. Gretchen felt ill. Does your unseen struggle include explaining these things to my company, maybe a receipt, or am I expected to suffer quietly as well? I will do what I can. The old Mexica did not look away, but Gretchen didn't see the slightest hint he would help her either. She sat down on the forward wheel of the Gagarin. What do you think will happen now? Hummingbird shrugged, squatting easily on the windy ledge. All we can do is follow her trail and clean up what we can. There will be other apparitions. We will have to break up their patterns, try and return things to their usual course. And quickly, too, before we become part of the flow ourselves. Do your skills let you tell which boulders should be removed from the stream? He nodded sharply. The Tlamatinime learns first to see. If the gods smile, what I cannot perceive, you will. Me? Gretchen's nose twitched as she made a disbelieving face. What do you mean, see? Perceive, then, Hummingbird said in a wry tone. In the cavern, you felt something was out of place. This is the beginning of the seeing. I was surprised at your reaction. Most humans are nearly blind. Gretchen felt insulted. I'm a trained, experienced observer, Hummingbird seen. It's my job to see subtle differences in a substrate, in a dig layer, a field of loose stone and gravel. Trained by science, he said almost dismissively. Trained with one set of tools at the expense of others. You're a specialist, Anderson, a tool designed for a single task. Your personnel records are filled with praise, but this is not an archaeological excavation. This world is not depth-tagged or laser-gridded. The science you dismiss has built an entire civilization, Crow. She tapped the breather mask covering the lower half of her face. We're alive because of specialized tools. I wouldn't dismiss them as if they were toys. Hummingbird looked at his gloved hands, then at her. Do you believe everything can be measured? Everything can be described? What? Gretchen was nonplussed. Well, yes, I think so. Eventually. Our tools and techniques are constantly improving. I thought so once. Hummingbird turned his hands over, apparently interested in the pattern of the material covering his palms. But I have learned. At cost, Anderson, at cost. This is not true. There are limits to human perception and human science, but those limits do not correspond to the limits of the universe, not at all. The old Mexica looked up, gauging the progress of the sun against the dome of heaven. Time is passing, Anderson. Consider this. While we are in flight, by we, I mean humans like you and I, exist within a bubble of the known, what we can see or hear or taste or feel. From this we have derived a description. This description is your science. Within the known, we build tools, live our lives, raise our children. Those tools let us manipulate the known, the material. But what of the unknown, Anderson? What about the things we do not perceive? There is a universe of ghosts and shadows just beyond our living sight. Do you doubt the presence of the unseen? Gretchen shook her head. No, I get your point. A human being doesn't even live in the same perceptual universe as a cat, not without tools to extend vision, sight, smell, hearing. Are you saying your training lets you perceive the infrared or ultraviolet, see as a Baal Shrike sees, smell as a true dog smells? No. Hummingbird stood up and shook out his cloak. I am bound by my physiology just as you are. My nose, for example, does not have the physical receptors to capture the wealth of molecules of Beagle May. He grasped the offending organ between thumb and forefinger. Anatomy limits me. But laziness blinds men. Then what are you talking about? Gretchen stood and swung open the Gagarin's cabin door. What do you mean? Did your eyes physically change between the time you first walked out onto that soccer field and today? No. Gretchen climbed into the cockpit of the Midge and squirmed into the lumpy seat. They're probably worse, all right, so I know what to look for. I can recognize patterns. In the other aircraft, Hummingbird shook his head sharply. Not so. The enemy of clear sight is accepting patterns in the world around us. To see clearly, you have to let your eyes take in what is truly before you, not allow a lazy mind to fit things into a familiar shape. Anderson closed the cabin door and began running through a pre-flight check. She started to speak and then looked closely at the control panel. Most of the Gagarin's instrumentation was held in a V-pane, but there were certain systems served by archaic-looking dials and switches. Everything you need to fly without the comp being live, she realized. Gretchen ran a hand over the console, feeling smooth metal and rubber under her gloved fingertips. Most of the dials had cream-colored backgrounds with red needles or indicators. Flecks of rust were visible where the enamel covering the metal had worn away. For the first time, she actually saw the console and all the minute, tiny details of wear and use, not the sketchy, abstracted impression she'd had of the control panel before. Almost immediately, Gretchen felt her mind try to draw back, an almost physical sensation, and the sense of limitless clarity faded. She blinked and concentrated, trying to see the numbers on one of the dials. Now they were blurry, and she started to squint. Focus is an enemy, Hummingbird said softly over the comm. You're trying to limit your field of view in hopes of gaining clarity. Forcing sight won't work. How do you train then? Gretchen blinked furiously. Her eyes hurt. Her brain hurt. How do you reach an objective without pursuing a goal? You've already started. In the cavern, when I guided you to a natural posture, when you found a comfortable place to sit. The Nowellus was starting to sound a little irritated. We will talk of this again, later. Are your engines warmed up? We should lift off. Wait. Why are you showing me these things, telling me these secrets? Hummingbird smiled, white teeth barely visible through the scarred canopy of his ultralight. My other option is to kill you, but you are alive and a human being and your presence aids me. The universe is connected in odd ways and you might tip a balance in my favor. Besides, if things come to violence, you can get in the way of the enemy for a few seconds. Oh my, growled Gretchen. That is nice, very imperial sounding. Aboard the Cornuelle. Hadaishi entered a briefing room sandwiched in between the bridge and the officers' mess. His senior officers stood to attention beside their chairs. Kosho turned sideways and nodded as the Chusa reached the head of the table and set down a V-pad and some printouts. Good evening, he said, unsealing his collar. Sit, gentlemen, sit. We are off duty. Everyone sat down, though he couldn't say any of them were at ease. Sho E. Ko-Hosei Smith, at the end of the table, was sitting at parade attention, hands clasped tight on an engineer's work pad. Hayes, an engineer, second Yoyonsen, were equally stiff. Just to his right, Kosho was watching him evenly, her face expressionless. This is not traditional, Hadaishi said, shrugging out of his uniform jacket, but I think it is necessary. A little old man in a leaf green and brown kimono appeared and took the jacket away. Hadaishi spread out the V-pad and several papers. He looked around the table and pursed his lips. We have to find this refinery ship swiftly. I fear our current approach will take too long to yield results, so we need to try something different. Do any of you have any ideas? The officers looked nervously at each other, then back at the Chusa. No one spoke. Hadaishi hid an expression of dismay, but he understood their wary surprise. He had served in the fleet for nearly 20 years on a dozen ships. In all that time, he'd never attended a staff meeting where the agenda, problems, and solutions presented had not been decided in advance. A commander might consult with his exec or with senior department heads about specific technical issues, but he did not discuss problems in an open forum. Meetings were a venue for the command authority, DLC, be he a ship's captain or an admiral, to issue orders, perhaps make a small speech, and show honor to emperor. Kosho, in particular, looked as if she'd sat on a porcupine. Hayes was surprised, and Yoyonsen was petrified. Only young Smith Seedson, who had finally worked through Hadaishi's reference to being off-duty, had relaxed at all, allowing himself to sit back in the chair. Does anyone want tea? Hadaishi turned away from the table and lifted his chin at the attendant. The little old man blinked in surprise and then scurried off down the corridor to the officers' mess galley. When the Chusa turned back, Kosho and Hayes were staring at him in amazement. I am having tea, Hadaishi said, emulating Smith and leaning back in his chair. Here is our problem, he said, spreading his hands. We are hunting for a relatively small object in a huge volume filled with a great deal of obscuring debris. Our objective is to find the refinery ship quickly and quietly and remove it by one means or another from this system. The attendant sidled up to the table, attempting to be unobtrusive, and Hadaishi paused. The little old man froze, staring at him in something like horror as the Chusa gathered up the porcelain cups from the tray and handed them around. Kosho took her cup reflexively, then stared icily at her own hand, which seemed to have betrayed her. I'll pour, Hadaishi said to the attendant and waved him away. Clutching the tray to his chest, the little old man backed out of the room, eyes wide in fear. Patrick, you take a great deal of sugar, I believe? Hayes said weakly, goggling at the Chusa. Hadaishi filled his cup, then pushed a fat green bowl toward him. Help yourself. Hadaishi turned politely to Kosho, who had frozen into complete immobility. This is a particularly good bancha, he said, guiding her cup, still clutched in a tight grip. To the tabletop, Hadaishi caught her eye. Not the nasty stuff I drink in the morning. Both of the Shosa's cheeks were suddenly suffused with two pale rose-colored spots. Hadaishi, though he felt tremendously cheerful, ignored her blush. He filled her cup halfway. Neither Smith nor Janssen wanted tea. The engineer was hunched down in his seat, trying to hide behind Kosho. The communications officer had finally realized there was a queer tone to the meeting, so he was trying to make himself as small as possible. Hayes had nearly emptied the sugar bowl into his cup before taking a long sip. "How do we find the refinery quickly?" Hideshi posed the question again and looked around at them expectantly. "Not by poking around in the dark with a sharp stick," Hayes muttered, then froze. Kosho had turned her head to glare icily at him. The weapons officer became rather pale. "I agree," Hideshi said quietly. Kosho turned her head fractionally, her eyes narrowing. "We are following Fleet doctrine," she said in a clipped, toneless voice. "Which is sound." "It's too slow," Hideshi said, leaning forward. "We don't have time to run down every particle trail and false reading our drones find. We do not have time to quarter this entire belt and peer in the radar shadow of every asteroid. We need to find the refinery now." "Without going to active combat scanning," Kosho stated. Hideshi nodded. "What?" the Shosa said tentatively. "If we broadcast a message on the commercial comm channels indicating a system-wide emergency, we could promise not to pursue or attack any ship immediately making gradient to hyperspace." Hideshi considered the proposal for a moment. Then he looked at the weapons officer. "Hayes, Season, do you think the commander of the refinery ship would respond to such a message?" Hayes blinked, stole a look at Kosho, and then faced the Chusa again. "Ah, probably not, sir. He'd think it was a trick." "If the Palenque made transit immediately upon receiving the message," Kosho said rather stiffly, "the Wildcatters might become worried. The clumsiness of our message could be interpreted as honesty in a moment of crisis, rather than a ruse to draw them out." "And then," Hideshi was almost smiling at his exec, "what happens if they appear on our sensors, engines hot?" "If they are in weapons range," Kosho said, eyes glittering, "we disable their ship. Huemox Marines storm the refinery and we bring these criminals before an imperial court." Hayes looked questioningly at Hideshi. "Unfortunately," the Chusa said, "we must operate under a constraint of silence. A broadcast message is out of the question. We cannot draw attention to ourselves with any kind of broad-spectrum event." Hideshi nodded to Kosho. "So we cannot saturate the belt with mines, hoping to drive the refinery out of hiding." "Very well." Kosho, to her credit, did not seem to have taken the rejection of her plan personally. "Then we will have to scan the entire belt very quickly, hoping to pick the refinery out of all this debris and rubble." The exec looked expectantly at young Smith Tietzen at the end of the table. The Shoi Ko-Jose swallowed nervously and nodded to both Hideshi and Kosho. "Leave to speak, sir." Smith's voice was a little thin but steady. Granted, Hideshi was impressed with the boy. Most midshipmen in the presence of command authority could barely stand up, much less speak. "You're sure you don't want some tea?" "I'm fine, Hideshi Tietzen." Smith nodded in thanks. "I've been thinking about the same problem the last couple of watches. I mean, we can all see how slowly we're moving now, and I was wondering if there was a way to speed things up. Search more of the volume at a time you know." And I mentioned something to Kosho Tetsun, and she suggested I look at the specifications for the absorptive mesh on the skin of the ship, and Smith had to stop and take a breath. "Shoi Ko-Jose Smith," Kosho said, smoothly interrupting the midshipman's rash of explanation, "has devised a means of improving the sensitivity of our gravitational field sensors." "Go on?" Hideshi fought to keep from smiling broadly at his officers, in particular at Kosho and Smith, who had obviously been trying to anticipate his wishes. "What a blessing is a good exec," he thought, considering Susan Kosho fondly. "For all her cold demeanor, she is a fine officer." "Well, sir? You know we have a series of gravitational field sensors which let us track hyperspace transits. Since they dimple the G-field in the area where a ship made gradient, we also use them for navigational purposes, to avoid black holes and hyperspace eddies and so on. Well, a ship has mass, so there is a faint distortion of the G-field around even the cornuelle. I think," Smith held up a V-pad showing a page of system circuit diagrams and equations, "I think we can tune the G-sensors on the cornuelle to detect the mass displacement of a tier. Even if the refinery drive is shut down?" Hayes raised an eyebrow at the younger officer. Yes, Hayes, Sin, because we're going to be searching for the G dimple caused by their antimatter pellet storage, not for an active AM reactor. Smith started to grin and composed himself. Storage? AM doesn't mass more than any other particle. True, Smith interrupted, but antimatter is difficult to produce, so it's packed super densely in storage. I mean, positive particles are easy to find, and that makes a difference we can see. Well, I think we can see. Hadiishi looked questioningly at Kosho. Effective range? 5 or 6 light minutes, she answered, a very substantial volume. The Chusan nodded, fixing Smith with a considering stare. Smith Tidson, why don't we use our gravity sensors this way as a matter of course? Why isn't this fleet doctrine? Speed, sir. Smith's face fell. There's a lot of data to process. Normally, the system just watches for big differentials. A ship entering normal space throws a huge, easy-to-detect spike, but we need to reconfigure for a mass density differential. He paged through his V-pad to another screen of equations and diagrams. In this case, we're looking for an object making a sharper-than-expected G-dimple in local space-time. So we've got to program the sensor comms to look for a specific, rather subtle scenario. And processing all this is going to take hours. How many? Hadiishi was watching Kosho. 20 to 30 hours to complete the first scan, the exec answered. Obviously, she'd already quizzed Smith to within an inch of his life about this proposal. We need to extract all the gravitation and density readings from the navigation survey, then build a model of the area within range, then resample with the reconfigured G-sensor array. Then we can see if something falls out into our hands. The Chusa started to frown. How extensively will sensor systems be degraded by this change? Smith swallowed nervously and looked hopefully at Kosho. The corner of the exec's wine-colored lips twitched. Hadiishi recognized the motion as the equivalent of a wry smile. While the array is in this mode, Chusa, we will be blind to gravitational events outside the immediate area of our detection sweep. So a ship could make gradient into or out of the system, and we would be unaware. Kosho inclined her head gracefully. Yes, but inside the 5 to 6 light-minute range, we will have an excellent picture of the G-field and any related events. How long to switch the array between normal operation and this special mode? Smith shrank down in his chair, but Kosho merely gazed readily at the Chusa. 5 to 6 hours for the initial changeover, Hadiishi Tedzin. Each skin array node will have to be reprogrammed and tuned by hand. We will, however, retain a comp image of the previous configuration for each node. Then, if we have to reset the nodes, we can do so very quickly. Hadiishi gave her a look. He'd gone through more than one shipboard comp upgrade in his time. Very quickly meant one thing during normal operations and quite another in the heat of combat. He had a momentary vision of plunging into battle with the shipskin sensor array out of action. That would be unfortunate. Hayes, Tedzin, what do you think of this approach? The weapons officer's broad face was conflicted. I'm worried, sir. If we take the G-array offline, we'll be partially blind. I don't like that. On the other hand, we'll be able to search the belt far faster than we can now with the drones. And this way, we'll be really, really quiet. What if we segment the shipskin nodes and only reconfigure half of them for this detailed search? Hadiishi mused. Leaving the other set for normal sensor work? The suggestion drew a slight frown from Kosho and hopeful looks from Hayes and Smith. Initial setup will be more complicated, the exec said. We will have to divide the sensor feeds to the bridge into 2 discrete sets, which will require some work. The regular array will be reduced in capability, but we will not lose long-range G-spike detection. Combat effectiveness, Hayes Sin? Hadiishi raised an eyebrow at the weapons officer. Reduced, sir. Though, truthfully, there's a great deal of redundancy in the sensor array, we could probably lose half of the nodes and only be reduced 10 to 15%. Very well, Shotusa, Kosho, I entrust this project to you, with the able assistance of Smith Tietzen, of course, and expect regular status reports. This has priority over other duties. Tai Hayes, pull in the outriders for refueling and a maintenance check Yoyanzin. Enjo the engineer, second started with surprise and tentatively peered around the slim, stiff shape of the exec. Master's mate Helsden and his section are reassigned to provide Kosho Tietzen with the hands she needs to change out the sensor array. You will take charge of the Outrider refit when the drones are back in bay. The engineer's second looked a little queasy. Hadieshi's eyes narrowed fractionally. I'll have to discuss this one with Izoroku when he's back aboard, but not now. Hadieshi gave them all a stern look, saying, The Emperor expects you to do your duty. Then he stood up, forcing them to do the same. Dismissed. Kosho did not join the general's stampede for the door, taking a moment to straighten her already perfectly arranged V-pad and notes on the table in front of her. Hadishi waited for the passageway door to close before he spoke. Yes, Susan? Is something bothering you? Will you be holding more of these meetings in the future? The woman's face showed even less expression than usual. Will you be soliciting comment and advice from junior officers? If circumstances warrant, Hadishi replied, wondering at her choice of words. They had a familiar ring to them. Ah, yes, he remembered, recalling an academy first-year course, circumstances of sedition and mutiny aboard ship. We will not, he continued, be discussing opinions of command authority competence or operational concerns. I am very glad to hear that, Jusa. Kosho seemed to relax a fraction, though it was very difficult to tell. Did you know Smith-sen and I had been working on this G-array reconfig? Hadaishi nodded. I did. Main Comp informed me when the Shoei Kohosei requested data about systems outside of his security area. I saw you had approved the request. You said nothing. There was no reason to say anything, Shosa. Both of you are fine officers and understood the problem at hand. I saw no benefit to be gained from interfering in your work. Now Kosho did relax, and Hadaishi felt a sudden warm affection for her. She worries about the boy, he thought. You did well to encourage him, Susan. He's very bright. Hi, she said, making a properly polite bow. But he does not understand fleet tradition. I know. He's still young, and he's only served aboard the Cornwall. Hadaishi sighed, stroking his beard. I fear he will not do so well if transferred to another ship. We will have to help him if something like that happens. As a general rule, Fleet did not like to shift crews around from ship to ship. The great clans, in particular, resisted attempts to reform the recruitment and staffing policies of Fleet. However, as men and women advanced in rank, they were often required to change posting to secure the proper duty slot. Within a clan squadron, a junior officer would be taken care of by higher-ranking relatives. In such a case, Smith would be posted to a heavier-gauge ship, a battle cruiser, or a dreadnought, where he could find clan relatives to guide and protect him in the new environment. The Cornwall, unfortunately, was on detached duty, another result of Hadaishi's low status in Fleet, and if Smith were promoted as he should be, then a posting to an entirely different squadron would be inevitable. Circumstances weighed against the bright young Englishman, finding as understanding and lenient a commander as Hadaishi. We could keep him here, Chusa, Kosho offered. Hadaishi shrugged. We've a full allotment of junior lieutenants, unless someone dies or requests a transfer off-ship. What about Yoyonsin? Hadaishi's lips quirked into a half-smile. He looked sideways at Kosho. You think he will suffer an accident in the coming action? A regrettable incident with a shorting panel or falling structural beam? Kosho drew herself up stiffly. Of course not. I suspect he may request a transfer when this duty patrol is complete. Well, Hadaishi said, giving her a considering look, I would certainly give such a request my full attention. The exec nodded, gathered up her V-pad and notes, and bowed. Dismissed. Hadaishi watched her stride out. Poor Yoyonsin, he thought in amusement, caught between Kosho and Isoroku, like a bug between granite and steel. Southeast of Mons Prion. Two midges flew south, southeast, tiny silver specks against the dark immensity of the escarpment. Sharp peaks towered thousands of meters above them, a sheer wall of basalt with sandstone feet. Deep canyons split the face of the range, spewing out kilometers of rubble to be swallowed by enormous dunes below. Gretchen fought to keep her eyes from straying to the horizon. When they did, her stomach twisted with a start of fear. the horizon tilted at a strange angle, one entirely at odds with her inner ear and the sensors on the Gagarin. The mass of the mountain range to her right was so great that down had shifted, swinging off to an angle pointing at the base of the escarpment. Hummingbird was suffering from the same problem. Every so often, his midge would twitch over as he tried to correct an unexpected, unfelt bank. Progress had been slow all day, but the navigation V-pane on Gretchen's console now showed they were very close to Slot Canyon number 12. Rosofsky's logbook had a note indicating the geologist had set down inside the canyon, where there was a sheltering cave. A second entry reported discovering a cylinder. Anderson scowled at the tiny shape of the Nauwilus's ultralight. The Mexica had remained silent all day, despite her attempts to engage him in conversation. Hundreds of kilometers had rolled away under them as they flew past jagged peaks, steeply plunging canyons, and endless bony ridges. Gretchen felt oppressed by the lack of human contact, but she'd held her tongue for the last 6 hours. In that time, she'd thought a great deal about what the old crow had claimed in the cave. While Gretchen didn't doubt something had happened and had no doubt the Nauwilus held closely guarded secrets, she thought his out-of-hand dismissal of human-built technology was dangerously self-centered. "How could we survive down here?" she grumbled to herself, "without spacecraft and ultralights and pressure masks and Z-suits, millions of tools, an entire civilization, specialists by the planetful, all of which were sustained, informed, and generated by human science and technology." Is he jealous? She wondered. The Telematini must be descendants of the priestly caste of ancient Azteca. Curiosity stirred an eager head, and she wondered just what kind of secret history, what hidden, almost forgotten tales, had been handed down from priest to priest over the 1,500 years since the first Nisei merchant landed on the coast of Matlalzinca with a shipload of iron ingots, steel sword blanks, and huge long-legged riding hornless deer. A tale worth knowing, Gretchen thought, biting her lip. So much of the public record was lost in the second blow. Despite an angry desire to shout at the thick-headed old man over the comm, Anderson restrained herself. "We'll have to land eventually," she thought grimly. Countless questions had come to mind since their last conversation on the slopes of Prion, and then I'll sit on him if I have... Hummingbird, look out! Gretchen's voice rang thin and shrill in the cabin of the Gagarin. The Nauwilus's midge had suddenly jerked sideways toward the looming wall of the escarpment. What at first seemed to be a black crevice in the mountainside was now visible as a huge canyon. Hummingbird's ultralight was sweeping toward the opening at tremendous speed. Gretchen immediately hauled right on the control stick, and Gagarin swung round with gratifying speed. She stared out of the port side of the aircraft, searching for a telltale, "There!" Far below, the sand was in constant motion, gusting thin streamers of reddish dust toward the face of the escarpment. The dunes made sort of a nozzle where speeding clouds of grit rolled across the valley floor. Anderson cursed, realizing they had come unawares upon the mouth of the canyon. Static jammed the comm band, and Hummingbird's midge had disappeared from view. Gretchen stabbed a gloved finger at the control panel, and the nav pane appeared. Keeping one eye on the controls and the other on the looming wall of basalt ahead, Gretchen saw the other ultralight had gone down near the mouth of the canyon. Winking amber lights indicated some kind of damage. Gritting her teeth, Anderson let the Gagarin spin into a precipitous spiral. The little aircraft swept down out of the sky, skimming across the tops of the dunes. Sand and grit rattled against the windows, and Gretchen angled away from the funnel paths centered on the entrance to the canyon. Her sensors now showed nearly a 200K wind rushing into the slot. The Nauwilus had flown right into an invisible wall of air. "Hummingbird, can you hear me?" Gretchen powered up the comm and began broadcasting on multiple channels. "Maybe microwave will work. It's Anderson. I'm coming in to get you." The Gagarin side-slipped low across the valley floor, droning up and down over dune after dune. The wall of the escarpment rose to blot out the sky. Gretchen flew into shadow, and the wind grew massively worse. The Gagarin shuddered in the twisting crosscurrents, wings rippling and flexing. The invisible river kept trying to suck her into the canyon mouth. Waves of red and tan sand ended abruptly in a glassy, polished wall of black and gray stone. Gretchen pulled up, her stomach doing loop-de-loops, and circled. Peering out of the side door, she caught sight of a glittering rainbow flash very near the canyon entrance. Swallowing, mouth dry with fear, Anderson rolled the stick right and Gagarin heeled over as gently as a turning shrike. "Careful," she muttered, keeping an eye on the radar display. The entrance to the canyon flickered on the panel, and the kilometers between her and the deadly opening spiraled down quickly. A kilometer short, she turned again away from the cliffs of the escarpment and touched down on the side of a sloping dune. Gagarin slid to a halt on a 30-degree slope, though Gretchen's stomach told her the rippled sand was as level as a kitchen floor. Engines growling, Gretchen retracted the wings and disengaged the brakes. Bouncing over the slope, sand spurting away from the wheels, she drove the aircraft up over the crest of the ridge. 3 more dune ridges separated her from Hummingbird, but Anderson took her time, letting the ultralight jounce along, all 3 fat wheels shimmying in the heavy sand. The other midge came into view, canted sideways, one wing crumpled into hard-packed gravel. Hummingbird rose as Gagarin approached, Djelaba snapping around his legs. He waved. Gretchen waved back and let the ultralight putt-putt to a stop. "Are you all right?" Local comm was awash with warbling static and queer shrieking echoes. The now-ollies nodded, tapping his earpiece, and began trudging across the sand toward her. Wind hissed past the door and whined across Gagarin's wings. A constant rattle of grit pattered against the canopy. Gretchen pulled a heavy lever set into the floor and felt a sharp thump-thump as the sand anchors fired into the dune. Hear me?" Hummingbird's voice cut across the interference. "Anderson?" "I hear you." Gretchen swung the door open, feeling a buffet from the gusting wind. Her right hand was already dragging a tool belt out from under the seat. "How bad is the damage?" "Manageable? Perhaps." Hummingbird ducked under the wing, his head tightly wrapped in the folds of his cafetier. Even at such short range, his voice was distorted by the comm cutting in and out. Both pumps switched over, so not much H2 was lost, but the wing and landing gear are badly damaged. Gretchen gave him a grim look, shook her head, and began making her way in the heavy wind toward the damaged ultralight. Hummingbird stared after her, then followed, head bent against the blowing sand. Though she couldn't see his face, the old Mexica looked worried. "Push," Anderson growled, putting her shoulder against the bent wing. Hummingbird was right by her side, and together, straining and grunting with effort, they managed to free the honeycombed length of composite and hex steel from the clinging sand. The entire midge tipped over, rocking back on the port and forward wheels. Wind gusted, threatening to tear the aircraft from their grasp. Gretchen peered under the wing and her face screwed up into a grimace. The starboard landing gear was twisted into something very much like a pretzel. She looked sideways at Hummingbird. "Can you hold this weight?" He nodded, legs braced in the sand, broad shoulders against the underside of the wing. Anderson scrambled around under the tail and threw open the cargo door. 2 heavy canvas duffels were squeezed inside. She grabbed both by their straps and hauled them out. Slinging one over her shoulder, Gretchen staggered along the length of the unbroken wing, the second duffel in her arms. Wheezing with effort, she dumped the heavy bag on the ground beneath the wingtip and shrugged the other into her hands. A recessed hook for a ground anchor flipped down from the underside of the airfoil, giving her enough purchase to hang the duffel. The entire midge shivered, and Gretchen heard Hummingbird cough in surprise as weight lifted from his shoulders. A moment later, the second duffel was adding its weight to the counterbalance, and Gretchen could nip around to starboard again. The midge creaked into precarious balance on the 2 good wheels. Hummingbird was holding the wingtip steady with both hands, a questioning look on his face. "Keep hold," Gretchen said as she dug into her tools. She found a powered wrench, tested the tool, which responded with a high-pitched burring sound, and smiled. "Just for another 30 minutes or so." Night came on suddenly in the shadow of the escarpment. One moment Gretchen was working in a diffuse blue dimness. The next, everything had plunged into complete darkness. She stopped, a welder sparking blue-white in her hand, and looked up. Hummingbird had found a cave, a deep overhang 1.5 kilometers from the mouth of the slot, where they dragged the midges and their gear. Some shelter from the gusting wind was better than nothing. "I need some light," Gretchen said into the gloom. There was a click on the comm circuit, and the bright white glare of a camp lantern set on high flared around her. "Too bright, thanks." The circle of illumination dimmed to a reasonable level. Hummingbird's feet appeared out of shadow, boots crunching on scattered shale-like debris covering the floor of the overhang. The Nowlist squatted, watching her work. Gretchen had laid out an old blanket covered with the bits and pieces of the broken landing gear on top of one of the hextile pads. The main strut had snapped clean off when Hummingbird's midge corkscrewed into the dunes, and the rest had been badly twisted by the impact. Gretchen was straightening each section of hex steel with a set of wrenches and a jimmied-up guide. The little welder was on its last legs, but had lasted long enough to get most of the sections patched back together. "You've done this before," Hummingbird said, fingers intertwined between his knees. "All the time." Gretchen adjusted her goggles and flicked the welder to life. The burning white point hissed and spat, but there was very little smoke in such an anemic atmosphere. Mechanical things are born to break in the field, no matter how new they are. Mostly the company sends me places where there's no support, no handy machine shops, no supply dumps, no warranty service. She grinned, thinking of the dig water filtration tower on Ugarit. 86 light-years was a long way for a Poseidon, sure clean filtration systems tech to travel to replace gunked filters, or a bacteria separation unit which had failed to separate the more vigorous organisms living in the brown flood of the Haggett River. You have to be handy with fixing things if you want to survive. Gretchen set down the main strut, now repaired, and picked among the parts of the wheel housing. Growing up in high timber on Aberdeen helped, though. Most students out of university don't know how to strip an engine or weld or, well, do any of the things we had to do at home. "It's good you followed me." Hummingbird's voice had a funny tone, and Gretchen looked up, wondering if he were getting sick or something. Then she realized he was trying to be friendly. "You're welcome," Anderson said after thinking about it for a moment. "You needed help, even if you didn't admit it. Like I said before, I can't stand by and let someone else carry all the load. Now, I don't mean to be nosy, but you're used to having an Imperial warship on call, aren't you? Filled with Marines in combat armor and assault shuttles, waiting for your signal." The Nowlist nodded, dipping his head. "Sometimes," he said, "an entire fleet carrier battle group." "We don't have one here," Gretchen said, looking up. Her voice was flat and tight. "We don't have spares and mechanics and a medbay an hour away. It's just the two of us. So be careful, old crow. You were stupidly lucky today." "I know. I was watching for the canyon mouth and I didn't notice the warning lights on the radar panel until about a second before I hit the edge of the wind." Gretchen's mouth twitched and she held back a hoarse, mocking laugh. "Had trouble seeing, did we? Interesting." Hummingbird shifted, rolling back on his haunches. In the encompassing light, she could see his dark green eyes clearly, surrounded by a sea of fine wrinkles. "Tomorrow, if the weather permits, we'll need to go into the canyon. I went down to the edge of the funnel a little while ago. The wind has died down, so if we wait until full dark, we should be able to go in without being blown away." Gretchen nodded, lining up the repaired wheel housing bracket with the main strut. "Do you know what time the wind starts up?" "Before dawn," he replied, rubbing the back of his head. "Dr. Smalls made a study of the wind patterns in the canyons. Hey-ho!" "He told me," Gretchen interjected. She slid the bracket firmly onto the strut and began repairing the broken weld line connecting the two. Sparks flared and hissed. "We'll only have a couple of hours to look around." Anderson paused. "I'm coming with you into the canyon?" "Yes." There was a hiss-hiss sound. "I think two would be better than one." "Really?" Gretchen gave him a sharp glance. Not a glare exactly, but enough to make him look away. "Will I need to be quiet again?" "I don't know." Hummingbird looked out into the darkness. "There is a queer feeling here. Something is close by, but I cannot feel more than a pressure. But everything here, rock, sand, cliffs, even the air, feels very, very old." Gretchen suppressed an involuntary shiver. "The dreaming power?" Hummingbird did not answer, his attention fixed on the night. Beyond the mouth of the overhang, the curved ridges of endless dunes marched off toward a starry horizon. After a moment, he twitched his shoulders and turned his attention back to her. "Sometimes, on their sense, these powers have a subtle influence. A matter and degree of atoms. I was once in a place where every action fell just a little foul. If you stepped, you came up just a millimeter short. If you reached, your target was always a fraction away. He shook his head from side to side. A single misstep is nothing, but a million errors compounded? You escaped. Gretchen held herself to have no powers, but she could feel an almost visible pain radiating from the man, from his tightly clenched fingers, his hunched shoulders, like a chill flame. Others, many others, did not. Hummingbird clicked his teeth together. I was one of few. Anderson, the nihilist, stopped, apparently unable to force his thought into words. Then they came with a rush. I need your help. I can teach you, show you something of the world I see. Quickly, too. Do you want to see? Gretchen was nonplussed and carefully turned off the welder before setting her tools down on the blanket. Hummingbird had grown still, his green eyes shadowed. Oh, what do you mean by see? As I do, you will be able to apprehend the pattern of things, see that which is obscured by the overwhelming detail of the world, become aware of what is invisible to the lazy eye. I hope you will be able to become properly still as well. Gretchen felt cold and hot at the same time. Her heart was racing. How? Don't such things take years of training, meditation, effort? What will I see? What secrets will be revealed? Hummingbird reached into the folds of his cloak and drew out a small plain paper packet held between his fore and middle fingers. The Nawalist looked at the packet grimly. Sometimes there are shorter paths than those trod by tradition. The packet seemed to swell in Gretchen's sight, becoming enormous. She could hear the stiff paper scratching and rustling against something inside, grains of sand, a powder. And in return, what do you expect of me for this gift? Hummingbird set the packet down at the edge of the blanket. Go with me into the canyon. I want every advantage at my side, Anderson, including you. Gretchen shook her head. She felt clammy and afraid from head to toe. She licked her lips. I have to finish fixing this landing gear. I'll think about it. Very well. Hummingbird rose and disappeared into the gloom outside the cone of light. The packet remained, glowing a soft cream at the edge of the blanket. Gretchen turned the welder back on and resumed fitting the landing gear back together. The stars had moved far in their slow, stately dance before Anderson finished repairing the midge. She carefully brushed herself down and limped stiffly back to the cave. Her right leg was cramping. The old Mexica was at the mouth of the overhang, face to the night, legs crossed. Their camp lantern had been dialed down to a bare gleam against the rear wall. Gretchen sat down next to him and took a long drink from her water tube. Hummingbird, she said, what does a judge, a telematinim, really do? Those are two questions, Anderson. You are making idle conversation. No, I want to know. Are all judges like you? Hummingbird laughed. That is impossible. There is only one of me. Each judge is different as stones from stones or clouds from clouds. Do all judges know these secrets you've told me? No. Hummingbird settled back against the wall of the overhang, staring out across the vast, empty plain. A judge has a duty to see the people live a proper life, one pleasing the gods and benefiting all. The evil, the duplicitous, the amoral. The judge must take these influences away from the people, for they divert men and women from the right path. A judge must abide by the laws of the gods and of men. He must live a strong life. His example is worth 1,000 punishments. Anderson began scratching lines in the sand between her boots. You do not seem to be the usual sort of judge. No. Gretchen caught a faint impression of grief on Hummingbird's face. My burden is heavier. I and others like me watch at the edge of human knowledge, in empty places like this, where our ignorance may lead to disaster. Individual human lives in raw truths mean nothing, but the race, our people, must live, and this requires vigilance and protection at all times. Gretchen shook her head, dismayed. Your universe seems filled with threat and horror. Is it worth it to live in such a place? Do I want to see such things? Do you really think humanity must be coddled in this way? Wouldn't? Hummingbird turned, eyes flashing. Gretchen felt his disapproval like a physical blow. You are very young if you think men and women do not need protection. If you really believe this, you should take off your Z-suit. Peace, peace, old crow. Gretchen raised her hands. Her face grew still, and Hummingbird, who had been about to speak sharply, waited instead. "I have been thinking about my children," she said. "My mother and I, all the adults on our steading, watch after and protect them. Why am I angry if you watch over the empire and all the sons and daughters of man?" Gretchen's mouth quirked into a wry smile, opening her palm toward him. "On the mountain, you expressed a low opinion of my science, of tools. But you are a societal tool yourself, a very, very specialized one, a soldier of the mind rather than guns or steel." Even in the darkness, Gretchen could tell the Nahalis's expression became sour. "I am not making fun of you," she said, unsealing a pocket on her vest. The packet of paper unfolded under clumsy, gloved fingertips. Inside was a glittering powder. In the starlight, Gretchen thought the crystals burned a golden color. "You are aware of your purpose, which is far more than I could say. Do I take this dry or mix with water?" The Nahalis shifted, head turning towards her. Both goggle lenses caught the lantern light and shone brilliant silver. "Put it under your tongue. Let it dissolve." Gretchen leaned her head back, fist cupped over her mouth. There was a sharp, bitter taste. "Now, you should lie down." Hummingbird was at her side, guiding her into the cave. His voice grew distant, then louder again, before fading away entirely. Darkness closed around her, a comfortable, heavy old blanket. Stuck, indefinable time passed. Gretchen became aware of a single voice echoing in a void. She tried to open her eyes, thinking dawn had come and Hummingbird was calling her to wake, but she found only limitless darkness, unbroken by any source of light. There was nothing to touch or smell, taste or feel. Only echoing sound. Only the one voice, almost familiar, tense and irritable. Gretchen realized the sound was a man, a very old man speaking in a sonorous, trained way, arguing bitterly. Immediately, the voice split into two. A young woman made a sharp, angry reply. "Even the least organism must adapt to changing circumstance. Everyone in service to the mirror knows you plead the poor mouth to the ruling council and the colonial office, saying the Nahali are stretched too thin. We are." The elderly man let his full voice boom in response. "The empire is too large for us to protect. Changes will have to be made. All one." "Abandonment, you mean?" Acid bitterness etched the woman's voice. "Reserving the Nuali to watch over the important worlds, the Mexica colonies, the fleet. What of the other settlements? You will leave millions of humans without even the slightest protection." "We do not have enough men to watch every squatter's camp and unlicensed mining station." Gretchen could tell the elderly man was entirely sure of himself and his policy. Certainty throbbed in every perfectly enunciated syllable. "We hold 100 worlds which are not full. Even on older colonies like Tlaxcalan and Shinjuku, there is room for millions. Those worlds are already watched, already guarded by the Tilamatinaim. Without more judges, we dare do nothing else." "Then," the woman said, drawing a breath, "let us help." "No." The man's voice was sharp and firm. "Change the policy," the woman pleaded. "Let the title go out among the people. Let us watch in darkness as the Nahali do." Her tone changed, once more veering into anger. "Abandoning the frontier colonies will suffocate the empire. You know as well as I what will happen to fresh populations sent to Tlaxcalan or Shinjuku or Budokan. They will find only the lowest professions open to them. Doctors and scientists will toil in laundries or dig in the fields. They will be servants." "These are not matters for us to decide," the man said patronizingly. "Each man and each woman finds their own way in the world. Only the survival of the race is our concern." The woman made an almost familiar hissing sound. "You don't care about the race. You only care about your Comacock friends and the hunger of the Pochtica companies for cheap labor. What organism can thrive in an ever-shrinking niche? Nothing. If you cared about the race, you'd let us train alongside the men and stand watch as they do." "Foolishness!" A faint thread of irritation wove into the man's voice. "Women and men do not train together. The ancient traditions are wise to forbid such things. Like to like is the proper path. So it has been, so it will be." There was a creaking sound, and Gretchen wondered in confusion where a wooden chair had come from. "There are no chairs in our cave." You will return to your classes and duties, Papalotl. We will not speak of this again." The elderly man's voice held a tone of complete finality. Gretchen strained to hear more, but the two voices dissolved into only one, and Anderson recognized the sound, at last, as Hummingbird muttering under his breath. Without any kind of transition, no slow lightning, no sudden brilliance, Gretchen was staring at the roof of the overhang, her gaze fixed upon gray and black stone. The dark, striated rock was split with dozens of crevices and fissures. She could see the way each layer of clay had been compressed by the eons of terrible pressure into flat sheets with unexpected clarity. The violence of the mountain range's creation had tilted the ancient sediment, exposing the edges of the layers to the wind from the east. Now they eroded, millimeter by millimeter, and shaled away from the rooftop a finger's width at a time. Gretchen became uneasy, then almost frantic, realizing she could pick out the smallest detail of the eroding stone. She could even see the faint, shining presence of minute Ephesian stoneflowers growing in cracks between the slabs. She could see them moving as the light of the sun began to gild the roof of the overhang. Though Gretchen was unaware of making a noise, there was suddenly a sharp gasp of pain echoing in her ears. A shadow moved on the ceiling, almost lost among the crevices. She heard boots crunching on sand. Gretchen rolled her head to the side, feeling strangely empty, as though everything inside her body had been drawn out through a very small straw. Hummingbird approached, silhouetted against the rising sun. Behind him, the wings of both midges were shining with fabulous rainbow brilliance. For an instant, as the shadow moved toward her, Gretchen saw something strange. A shifting cloud of hummingbirds filled the mouth of the cave. Some wore their jalaba over one shoulder, some had none. The Z-suits of some were dark, some light. Some of the figures had long hair, some short. One indistinct shape had pale skin. The sound of boots on gravel grew deafening, then subsided. The old Mexico leaned over her, smoky green eyes concerned. His mouth opened, one hand reaching down to touch her shoulder. Smoke billowed from between his teeth, curling around his goggles and lean, weathered face. Gretchen closed her eyes, head thudding back on the blanket. She welcomed onrushing darkness with vast relief. The palenque, Magdalena leaned forward on one paw, yellow eyes intent on the main V-pane. "What is he doing? Where's Dr. Anderson?" Parker slouched against the control panel, his thin body enveloped in a big, bulky field jacket. He looked cold and a little ill, though the bridge was really very warm from the ring of heaters around the command station. "She must be inside the cave," Maggie replied, adjusting the light levels of the feed. The dawn line had just passed over the eastern side of the escarpment, and everything was terribly washed out. The figure of Hummingbird could be seen moving around the tied-down ultralights. The Mexican knelt momentarily beside both of the midges. "He's checking the sand anchors." Even in the jerky, disrupted image on the panel, Magdalena could tell there was a fierce wind lashing against the cliffs. Less than 2 kilometers away, a boiling cloud of yellow-red dust raged against the escarpment. Sheets of sand roared across the valley floor and funneled down into a terrifying-looking standing cone at the mouth of the canyon. Hummingbird turned and scuttled back beneath the overhang, the tail of his cloak snapping in the violent air. "Looks rough," Parker said, chewing on his fingernails. "Those anchors had better hold." "He's checked them twice already since the sun rose." Magdalena adjusted the camera view again, trying to get a low enough angle to look beneath the overhang. The image changed, but not enough. "Shh! Curse Warband leader Hideshi for trying to crash our satellites." Parker tapped on one of the secondary panels and grimaced at the resulting screen. "Almost no propellant left." "No." Maggie let out a steam kettle hiss of disgust. "I managed to stop them from degrading too much, but all I can do now is reorient their point of view. Some of the others are already deep in the atmosphere. They'll burn up soon. We'll go blind, eyes gouged out one at a time." "Still no calm?" Parker started to chew on his other hand. Magdalena stared at him in disgust. His weak claws were already worn down to repulsive pink nubs. "No, I was talking to Gretchen several days ago and we were cut off. I think the old crow is trying to impose calm silence. Will you stop doing that?" "What?" The pilot stared at her in surprise. Maggie's paw blurred in the air and seized his hand, turning over the ruined fingernails. "Oh, I just need a tabak, you know. Makes me nervous to not have any." He grimaced. Magdalena let go of his hand, then wiped her paw on one of the blankets surrounding her. "Bitter smoke means so much to you." "Yeah?" Parker looked a little queasy and rubbed his wrist. "I'll stop." He put both hands in the pockets of his jacket. "So, hey, don't Midge class ultralights act as a local comm relay? We could tap in and listen to what they're saying." "Yes," Maggie growled, curling up in her nest again, "which is all shut down. I suppose they have Su-to-Su comm working, but I've tried opening a long-range link through the P-pods and there's no response. Featherbrain has everything locked up tight." "What about accessing a backup system?" Parker looked painfully earnest. Both of his hands, flat-looking fingers and all, were out of the jacket pockets and being rubbed together as if he were cold. "You use the standard long-range high band, right? Isn't there a secondary system on these aircraft?" "Sometimes." Maggie gave the pilot an inscrutable look. "But the P-pods do not mount microwave emitters. There's no way to punch an area transmission through the atmosphere." "Really?" Parker started to smirk. He pointed at the main display. "How are you getting a transmission back from your satellites?" Maggie showed him a full set of teeth, which did not properly impress the pilot. After a moment, she relented, saying, "To reduce emissions, I am using a point-to-point laser link." "You mean," Parker said, grinning, "to get around the main array lockout and keep Engineer Stoneface from noticing your violation of the judge's orders?" "Maybe." Maggie stirred in her blankets, and bone-white claws make a sharp, skittering tick-tick-tick on the panel as she queried the P-pods. A high-band query failed to draw a response from the Midge onboard comm. "So if we try a laser, we'll have to drop a whisker right on the comm port, which seems very unlikely if we're firing from orbit and trying to hit a port which is probably underneath the wing." "Not at all." Parker seemed to have forgotten his tabac sticks and slid over the panel to stand beside Magdalena. "Look, let's bring up the mechanical schematic from the repair bay. Not the standard manual, mind, but Pitacottle's record of modifications she'd made herself." The Hesht and the human both began looking through the dead engineer's records, searching for maintenance records concerning the expedition ultralights. An hour later, Magdalena coughed in delight and brought up a hand, annotated schematic on the command panel. Parker squinted at the diagram and smiled himself. "That's it." The pilot ran a thin, tabac-stained finger over a layout of the Midge tail assembly, squinting to read a block of annotated text. "This is a military surplus comm aperture bolted to the rear engine housing, which is great," he frowned. "But why?" "To communicate with the ship," Magdalena said. "Eyes bear sodium yellow slits. With the Palenque. Look at the other Midge." A claw stabbed at the image on the main display. Both ultralights were leaning hard against the cables holding them to the sand. Hummingbird's aircraft, despite the patched wing, was obviously newer and lacked the worn, battered appearance of Rusovsky's aircraft. Seen from above, there were other differences. The extra comm aperture, larger air intakes, reinforced tail pylons, one bell Ojri intakes. Pitacotle and Rusovsky must have been busy. Parker fumbled in his pocket, but found nothing, not even a gum wrapper. "Crap. Stupid Marines, ever CO. Okay, see if you can get a lock with a P-pod laser. If you can, we'll be set." "Perhaps." Magdalena began sending a new set of codes to the satellites. She hummed as she worked, a deep, rumbling sound in her chest. Parker became nervous after listening for a bit and sidled off the bridge. By the time he returned, looking even more morose than before, the Hesht was watching as a targeting overlay wandered jerkily across the video feed from the surface. Hummingbird was nowhere to be seen, and the wind had died down to intermittent gusts. Parker stared at the screen, then turned to Maggie with a perplexed expression. "What's going on?" "Comp on a P-pod is about as smart as a leaf eater," she said, flashing both incisors. "It's having a hard time finding the comm aperture." "Guide it to lock on yourself," Parker said irritably. His right hand moved toward the control panel. Magdalena raised a silver-frosted eyebrow at him. Long whiskers curving back around her face twitched in amusement. "How far away are we from the planet?" "Oh. Yeah?" Parker slumped against the console again. The Palenque was steadily accelerating away from the third planet. "How much lag is there?" 3 light minutes, she replied, turning her attention back to the screen. The targeting indicator was jumping from spot to spot, wildly painting the top of the midge, the rocks, blowing sand, the left wheel as it groped to find the aperture receiver. "We'll just have to wait. Shouldn't take long." 5 minutes passed with Parker squirming like a kit who had to find some fresh dirt. Then, the scatter search pattern implemented by the Peapod comp hopped into lock with the aperture. There was a cheerful chiming sound, and a new V-pane opened on Maggie's panel as the Peapod negotiated a channel with the midge. A sharp beat followed, and Maggie frowned at the V-pane. "I think we've got a lock," she announced in a disappointed tone, "but the responder laser is not working properly." The Hesht scrolled through a log, whiskers flat against her head. "This model has a 2-part system," she explained after a moment, indicating a subschematic. The receptor itself can modulate a reflected signal along the path of the incoming beam, but only for basic comm etiquette. Real data return is handled by a second, separate laser. But we're not getting any response at all. I think this other laser is blocked out by Hummingbird's comm lockdown. "So," Parker said, his brief excitement dampened, "we can only talk one way. How do we get any data back?" "I don't know." Magdalena frowned at her displays. Luckily, Hummingbird had not emerged from the cave while the laser whisker was gyrating across the landscape. The only motion visible below was the slow rocking of both ultralights in the wind. "I could send sets of command codes blindly, but," she hissed, picking at her left upper incisor with the tip of a claw, "all we see are the ultralights and their immediate area. We need something to change visually in response to our signal." "Ah!" Her claw stabbed at the V-panel, running along the grainy, pixelated front edge of an ultralight wing. A curving strip of bright material gleamed in the Ephesian sun. "Here we are." Blessed furry little kit. Her yellow eyes flickered back to the schematics on the other panel. "These lights are made of a phosphor material which can be controlled by onboard comp." Parker laughed aloud. His thin fingers fluttered across the control console, bringing up the specifics of the Lux Terra illumination fabric. He ran a forefinger down a list of wavelengths. "We can pulse each phosphor in ultraviolet. That would cut through the clouds and atmosphere distortion, and the satellite cameras could pick up a datagram as large as the panel array will allow." "Good." Maggie ran her claw down the middle of the command panel. Immediately, the workspace split in two. "Get to work on a receiver program to interp a multi-byte array." "Me?" Parker gave her a horrified look. "I'm not a comphead. I fly shuttles, aircraft, pogo sticks, Chi. Magdalena smiled at him, showing a great number of teeth. "I'm busy coding blind commands to reconfigure the midge, so make yourself useful." She paused, nose twitching. "I want to know what the pack leader is doing, right now." Parker swallowed nervously and dragged over an equipment box for a seat. Sure. I'm working on it." He forced his fingers to the panel and cleared away everything but some editors. "Code. I wrote some code once. In school." Maggie's lip curled. The smell of the human's fierce sweat made her nose twitch. Slap Canyon 12. With the old Mexica helping her stand, Gretchen stepped gingerly out of the overhang. The sun had set and the wind had died down, leaving everything quiet and still. Anderson was vastly relieved to have the world wrapped in darkness. Her head still felt altered somehow, and she was sure the full light of day would be too much to take, even the light of the stars, very clear, very bright, with a pellucid crystalline quality, hurt her eyes. "Careful, there's a cable," Hummingbird pointed. Gretchen stopped, staring at the line of shadow stretching from the ground to the midge. Something like a white flame winked at the edge of her vision, then brightened. After a moment's attention, she saw the cable itself outlined in pale fire. Gretchen swallowed and looked up. The ultralight was glowing very softly. Every edge was lit by the same kind of faded, heatless brilliance. Each strut, window, airfoil, all were limned with light. Gretchen's heart skipped a beat, but a sense of delight filled her. There was no fear, only amazement at the glorious sight. She leaned on Hummingbird's shoulder and looked around. Both aircraft were spectral, incandescent ghosts standing out sharp against a limitless black background. The cables made sharp, tight lines to the ground, but the sand, the rock, the cliffs seemed to have disappeared. Only very faint lights winked in deep crevices in the stone. The Gagarin is glowing, she said softly. Hummingbird's eyes crinkled up in response. Yes, I imagine it is. What am I seeing? Gretchen turned to look at the old Mexica and found him equally illuminated, his cafetiere wicking with jewel-colored flames, face blazing with a pearlescent gold-tinged light. She raised her own hand and saw her palm and fingers glowing in the same way. When first you begin to see, Hummingbird said, voice soft against the respirator's background hiss, you will see too much. In this darkness, you are sensitive to even the least perturbation. By day, you would be almost blinded by the immense detail of the world. Right now, you are aware of the electromagnetic field around living things. The midge is illuminated because our aircraft carry vibrations from their engines, from the motion of flight, from the powered systems on board. I'm seeing an electromagnetic field, Gretchen started to laugh. That's impossible. You see the light from a glowbeam or a wand, don't you? This is the same, only much, much fainter. Hummingbird took hold of her shoulders and turned her toward the open plain. The helpers I gave you has broken down a barrier in your mind, a perceptual filter to which you've become accustomed since you were born. Look out there, into the emptiness. What do you see? Nothing. Wait, there's a faint radiance along the dune faces. Heat is radiating from the earth. Soon it will be gone and the sand and air will be the same temperature. Then there will be no difference for you to perceive. Gretchen gave the old Mexica a sick look. Is this what you see all the time? Hummingbird shook his head. No. A student on the path must overcome many obstacles. This is the obstacle of clarity. I fear, his voice changed timbre, and Gretchen was aware of a change in the glow outlining his face. The drug you took is one given to students who have been training and preparing themselves for months. But we have no time to guide your feet along the traditional path. You're not supposed to be training me at all, Gretchen interjected suddenly. Memories flooded back and she remembered the strange conversation in darkness. I heard voices arguing as I slept. Only men may become Telamatanim. Women must become... She paused, trying to remember. The memories were fading, scattering like pine needles in a fall wind. Skirt of knives, she said, ah, it's gone. Hummingbird had become quite still, his gaze fixed on Gretchen's face. You heard a woman's voice? An old woman? No, she was young. But there was an old man, he sounded like a stage actor. The Nowellis made a queer barking sound, which Gretchen remembered was what passed for laughter for the old man. She was young long ago, but I was thinking of that day while you slept. He sighed, an honest sound of regret. Then he began to sing, but only for a moment. We leave the flowers, the songs, the earth. Truly we go, truly we part. You were there. Gretchen knew the truth of the matter even as she spoke. You were in the room. A young man, the old actor, was sitting in a wooden chair. He stood up to leave. Yes. And he was right? He is right. And I've broken an ancient law, speaking to you as I've done, giving you the helper, setting your feet on this path. I am in danger. You've always been in danger, Hummingbird said in a sharp tone. But now, today, you must learn to see again. I think, Gretchen said, I see too much. Hummingbird nodded. Yes. Listen closely. There is not much night left. Your mind has been forced awake by the helper. A veil of perception has been cast aside, letting you see as a human organism naturally perceives the world. Your mind is now exposed to a flood of data, a flood which in normal course is filtered, flattened, reduced to aggregates and symbols, but your consciousness is not ready to operate in such an environment. Now you must learn to concentrate on the important. You must learn to see selectively. Gretchen felt itchy all over and shook her arms and hands. The zoo's suit felt strangely tight. Didn't I see before? I mean, you're saying this sharpness with everything seeming in focus all at once, even things far away, is what happens anyway. Even so. Hummingbird raised his hand in front of her face. But your mind was hiding the true world from your consciousness. Look at my hand tonight and you see every single bump and groove in my glove. You see the fire of my bodily electrical field. You see each pore in my skin. But yesterday you saw an idea of a gloved hand, an abstraction. A great part of human mental activity is devoted to reducing this raw flood of images and smells and sensations to remembered symbols. A hand, a man, a dog, an ultralight. He swung his hand, indicating everything within sight. Those symbols are not real, but they are very convenient. They let the lazy mind operate in such a confusing world. Gretchen could hear a grin in the man's voice. Have you seen a baby watching the world? Their eyes are so wide. Their entire mentation is focused upon trying to understand everything all at once. A baby becomes a child and then an adult by replacing raw truth with layers of abstraction, by learning speech, by learning to read and to write. All those tools, the tools which build imperial society and our science and our technology, hide the true world behind symbols. I understand. Gretchen felt faint and swayed. Clumsily, she sat down on the sand. The sensation of touching the earth, the sound of sand shifting under her hands was nearly overwhelming. What do I do to be able to, say, move around? Your body can handle everything, Hummingbird said wryly, if you let it remember. Come, stand up. Let's go for a walk. Nearly an hour later, Gretchen climbed gingerly across a slab of wind-polished stone and came to a halt, staring down into a wide, bowl-shaped depression. To her right, a black, lightless cliff rose up into the night. The bowl below her was strangely smooth. Where are we? Anderson slid down a splintered section of rock and came to a halt a handspan from the surface of the bowl. This is hard-packed dust, she said, looking up at Hummingbird, who crouched atop the slab. Not even sand. The old Mexica pointed to the cliff. Gretchen turned and saw, suddenly, as if the opening had materialized from the rock in her single moment of inattention, a door. She stiffened, feeling the freezing cold keenly through the insulated layers of her Z-suit. This is where Rosofsky found the cylinder. Hummingbird spoke very softly, though the trapezoidal opening in the cliff face was entirely dark and still. Do you see anything? Gretchen felt the cold settle into her bones and the pit of her stomach. Learning how to walk again had been easy, just a matter of keeping her mind occupied elsewhere. The body remembered how to breathe, how to walk, how to keep its balance, as long as the mind didn't try to interfere. Talking to Hummingbird about nothing of any importance had let her mind settle and regain its footing in simple physicality. The encompassing darkness restricted her vision to faint, thready ghosts of heat and electricity. In time, even they seemed to dim and fade as she got used to them. The Nawalist claimed she could focus now, once her mind adapted, to bring clarity to bear on a single object. Go on, he said, remaining atop the slab. Let yourself see. Gretchen sucked on her water tube, eyes closed, feeling her heartbeat speed up. Then she opened her eyes again and looked at the doorway. Nothing unusual, she said after a moment. Wart stone. I don't see any lights inside. Should I? I don't know. Hummingbird made his way down into the bowl. I came here last night and watched for a time. There were no lights, no blue glow, but I feel uneasy. Everything here is so old, worn down by time. Such places are dangerous, being all of a single cloth. Differences, he said, are easier to perceive. Are we going to go in? Gretchen still felt cold, and a nagging thought was beginning to curdle in the back of her thoughts. Yes. Hummingbird looked to her and then back to the doorway. We have to see if Rosofsky left anything behind in there. Gretchen put a hand on his shoulder as the Mexica moved to cross the bowl. This is probably where she was replaced, she whispered, holding him back. Her flight log shows she headed straight back to the observatory camp from here. I know. Hummingbird's hand clasped hers for a moment. Fire mingling with fire. This would mean her remains are within, and those we must destroy. Do you still have your little pistol? Gretchen was digging in her tool belt. Hummingbird nodded, patting his side. It's not much use for eliminating evidence, or for dealing with Ephesian life forms. Gretchen produced a compact light wand. She adjusted a thumb control. This is set to high UV, she said, handing over the lamp. Everything else seems susceptible. Maybe whatever is in there will be too. The Nawalist took the lamp with a shake of his head. If there's something in there which can duplicate a human being almost to the cellular level, I fear it won't be affected by this. Then we need something bigger, Gretchen said, kneeling on the sand. Busy hands detached a variety of tools from her belt and began assembling them. Without looking up, she said, Ban Dao Tootson felt he couldn't let me leave his company without proper equipment, so he sent this with me. She held up a short-barreled, stockless gun with a hand grip and a fat magazine. Hummingbird grunted in appreciation and held out his hand. I don't think so, Gretchen said tartly, tucking the assault rifle under her arm. You're going in first and I'll cover you. What does it shoot? Hummingbird's appreciative smile vanished. He was eyeing the rifle warily now. It looks like something the Marines would use. Gretchen shook her head with a smirk. No, it's Swedish. A Bofors CIF-52 shotgun throws explosive flechettes in a room-sized cloud. She locked the magazine back into place. A green light gleamed at the back of the weapon. So I'll probably wait until you're out of the way. Of course. The Nahualis did not seem convinced, but he turned away and glided across the hard-packed dust towards the door. Gretchen scuttled along behind him, keeping to his right, the gun leveled on the opening. When he'd reached the edge of the door, she stopped, steadying herself. The barrel of the weapon was a distraction, flickering with curlicues of orange flame, and she concentrated, remembering only smooth, dark, solid metal. Hey, she thought as Hummingbird stepped around the corner into the opening. It works! The rifle was solid again, barrel heavy and entirely lacking in radiant light. Gretchen scampered up to the door and peered inside. Hummingbird had tuned the light wand down low, but the flare of ultraviolet made the chamber entirely visible once Anderson's goggles kicked in. She saw a large, rocky space with a rumpled, irregular floor. The far wall was not that of a cave, however, but worked stone, much like the frame of the opening she was crouched against, holding a second trapezoidal door. There was nothing in the chamber save Hummingbird, who was crouched only a meter or two away, the light wand held out at stiff angle. Gretchen scanned the rest of the room over the sights of her shotgun, then fixed her attention on the dark space within the second door. There's something odd about all this, she started to think, and then her mind sort of froze up like a water pipe caught in the first chill snap of winter in the nigh timber. Oh, blessed mother! Oh, divine sister of Tepeyac! Unaware of the fear choking the words in Gretchen's throat, Hummingbird advanced into the chamber, keeping to the left-hand wall. He led with the wand, now burning purplish-blue in high UV setting, and crouched against the flat, smooth wall on the opposite side. Something had caught his eye, and the Nahualis leaned close to examine some kind of a spot on the wall. Huh? Gretchen couldn't make her voice work, the word coming out a choked squeak. Though gripped by a terrible desire to flee, Anderson crept inside, shoulder to the right-hand wall, as she scuttled towards him. Hummingbird! Look at this, the Nautilus said calmly, pointing with the wand at a smudge on the smooth stone. Remains of a globine, I think. Rosofsky must have. What is it? Gretchen was clutching his arm, the rasp of her breathing loud in her ears. Look at the floor, at the doorways, she hissed, pointing with the barrel of the sif. They're level. Hummingbird nodded, though he tensed as well. And so? This is a First Sun building, Gretchen said in a tight, controlled voice. This postdates the release of the Eaters, the destruction of the surface, the rise of the escarpment, everything. Your Valkar made this place. There was a hiss on the comm circuit. I don't think so, Hummingbird said after a pause. Look at this wall. This is not worked stone, not planed or cut or burned with a tunneler. The doorways are the same. Gretchen peered at the wall, finding concentration and focus elusive amid the rampage of adrenaline coursing through her. I suppose. Then something odd about the surface caught her attention, and she dialed up the magnification on her goggles. That's very strange. This surface is solid. Yes. Hummingbird moved along the wall to the inner doorway. Cautiously, he looked around the corner, then drew back. Almost perfect, I would hazard. Keeping the muzzle of the sif pointed away from the Mexica, Gretchen sidled up to join him. Real stone isn't so smooth, she muttered under her breath, suspiciously checking the exit to the canyon. It's usually porous, even a fine marble or granite, filled with minute hollows, concavities. True. Hummingbird looked around the corner again, leading with his light wand. But this is not stone as you think of stone. This is a wall, assembled an atom at a time over 1,000,000 years. Almost perfectly solid and more than a meter deep. He slipped into a corridor with walls slanting inward to a flat ceiling over a dusty floor. Gretchen darted across the opening and swung the sift to cover the passage. The tunnel reached back to end in an angled wall. Hummingbird moved carefully, one gloved hand pressed against the slanting wall. "Watch out for this floor," he said, voice a low buzz in her earbud. "Like the walls, it is dangerously slick. There is very little traction." Gretchen looked down at the dusty surface. A mirror image of her cloak, mask, and rebreather stared back through a gray film. "Okay," she said, testing the surface with her boot. Sliding her foot from side to side elicited a queasy feeling like slipping on new ice. Pressing directly down seemed to gain some purchase. Ahead of her, Hummingbird was moving very slowly, taking his time and placing each foot with careful precision. Gretchen followed with equal care, keeping to the opposite wall. Taxa! The sloped passage turned to enter a second chamber at an angle. Hummingbird paused just outside the junction, risking a quick look inside before beckoning for Anderson to join him. Gretchen moved gingerly to his side. Her boots kept wanting to slip out from under her, hands grimly tight on the handle and stock of the sieve. This room seemed to have no ceiling, or none she could see, and 3 smooth walls. The fourth, opposite them, was rough and unfinished. Gretchen's mouth tightened, making out irregular markings on the wall. Inset spirals, whirls of raised, grooved rock, and she hissed in warning. At the base of the wall were scattered a number of cylinders. "There," she pointed, indicating a section of bare stone which had been broken open. Hand-sized rocks lay in an untidy pile at the foot of the wall. Boot prints scuffed an ancient layer of dust. Rosofsky took the embedded cylinder away. Without waiting for Hummingbird to respond, overcome by her own curiosity, Gretchen walked stiffly across the floor to the nearest cylinder. The artifact seemed much the same as the one Clarkson had cut open on the ship, 1/3 of a meter long, 4 or 5 centimeters across, and the exterior was encrusted with the same kind of lime scaling. Very gently, Anderson nudged the device with the muzzle of the sieve, making the thing skitter across the impeccably smooth floor. The cylinder did not burst open. She could feel Hummingbird's tension from the doorway, but Gretchen ignored him for the moment, moving to the cavity broken in the stone. Up close, she saw the wall was raw, irregular rock, rising up through the floor at an angle and vanishing into impenetrable darkness overhead. The entire surface was crowded with fossils, more of the anemone-like structures, the fluted curl of something like a snail, serrated ridges indicating a swimmer with multiple spines, a flattened, bifurcated cone. Scorch marks surrounded the ragged opening where small blasting charges had been used to split open the limestone. "What made this place?" Gretchen whispered into her throat mic as she leaned close to examine the surface of the ancient sediment. She could see hundreds of specimens within arm's reach, a glorious view into a lost, dead world. Did something arrive after the Valkar fled into hiding? Ghosts. Hummingbird hesitated, remaining crouched in the entranceway. "You've seen what lived, the microflora, but they did not make this shrine. This is memory made solid." "How?" Anderson backed away from the wall, swinging the gun to cover the rest of the room. "You mean like Rusovsky?" Hummingbird waved for her to get behind him once she reached the archway. "I have not seen this before myself," he said in a low voice, "but the pyramid contains references to such things. The Valgar is dreaming, but it is not powerless. A subtle influence extends throughout this world, power seeping from the hidden heart. Even when the crust was shattered and remade, not all memories of what lived here before died." He began to back up into the hallway. Nervous, Gretchen followed. A white frost began to form on her breather mask, which was worrying. The night air of Ephesus was far below freezing, but the respirator should be trapping the water vapor in her breath. Only CO2 should be escaping. "Crow, something's happening. It's getting very, very cold." Hummingbird turned up the intensity of his wand and raised the light high. Shadows fled away down the passage. "There's something here." The Nauwalis hissed in alarm, staring intently around at the glassy walls. Gretchen tried to hurry, but the glassy floor immediately betrayed her. One foot flew out and she crashed down hard on her right hip. A gasp of pain burst from her throat. The barrel of the sieve banged on the floor and the weapon flew from her fingers. The Nawalist flinched, but kept up his steady, careful pace toward the outer room. "Anderson, quit playing about and get up," he hissed. Gretchen tried to rise, but her hand slipped on the mirrored floor and she spun helplessly. One boot hit the wall and skittered away. Even as she groped for some kind of purchase, she saw a spreading reflection of grayish light spill across the slanted wall. The butt of the scythe hit her head. Gretchen twisted into a roll and flopped over onto her stomach. Grasping fingers closed around the weapon and her boot struck the wall square enough to stop abruptly. She looked up. Hummingbird had backed past her in his flat-footed crouch. The little gun was pointing into the strange gray light, absurdly dwarfed by the bulk of his gloved hands. Gretchen twisted her head around and her eyes went wide. Reflex twitched the scythe into aiming position. The passage was filling with a steady gray radiance. An indeterminate crepuscular color shone from the air. The doorway to the room of the sea had vanished in the endlessly repeating reflections of the mirrored walls, floor, and ceiling. Where the gray existed, there was nothing else. No shadow, no stone, no edges or divisions. Gretchen realized with a chill start the light was moving rapidly toward her, spilling along the passage in a colorless tide. "That's not light," she shouted into the comm, trying to scrabble backwards along the mirror-bright floor. The lead edge of the radiance was almost touching her flailing boots. Her finger twitched on the firing bead of the scythe. "It's something else!" Hummingbird's answer was drowned out by a sharp blast. The shotgun rocked against her shoulder as a canister burst from the muzzle. Gretchen oofed, and the recoil flung her down the hallway, legs and arms windmilling. She slammed into Hummingbird, and they both flew back through the slanted doorway into the outer chamber. Behind them, a high-pitched zzz-zing ended in a blast of flame and light. Out of the corner of her eye, Gretchen caught sight of the gray radiance rippling and twisting like a torn blanket in the strobe light eruption of 116 individually packaged munitions. In a cloud of dust, Anderson untangled herself from the Nawalist, hands working the reloading mechanism. Gretchen felt the heavy, solid thunk of a new canister levering into the firing chamber. Hummingbird scrambled up from the spreading dust as well, half-blinded by his disordered café. "Clever," he barked sarcastically over a comm channel hissing with static and the same kind of high warbling wail Gretchen had heard in the cave on Mount Prion. "You must lave done well in physics. Run!" Gretchen was still raising the shotgun to cover the tunnel entrance when the Nawalist bolted for the archway leading into the canyon. A shout of dismay strangled in her throat as the radiance boiled out of the passage. She caught a brief, fragmentary glimpse of a cloud of rock chips, bits of metal, and what seemed to be frozen flame suspended within the advancing gray. All erg! Crap! Gretchen sprinted for the doorway and leaped through the opening, hands protecting her head. The roar of static in her earbud was deafening, and she slapped the comm off. Both feet hit the dust, sending up twin plumes of heavy yellow. Staggering, Gretchen ran across the bowl and scrambled up the tilted slab on the far side. In the darkness, she lost sight of Hummingbird among a jerking, disorienting blur of canyon walls and sandy cavities among glassy, smooth boulders. Damning his cowardly name, she slid across another slab and dropped down onto a wide, gravel-strewn moraine. Wheezing for breath, Gretchen jogged up the slope, and at the top she turned, nervous hands checking her belt, the sling of the shotgun, her rebreather, all the tools she needed to survive. A cough died in her throat. The radiance had spilled out into the canyon bottom. Now, from a distance, the thing looked nothing like any light or illumination she'd ever seen. Strikingly, there were no shadows or reflections cast by the color. Instead, the already dark canyon dimmed as the shape grew among the boulders and flooded from the doorway. Gretchen adjusted her goggles. But there was no change save in infrared, where she hissed in surprise to see the edges of the formless gray merging with the sub-zero night, while bright points of heat blazed in the center of the mass. But even those sparks were dying as she watched. "Oh, no," she whispered, backing up. The scythe was in her hands again, but Anderson realized with a grim certainty the gun was useless. The fading heat sources were the still exploding flechettes she'd fired into the color, being avidly consumed by this. What is this thing? Hummingbird? There was no answer on the dead comm. Gretchen turned and ran as fast as she dared, scrambling past rounded anthracite boulders and slogging through deep drifts of sand and dust. 100 heartbeats passed, and suddenly, as she dodged between two menhir-like stones, a pair of powerful hands seized Gretchen and swung her aside into a pocket of shadow in the greater darkness. She yelped, swinging the stalk of the scythe around in a sharp blow to the unseen figure's head. The honeycombed plastic thudded into something solid. A glow beam flared to life, and Gretchen found herself facing a wincing hummingbird. "Where?" Anderson tried turning her comm back on. "Have you been? What is that thing in the canyon?" "A hungry dream," Hummingbird said, though the staccato warble and keening in the background of the channel nearly drowned him out. Or rather, what a current at the edge of the Valkar's dream made in this waking world. A dream. Gretchen fought against a fierce desire to smash the butt of the shotgun repeatedly into the man's face until he made sense. "Dreams don't have form, idiot bird. They don't eat up explosive munitions like toasted maize and come looking for more." Hummingbird pushed the muzzle of the scythe away from his face with a fingertip. "Even dreaming, the Valkar distorts the world with the weight of its presence. Even these dead stones retain some memory of a once-living world." He slapped a gloved hand against the glossy obsidian rising up above them. Nothing survived the devastation intact. But you saw the effect Rasoski's stone had on the organism in the cave. Even the pattern memory of an often-used artifact could stir the formless to take shape. This world is rife with parched, formless memories. Hummingbird stopped, tensing. Gretchen turned, hefting the scythe onto her shoulder, muzzle down. Gun useless, she thought with very faint amusement. Make a note for Bandau, good for feeding colorless light. "I was very foolish to come here. Sist, something is coming." Outside their tiny shelter, the gloom in the canyon, barely disturbed by the thin ribbon of brilliant, unwinking stars high above, deepened. Gretchen fought down a desire to bolt from their meager shelter. Hummingbird's fist closed on her shoulder in painful counterpoint to the static roaring in her earbug. The color was there suddenly, gliding out from behind a house-sized boulder. Again, the gray radiance did not extend beyond an indistinct wavering shape. Gretchen's eyes widened, taking in a burning hot point drifting within something like a bifurcated cone, with a forest of tentacular legs moving restlessly beneath. She focused her goggles on the hot center point and saw a flechette tumbling in place, hissing and spitting slow fire. The metallic sheathing was rapidly disintegrating. Apparently unaware of them, the color drifted past, a gray cutout against a flat velvet background. Hummingbird's fingers clasped her wrist and the comm channel fell silent. He leaned close, pressing his mask against hers. "We have to get away from here or we'll be fuel too." Nodding, Gretchen peered out around the corner, saw nothing, no wavering, indeterminate blotches of lightless color, and slipped out, weaving her way through the debris scattered at the mouth of the canyon. Hummingbird was right behind her. Heedless of what might see them, if the color had eyes or something passing for an organ of sight, they ran up the broad, open slope flanking the entrance to the slot. Anderson immediately started wheezing again. Her leg muscles sparked with pain and she nearly collapsed at the top of the ridge. Hummingbird caught her arm, dragging Gretchen to her feet. "Run," he barked, voice a barely audible squeak in the thin air. "Don't. Nah." Gretchen looked back, trying to catch her breath. "I don't know we all member or energy." Amorphous gray shapes were emerging from the mouth of the canyon. Not all were cone-shaped. Some shifted and distorted in the brief moment of her glance, and others strode swiftly on long, stalk-like legs. A sensation of hostile desire struck Gretchen like a physical blow, though at such a distance there should have been no way for her to ascertain expression or intent. She turned and ran, head down, forcing cramping legs and thighs to bound across rocky, uneven ground. Hummingbird loped at her side, keeping pace, though Gretchen guessed the old man could easily leave her behind. They were within sight of the cave. She could see both ultralights outlined by a soft glow against the night, when a gray shape raced past on dozens of insectile legs and spun to face them. Hummingbird drew up as Gretchen stumbled to a halt, surrounded by a drifting cloud of dust and gasping for air. She looked around only seconds later, and the radiance was all around them in shimmering, pearlescent sheets. A trickle of cold, pure fear in the back of her throat made Gretchen's teeth clench. Hummingbird settled back on his heels, shifting his weight on the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, Gretchen was suddenly struck by a sense of his calm solidity. Does anything disturb him? She wondered wildly, fighting to keep from swinging the useless gun toward the enemy. The sight of the terrible gray hanging in the air made her feel weak and small and powerless. Is he ever afraid? Pala zihualui, his voice echoed over the calm, woven into a rising and falling storm of static and queer shrieking wails. The Nawalis's hand extended, clenched tight into a fist. Grains of newly crushed powder dribbled into the dark air. Kala zopili senteotal, tikehuiz kozo kiyola lala, kizaz exo kiyolo, kizo kitalahueli. The Mexica's voice grew stronger with each syllable. Gretchen's distracted comprehension slid away from the barely understandable words. They were in a strange, archaic-sounding dialect. She recognized a few of the words, R, yellow and green and wrath. Do not move, Hummingbird said, the sound of the chant still ringing in his voice. Become still. Gretchen stared at him in horror. The Nawalis was settling to his knees, back straight and shoulders square. Around them, the belt of the gray was advancing through the air like ink spilled into clear water. The bright points of heat were gone. In infrared, the malicious cloud had faded almost to invisibility. Her heart hammering, Gretchen forced incredulous words between clenched teeth. Are you insane? They're going to drink us up like a sponge. Get up. No. Hummingbird placed his hands on both knees, eyes invisible in shadow, his face a faintly gleaming mask of dim fire. Let them come. Never, Gretchen snarled, swinging away from the old man. Before he could react, she sprinted away, aiming for a space where the drifting radiance seemed thinnest. At the same time, her fingers squeezed the firing bead on the sieve, and there was a tinny crack as another flechette cylinder accelerated down the fat barrel and soared away into the night sky. Anderson tried to leap the curdling, indistinct color but failed, plowing through a thin, drifting sheet. Immediately, she felt a chill, numbing shock. Gretchen staggered, nearly twisting her ankle on a hidden rock, then caught herself and fled. Gray clung to her legs and torso like the shredded remains of a gauze quilt or a thin paper banner. Against her black cloak and Z-suit, the color shimmered pale and lifeless. Fish scale without rainbows, a dead iridescence, but did not fall away as she ran. Cold blossomed in her side, cutting through the layers of insulation and radiation shielding built into the suit. Off in the distance, the canister blew apart, filling the night with a bright, sharp blossom of red and orange. Hundreds of tiny explosions followed, the paltry air robbing their roar and clamor of its full-bodied rage. A twisting cloud of sand and grit billowed up into the black sky, lit from below by the fading reflection of the explosions. Gretchen managed another 20 strides and then collapsed with a thin, despairing cry. A cloud of the omnipresent dust puffed up around her. Color dripped from her legs and stomach like fresh steam rising from a still, unfrozen lake in a high-country winter. Muscles spasmed, clenching tight within her skin. Blinded by needle-like pain, Gretchen tried to force her legs and arms to move, but wave after wave of nerve fire crushed her down into the sand and gravel again. Hummingbird remained sitting amid the writhing circle of gray, eyes closed, his heartbeat steady as a temple bell calling the faithful to prayer. The color drew closer, puddling and seeping across the ground, still shadowless, emitting no light save the heatless glare of its own substance. Gray washed across his knees, his hands up his arms. The Nawalis's body shivered slightly, then grew still as the colorless tide mounted to cover his broad chest and then his face. Ch! See! Shh! Choking, her mouth coppery with blood, Gretchen felt sweat freezing on her clammy skin beneath the tight grip of the Z-suit. The dreadful color was pooling around her, covering her arms and torso, blotting out her sight of the sky. A single jewel-bright star gleamed for a moment amid the gray before being swallowed up. Oh, blessed sister, what do I do? Gretchen felt her body slow, leached of warmth, robbed by creeping icy fingers. Her heart was still racing wildly and panic threatened to drown her mind as her body was being smothered by the color clouding around her. Stupid old man. We shouldn't have gone down there. Then, Across a sputtering flood of near-comprehensible static and the tinny warbling of countless invisible birds, she heard the Nawali's singing in his deep, slow voice. Nick kicks teas. The words came, somehow clear and distinct amid all the noise and fury rolling around her. Nick to kaz, nit lama, kaz, ki, nick thit ti, nick thit. Tik thera, nick thit, teas, klama, kaz, ki, pat thek there. Tolo, que pakt. This time they did not sound so strange, so foreign to the Nahuatl Gretchen had spoken since she was a young girl, laboring over her alphabets and word lists in a low-slung, white-painted school, perched amid spruce and ralph fir on the ridge above Kinlochoe. The pacing and tone of the words were not the quick modern dialect, but something older and more resonant. A language which was complete unto itself, not crowded with Norman and Japanese loanwords, where the sound of the old names was proper and correct. Tamaktakau instead of sensei for teacher. Totoltetl instead of tamago for egg. I banish wrath, Hummingbird sang. I pursue fear. I am the priest, the Nawalist lord. Let wrath, let fear consume me, the priest. The suddenly understandable words tumbled through her consciousness and just as swiftly fled, but the clarity and conviction in the old Mexica's voice settled into her bones like the warmth of a mulled draught. He is not afraid. He is not afraid. The thought spun around Gretchen and she fell still and quiet on the ground. He is still alive! Though her heart was hammering hard enough to bring a spark of pain in her chest and cold sweat purled behind her ears, Gretchen surrendered, trusting to the steady voice ringing through the encompassing gray. Her fists relaxed and she let the gray enter her. I am not afraid, she thought as a rasping tumult of static swelled, loud roaring in her ears. I am not afraid. There was a moment of wailing sound and a rush of prickling chill. Gretchen felt her body convulse, though she felt the sensation at an odd distance and the gray radiance faded away. The sky was revealed once more, though the stars were now twinkling and shining, no longer hard, bright points. Hot wind brushed across her face, carrying a humid, decaying smell and the chattering, angry cry of something crashing among the trees. Palmate fronds, serrated with slender triangular leaves, obscured most of the sky. Gretchen could hear the sea, surf booming against a shallow shore, not far away. I am not afraid, she repeated to herself, sure that death was closing about her in a cold, implacable grip. The sensation of lying in a muddy stream under a hot tropical sky faded away by degrees. In some indefinable time, the vision became a memory, sharp and distinct, as if such a thing had happened to her only the day before, lodged among thoughts of Magdalena and remembrances of school and travel and her children throwing snowballs in the meadow behind the big barn. Gretchen realized her eyes were still open and the vault of stars above was cold and still again. Tentatively, she tried to raise her head. Nothing happened. Slowly, the sky brightened and obscured. Gretchen tried to focus, to bring forth the clarity Hummingbird had promised her, but as she did, the colorless gray returned, damping out the stars and the night sky. In the formless void, shapes and phantasms flickered, emerging from nothing, nearly reaching definable shapes or scenes, then vanishing again. Everything was so indistinct, so faint, her mind failed to grasp reason or purpose among the shifting gleams and tremors. These are hungry memories, Gretchen heard Hummingbird say, his voice a weak thread amid the roiling nothingness. They seek shape and purpose. I can be formless, Anderson realized, and I will not die. She let go, letting herself, sore muscles, bruised ribs, and weary mind, fall into stillness. Once more the gray faded away, leaving only crystalline night. Gretchen had a sensation of floating upon a limpid, dark lake without a visible shore. The water was heavy, holding her up, her body freed from the tyranny of gravity in some balance where the rubbery tension of the lake's surface could hold her weight. She could not see the lake, only the constant, unwinking stars, the waking, but was certain of its presence. All sense of frigid cold and weariness were absent. Even her thoughts, which had begun to feel attenuated, drained, parched by the relentless events of the day, were at peace. They did not hurry, but moved languidly, finding their own proper pace and rhythm. I am finally still, she realized. This is what hummingbird meant. The nightmares and frantic memories of the gray seemed far away, reduced to insignificance. Gretchen perceived, as though she stood on a great height and stared down, finding a tiny dark speck in a field of gravel beneath a looming cliff of basalt. Her body was alone in the darkness. There were no furious, malefic clouds of knot colors swirling around her. No half-seen shapes drawn from the ruins of an ancient world. Only stone and crumbled shale and dust. Am I really alone, she wondered? Though the thought had no urgency. Was the gray merely hallucination? A phantom drawn up into a bewildered, confused mind? Something moved, a human shape, and entered her field of view. Gretchen felt the lake tremble and shift, unseen waves rolling her up and down. Gently, with no more than the sensation of sand and grit pressing into her back, she found herself on the shore of a vast, dry ocean. The figure, cloaked and hooded, Z-suit half visible in the pale starlight, leaned over her, one hand resting on a padded knee. The thin aerial of a compact arced up against the stars. Was the gray only something I saw in a moment of clarity? The thought struck her hard, rousing a placid mind to hurried thought. Certainty gathered beneath her breastbone, solid and unmistakable, like the glow around the ultralights, around the cable. The witch-fire of the dunes shedding their day heat into the implacable night. "Hello?" Gretchen's voice felt rusty, deep and scratchy, as though she'd woken from a long, deep sleep. Give me a hand, huh?" A glove clasped hers, drawing Gretchen to her feet. The motion roused to life all of her aches and hurts, drawing a hiss of pain and a wry grimace. The figure's caffier fell aside, revealing battered, scored goggles and a rust-etched rebreather. Anderson squinted, surprised. Hummingbird's equipment isn't so badly used, she stopped, frankly goggling, eyes widening in surprise. A woman stared back at her from the depths of the hood, brushstroke pale eyebrows narrowed over half-seen pale blue eyes. Gretchen felt calm flee, brushed aside by a shock of realization and confusion. "Dr. Rosofsky," she managed to choke out. "Deck 6 starboard, the Cornuelle." Susan Kosho slid down a gangway ladder at speed, the instep of her boots straddling the rails on either side of the steps. She hopped off nimbly just before the end, letting her hands guide her to thump down on a non-skid deck plate. Straightening her uniform jacket and pants, the Shosa turned in the tiny intersection and strode off down the right-hand hallway. A line of cargo staples ran down the center of the passage, offering a secure anchor for heavy straps holding cargo billets against the wall. Stenciled labels identified the pods as holding flash frozen food supplies, potatoes, chiles, rice, onions, wasabi paste, buffalo meat, mutton, carrots, peas, mangoes, everything the kitchens would need to keep 300 men and women from rioting over an unvarying diet of vanilla-flavored 3 squares, recycled body water, and vitamin supplements. She reached a pressure door with a small sign reading Junior Officers' Quarters taped to the bulkhead. The crates stacked to the low overhead on either side of the hatch were labeled medical supplies. Stone-faced? Though there was no one to see her. Kosho examined the seals on the cargo pods and found them intact. Pursing her lips slightly, she plugged her duty officer's comp into the bottom crate's data port and watched for a moment as the two systems conversed. The inventory request registered 36 full bottles of Usunomiya City brewed sake in ceramic bottles. Kosho considered opening the case, which had been placed in such perilous proximity to the ship's supply officer, a man widely regarded as being without pity or remorse or any human sense of mercy or decency by the crew, to see if the bottles were truly inside, or if they even retained any rice wine, but did not. The hour was deep into second watch, and she had her own business to finish. The pressure door yielded to her command insignia and levered up into the overhead with a hiss. Kosho schooled her face to perfect stillness and stepped through the hatchway into a thick miasma composed of human sweat, the acrid taste of metal oil, drying laundry, and half-cooked food. A clamor of sound enveloped her as the hatch closed. Music blaring from personal players, the clatter of 2 midshipmen fencing with rattan words at the far end of the deck, people shouting encouragement to the duelists, an ensign arguing passionately with a bored-looking second lieutenant, the beep and whir of electronics, someone singing a no ballad off-key. The Shosa's nostrils flared slightly, then settled. Dark brown eyes surveyed the rows of bunks sitting over tiny desks and lockers with interest. Every square inch of the long, slightly curving room was covered with people, equipment, posters, 3V postcards, or Zenball schedules. 47 violations of shipboard regulations, she thought as her eyes returned to look down the long, crowded hallway. A very faint, calculating smile touched her lips, though none needful of real punishment. Not today, at least. A middle grade lieutenant standing in front of the nearest desk, shirt off, revealing a jawless skull tattooed on a powerfully muscled cocoa-colored back, happened to turn at just that moment. He was dressing for third watch duty, his tunic, uniform jacket, and soft kepi-style cap laid out on a neatly made bed. The mixed tech froze, seeing her, then his brain restarted with admirable speed and he stiffened to attention. "Senior Officer Kosho," he bawled in a voice worthy of a Jaguar night gunso, "on deck." His voice echoed back from the far end of the Jacques in abrupt silence. The Neoshinger's caterwauling aria flew in counterpoint, but was immediately silenced. There was a commotion as men and women swarmed down off the bunks and leapt up from their chairs or the deck and formed two rows facing into the central walkway. Kosho nodded politely to the TIE. "You will be late for your duty station 8, dear. Please continue." The African bowed gracefully in response and resumed dressing. Kosho took 2 steps into the room, politely removing herself from the lieutenant's way. "I require the assistance of Sho-I-Ko Jose Smith," she announced in an inflectionless voice. "The rest of you as you were." Everyone stared at her and not a few heads turned to look at the far end of the room. A murmur of noise carrying the midshipman's name flew down the walkway. The fencers were frozen and point, the tips of their bokken touching. Kosho saw Smith appear, hastily shoving a handful of paychits into the hands of another midshipman, and hurry through the crowd toward her. As the baby-faced communications officer passed, the other junior officers relaxed and returned to very subdued, decorous activities. Kosho noticed, to her private amusement, 2 ensigns oscillating on an upper bunk did not resume their extracurricular activities. "Ma'am?" Smith made a futile effort to straighten his hair. "Is something wrong?" "Come with me, shall we?" Kosho turned smartly on her heel and left the jokei. A.T. Deer was gone, having fled quietly while her back was turned. The hatchway closed behind them with a thud and the hiss of pressurized air. "There's something you should see." The ride in the core transit car to the bridge ring was very quiet, which did not discomfort Kosho at all. She believed in the benefit of learning to wait silently and was not averse to helping others, particularly junior officers, improve their skills. Watching Smith-sen fidget out of the corner of her eye, the Shosa reminded herself she had learned these skills at a younger age, when sitting motionless clad in the elaborate drapery of one of Hanabu's Junihitoe for 5 hours while listening politely to scratchy, ill-executed music was a matter of course. He does not have to wear 4 kilos of hair, golden pins, and jeweled ornaments either. A good switching would improve his posture, though. A chime signaled the arrival of their transit car at the command ring, and Kosho pushed away from her seat and kicked off to fly through the widening iris of the door leading to the bridge. Smith followed, entirely at ease in ZG. The bridge was quiet and dim, the lights having switched into night cycle. Kosho nodded to the officer of the watch and swung herself over to the communications station. Smith's usual configuration had been entirely changed, with the broad work panel split into 3 sets of V-panes. The Shoei dropped into his shock chair while Kosho took a newly added second seat. Out of habit, Smith strapped himself in and tested chair integrity. The sight brought a brief, warm glow to Kosho's breast. "Ah, but he does occasionally learn." "Reconfiguration of the ship skin is complete," the Shosa said quietly, tapping her half of the divided panel alive. A new set of blank V-panes and controls appeared. Her console shone a light green, indicating a standby status. Curious, Smith leaned over, checking the intermediate display, which was the fruit of Ito Heiso Helsden's foregoing sleep for 2 days. While Smith's reduced primary panel showed the feed from the remaining normally configured sensor array, the intermediate display served as an amalgam of the 2 sets of data. At the moment, it showed the main battle plot from Smith's panel. "Helston 2's in assures me," Kosho continued. "All of the new data feeds are online and the ship skin is properly reconfigured for G-wave detection." Smith nodded, impressed, but he still looked a little puzzled. Your idea was a good one, Kosho continued in a low voice. Only a skeleton watch was on deck at the moment, so she felt safe enough to talk openly with this boy. The raven wing of her left eyebrow curved up gracefully. Did you feel slighted when Chusa Hadadishi tasked me to implement the concept rather than you? No. Smith looked horrified, properly horrified, but Kosho could see a twinge of memory in the boy's pale eyes. I'm only a junior officer, he said, almost stammering. You're correct, the Shosa said quietly. You are a junior officer. You've much to learn before Hadiishi Tedzin is entirely comfortable with placing you in a lead role. But the day will come when he does, never fear. Avoiding the surprised look on his face, she activated the newly configured panel and handed him a V-pad already keyed to a set of security codes. Smithson, Kosho said formally, would you care to bring the new system online? The midshipman blinked once and then took the pad. Visibly gathering himself, Smith looked over the codes, then examined the G-scan panel. Kosho sat beside him quietly, keeping a very close eye on what he was doing. Taking a deep breath, Smith tapped open a comm channel. Bridge to engineering. There was an immediate, tired-sounding answer. Halsden here, Bridge. Are your crews clear of the outer hull? Smith was searching frantically on the reconfigured display. Kosho continued to watch, an expression of mild interest on her face. We are preparing to bring the G-scan array online. Wait one, Bridge. Halsden's voice cut off with the squeak of a muted channel. A moment later, he came back on comm. Bridge, we are clear. All crews are accounted inside the secondary hull. You are clear to activate the G-array. Smith found the controls for the external point defense system and toggled on a set of pattern cameras mounted on hardpoints along the Cornwell's hull. Kosho's eyes narrowed in interest as he woke them up and fed in parameters for a close hull scan. A moment later, the comp chimed to announce the area immediately outside the ship was clear of people in Z-suits. Hull clear, Smith announced. Stand by for live power to G-array. Standing by echoed back from both engineering and the watch duty officer on the bridge. Power. Smith tapped a glyph of a running man bearing a twisting flame atop a brick on his stylized head. War! The third section of the communication station lit and data began to feed into the system. A preliminary plot began to appear seconds later. At the same moment, a string of amber lights flared on the panel. Smith jerked as if struck in the face and immediately punched a shutdown. We have a partial systems failure, he barked into the comm. Engineering, systems check. Got it, Halsden grumbled, and Kosho could hear him scratching a stubbly beard. Power conduits show green, hull skin feedback shows nominal, no pressure drops, no hull rupture. Kosho watched Smith with interest. The boy was sweating, the back of his uniform shirt sticking to narrow shoulders, but he did not freeze or balk in the face of an unexpected situation. Are we radiating? He snapped at both engineering and the ensign riding the weapons panel. Is there hull leakage? No, came the answer a bare second later from weapons. Halsden in engineering was humming a little tune, but he chimed in a heartbeat later. I'm seeing some queer readings from the reconfigured sensors in Grid 2 even. There must be some kind of data formatting problem in the sensor feed. The engineer sighed audibly. I'll take a crew and sort this. Engineering, out! Smith let himself breathe out in relief, then stiffened, glancing sideways at the Shosa. He seemed both exhilarated and near dead with fright. You will get your turn, Kosho said, taking back the V-pad. She was not smiling, being a proper officer, but her eyes glittered a little in amusement at his excitement. There are always problems like this when we bring a new system online. Yes, Kosho-zin. Smith made a sharp little bow, just as he had been taught in the fleet officer's komakuk. Her eyes narrowed a little, considering him. The boy stiffened again, expecting a rebuke of some kind. A question. You did not believe Halsden Tietzen's assertion that the outer hull was clear. No. Well, I believed him, ma'am, but on my cadet cruise, ma'am, they had a punishment detail outside repainting the hull numbers on the Tizak. I was standing a duty watch on the bridge and weapons decided to run a system test on the main sensor array. They checklisted with everyone they were supposed to, engineering, the marine detachment, flight operations, but they didn't ask the quartermaster. Number 16 array went to full active scan and killed 3 cadets, boiled them alive, right inside their suits. Smith was looking a little white around the gills. "Never pays to be hasty," he said in conclusion, avoiding her gaze. "Ma'am." "Very wise," Kosho said, pushing herself up out of the chair. "Return to quarters. You must be alert and well-rested for the morning duty watch." "Aye!" Smith bowed formally and then left the bridge, trying not to burst from unfettered pride. Kosho watched him go, thinking about the past. Dead men teach memorable lessons, she thought with a certain grim humor. Their sacrifice repaid 1,000 times. The heavy carrier Tizak was notorious in Fleet for the number of training accidents suffered by her ever-changing crews. Kosho had served on the ancient, outdated, and frankly dangerous capital ship herself. Every officer did. Tizak had borne the brunt of cadet cruises for 3 generations, but most did not realize until they'd knocked around the fleet for a tour or that the curse struck each and every cadet class with brutal, endlessly repeated efficiency. Every officer in Fleet had been on watch or on duty station or even on the same work detail or in the same compartment or at least in the same graduating class as some poor unfortunate who died gruesomely as the result of careless procedure or sloppy handling or one of the millions of tiny errors which could doom a man, a ship, or a fleet. Cadets boarding the Tizak for the first time were told the ship was named after an emperor called He Who Bleeds the People. Later, when they heard enough of stories from their shipmates and were sober enough to put 2 and 2 together to make 4, the veteran officers called the venerable old carrier He Who Winnows the Chaff in tones of wary respect. Kosho looked once around the bridge, saw everything was in order, and then kicked into the accessway. She felt tired and it was late. There would be a fullness of work in the morning, she was sure. Hadaishi did not allow an idle crew. Near Slot Canyon 12, the escarpment. Pale rose and gold streaked the eastern rim of the world, heralding an eye-searing dawn. A faint white illumination filled the sky, lighting scattered rocks, the tie-downs of the ultralights, and then Hummingbird, still kneeling in the sand, palms on his knees. The stout figure of the Mexica moved minutely, and the man's eyes opened. His breather mask was caked with frost, the Z-suit diagnostics on his wrist gleaming red. Stiffly, the man rose to his feet, ice flaking from the joints of his matte black suit. Moving very slowly, Hummingbird made his way to the cargo door of his midge. Hummingbird rummaged through the cargo compartment and found a bag containing power cells. Fumbling with chilled, nearly nerveless fingers, he managed to swap out the cells in his belt and let out a long, tired hiss as the suit heaters woke to life again. "And in an hour," he husked, drawing on his tijelaba and slinging the scarf-like cafetier over his shoulder, "I'll be broiling." The Mexica looked around the campsite and was cautiously pleased to see everything still in place. The pressure tent inside the cave, the filament screen, the other midge. He dug in the confusion of the cargo compartment again and dragged out some tubes of water and a package of 3 squares. Holding them up to his suit light did not reveal any discolorations or other signs of infestation, so the Nawallas stuffed them into the pockets of his cloak. Prepared for a long walk, Hummingbird retraced his steps and then pressed on, following the scuffed, irregular tracks left by Anderson's blind flight. Gretchen was sitting on a low outcropping, her face washed in cool golden light, arms clasped around her knees, when Hummingbird finally caught up with her. The Mexica came to a halt at the edge of a tilted slab of sandstone looking up at her. Hot pink reflections of high-altitude ice clouds blazed from his goggles. "Are you all right?" He sounded very tired on the comm, though the channel was perfectly clear at such close range. "I am alive," Gretchen said. She did not look down at him but raised her head to indicate the eastern sky. "Look!" The edge of a ruddy golden sun would soon rise above the horizon. For a moment, Hummingbird saw nothing, and then a bright point stabbed down from the heavens, cutting across the spreading roseate glow before vanishing in a bright streak. "A meteor," he said. Gretchen turned her head, resting one cheek on her arm. "There have been 3 while I've watched. Dr. Smalls will be watching them too from the Palenque, and he will be sad. They served him faithfully while they lived." "His meteorology satellites," Hummingbird replied, climbing up onto the outcropping. Hadishi will have diverted them into decaying orbits, letting them burn up in the atmosphere. You shouldn't sit down, Gretchen said, unfolding herself as the Noalis approached. Don't you see the color of the sky? The Mexica frowned, forehead creasing, but then a faint dim line along the horizon caught his attention. It is dawn. The storm. Together they walked quickly back toward the cliff. Gretchen's feet were sore. She hoped she didn't have to run anywhere today, but she was more concerned with the odd way her sight was behaving. Suspicious, Gretchen changed the setting on her goggles to normal intensification. The shale and broken sandstone she was crossing remained sharp and distinct, despite the pre-dawn darkness cloaking the land. I can see in the dark? She stopped and bent down, running a hand across scattered chunks of eggshell-thin stone. A dissonant, queasy feeling roused, stirred by the motion of her fingers against something standing still. Gretchen slashed her hand back and forth as fast as she could. Odd and odder, she thought, grappling with a perception of her hand moving very slowly, with sort of a staccato afterimage trailing along behind. Check the tie-downs. Hummingbird turned toward the overhang without looking back. The filament screen needs to be repaired. Gretchen looked up, catching a furtive glimpse of the Noalis stepping past the glistening sheet of monofilament. At the same time, she saw him both outside and inside the barrier. Anderson blinked in surprise, lifted her goggles and rubbed her eyes. When she looked again, the tripartite vision was gone. "Hurry," his voice echoed. "The wind will be rising soon." The storm shrieked and wailed against the filament screen, blocking the entrance to the cave. A rain of sand rattled endlessly against the magnetically stiffened monofilament before slithering down into a steadily growing drift. A sustained, high-pitched ringing, Gretchen thought it came from the cables holding down the ultralights, shivered in the air. She turned her face from the glowing saffron-yellow light filtering down through the storm and the filament screen. Hummingbird was sitting with his back to a chunk of basalt, staring at nothing. Gretchen scraped the last of a 3 square from the bottom of a battered steel cup. Today she was so hungry the sludge didn't need chili sauce to make it palatable. She waved the spoon in the air experimentally, but the blurred, or tripled, vision effect had faded. There was only a metal spoon in the dim light of the cave. Last night she started to describe what she'd seen, but then changed her mind. "I would feel stupid about running," Gretchen said, glaring at the old Mexica, "but you were running too. So what did come out of the cave? Were we ever in any danger?" "We were," Hummingbird replied. He seemed tired, too. "Even at the end, when they had no more substance than a shadow, we were still in danger. I thought—" He stopped, considering his words. "When you ran, I feared things would go badly for you. I am glad they did not. We were lucky." "We were idiots. I was an idiot," Gretchen said in a very sharp tone. "They ate the energy released by the SIF bullets, didn't they? If I hadn't done that, we'd have been able to walk right out." "You did not know what would happen. I did not know either." Hummingbird made a dismissive gesture. "And I wonder if they did eat the bullets from your gun. I'm not sure they had the strength to do so. We might have seen only an echo of what the substance experienced, a living, moving memory. I saw a flechette in one, hanging in the air as if the explosion itself had slowed down and was being consumed." "I wonder," Hummingbird raised an eyebrow wryly, "if we go into the tunnel and examine the rear wall, it may be we find the impact marks of each and every flechette, if the entire passage has not collapsed as a result of the explosions." Gretchen's face screwed up in a disbelieving grimace. "Does this happen a lot with your sight?" "Sometimes." Hummingbird's expression turned grim. "Achieving clarity does not mean you have learned to discern truth from falsehood. The world around us is filled with too much data. Why else would our infant minds learn to hide so much from our consciousness? Some students are blinded by the clarity they achieve." He raised 2 fingers. "This is the second obstacle a student must overcome, control of sight." "How long?" Gretchen said rather suspiciously. "Does that take?" "Years." Hummingbird's voice was flat. His right hand twitched. "The drug I gave you is a shortcut, but one usually given only to students who have passed the first obstacle." "Which is?" Gretchen's lips drew tight and a dangerous glitter entered her eyes. "What was in that packet? What did he do to me?" The first obstacle is fear, Anderson then. It is to achieve clarity of mind before you attain clarity of sight. The Nalways shrugged. I admit giving you the Teo Nanakatl was a throw of the beans. I was hasty. Gretchen swallowed, her throat dry with a bitter aftertaste, and she drank deep from one of the water bottles. Even the stale, metallic taste was preferable to the flat, oily fluid from her recycler. You seem to be a very reckless man, Hummingbird. Scene, are you well regarded by your fellows? The Nawalist did not reply, his eyes becoming guarded again. Gretchen stood up and put her cup and spoon away, stowing them in the little cook kit from her rucksack. Nervously, she paced the perimeter of their shelter, listening to the storm wailing outside and peering through the filament at the Gagarin. Both midges seemed to be intact, though they were straining against the sand anchors like hounds against the leash. Finally, when the unsettled, churning feeling in her stomach had leveled off to a dull burn, she examined her hands in the dim, sulphurous light from outside. Gloves, fingers, they seemed entirely ordinary. Can I focus? How do I? She concentrated, trying to discern the superlatively sharp level of detail she'd perceived before, where every grain and pore and wrinkle in the gloves came into view. Nothing happened. Her head started to hurt. Scowling, she pushed up her goggles and rubbed both eyes wearily. Stupid clarity, never mind. What are we going to do about the tunnel and chambers? Gretchen hugged herself, feeling cold despite the suit heaters. Don't you have to clean it up somehow? Hummingbird nodded slowly. He pointed at the entrance to the overhang. In my midge, there are explosives, somewhat more powerful than your shotgun. When the daystorm clears, I will go into the tunnel and place them. Gretchen laughed, unaccountably relieved to hear something so mundane and practical from the old man. You're going to blow the place up? Now, that does sound like the Empire at work. Well, each tool, he said stiffly, to a purpose. Those structures serve as a focus for this color we saw. They allow something to take a shape where it should have none. So, I will destroy the entire location and hope, mind you, the memories clinging to the stones and rocks themselves are scattered into oblivion. And the cylinders we saw in the inner room? Gretchen clenched her fists tight against her sides. You'll bury them under 1,000,000 tons of rock? Hummingbird nodded slowly, watching Gretchen's face intently. I will. What about Rusovsky? What do you think happened to her? She stumbled into part of a dream, some place where a fragment of this sleeping power seized and consumed her. In that moment, she was taken over into its context rather than our own. Something came back out, the shape you saw in the first cave, like a ghost, perhaps curious, perhaps a reflex of her own memory. Even a shape retains memory of its past. The version of her on the ship was only an echo. Gretchen tried not to lick her lips nervously. Do you think she might have survived the experience? Maybe she woke up later and found her ultralight gone, taken by the copy? Hummingbird was nonplussed. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Have you seen something to indicate she survived? No, I haven't seen anything I could swear was real. But you saw Rusovsky or something which looked lighter. Analyst gave her a sharp look. Last night, when the gray was upon you? Afterward, she admitted. When the visions had passed, she helped me up. I felt her hand, a physical hand, in mine. And then? The Nollies rose and came to her side. His green eyes were tense and sharp. Gretchen could feel him looking at her. The sensation made her skin crawl, and she backed away. Then? Nothing. I was distracted for a second, and when I looked back, she was gone. I looked all round, but nothing. Vanished. An illusion? Hummingbird sounded as if he were questioning himself. The radiance of the gray grew stronger when the flechettes exploded, and then it weakened very quickly, as if being so strong, so solid, exhausted the energy. By the time it surrounded us, there was barely anything left. Gretchen spread her hands. Maybe, I have no idea really. You're the one with the secret knowledge. But tell me this, you stopped, you sat down, you let the grays wash over you. Why? What did you guess about them? I risked. The corners of the Mexica's eyes crinkled up. Such ephemeral things as these, they exist on a very narrow margin. They are parasites. They need to eat with as little cost to themselves as possible. If there is a rich source of what they need, they will flock to it, like bacteria growing in the outwash of a factory power plant. One hand moved to indicate the mountain above them. This is not a rich paradise. This is a desert. Here we are food, not just our bodies, but the exhalation of our breath, the leakage from our recyclers, radiation from our power packs, the explosion of the bullets from your gun. Gretchen pressed a thumb against her left eyebrow. A too familiar tickling was starting to brew behind her eye. Swallowing a trace of nausea, she punched a code on her medband. So, you're saying our fear and panic were enough to keep them alive? Fear, Hummingbird said, giving her a piercing look, is always the enemy. Gretchen turned away again, waiting for the chill rush of meds to blanket her rising migraine. Talking to Hummingbird made her very tired. She peered out through the filament, seeing the day storm had settled into a reddish haze, reducing visibility to almost nothing. She did not feel at all well. By mid-afternoon, the storm dwindled away into a herd of dusty whirlwinds dancing on the plains east of the escarpment. A singular hour arrived, wherein the eastern sky was fully light and the air had fallen still. Gretchen and Hummingbird emerged from the overhang to find the ultralights partially buried in blown sand. The east steadily darkened as they worked, clearing a coating of dark, cadmium-colored dust from the wings and making sure the air intakes and engines were free of microflora. The sun passed behind the peaks of the escarpment and shadow swallowed the camp. Hummingbird and Gretchen were both busy inside the overhang, packing the last of their gear into rucksacks or carry bags, so they did not notice the upper wing of the Gagarin suddenly glow with a soft, diffuse light. The forward edge grew dark for a moment, then pulsed once, then twice. A brief interval of darkness followed, before the phosphor array resumed flickering in a series of bright, sharp pulses. After a moment, the light dimmed down to nothing, though close examination would show the phosphor array shifting state with dizzying speed. Inside the aircraft, the main panel flickered awake and a number of gauges and dials registered commands passing through the control system. The in-flight data recorder switched on and, after a flicker of conversation between the appropriate subsystems, went into quiet mode. Then everything went dark again, save for the local comm relay, which was now awake and listening for suit traffic. The Cornuel Mitsuharu sat in his office, overhead lights dimmed down to rows of faint orange glowworms. A single hooded lamp cast a circle of sharp white light on the papers, storage crystals, and pens covering the top of his desk. A comp panel on the bulkhead was filled with a navigational plot. A bright dot for the ship and 500,000 kilometers of asteroid, meteor debris, interstellar ice, and dust in all directions. The image had been building for hours, data flowing in slowly from the ship's skin fabric and the newly tuned G array. In the dim light, the captain's face was mostly in shadow, head against the back of his chair, eyes closed, thin-fingered hands clasped on his breast. The rest of the room, the stacks of books, the ancient pottery bowls, and rice paper paintings were entirely dark. A sound recording was playing. Children were singing, their careless voices echoing from the walls of an unseen building. Kairu no Yutaga. Chikoete kuro yo. Gua. Gua, 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 gua. In the background, the sound of trucks passing on a road mixed with the high, thin drone of a supersonic transport overhead. Dogs barked in the distance and a woman called out. The children splashed in water and sang another round, voices sweet in unconscious harmony. Gay, 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 egg gay. Gua, gua, gua. In his memories, Mitsu knew the building had whitewashed wooden walls and a roof of green iron. Paper lanterns ornamented with pen drawings of birds and flowers hung from the eaves. Inside the house, the floors were glossy dark redwood with tatami mats and rice paper screens between the rooms. An old man would be sitting in his study, short white hair lying flat against a sun-bronzed scalp. He would be reading, a book turned into the cool light slanting down between the closely spaced buildings. The study smelled of mold and paper and dust and ink. Gua, 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 sang the children in the yard. They were playing with frogs. On the comp display, another level of detail slowly appeared, etching images of tumbling, shattered mountains of ice and stone and iron ever clearer. In his memories, Mitsu knew the street in front of the little house was black macadam, potholed and crumbling at the edges. He heard a delivery truck putter past and saw an enameled red panel with the word Asahi painted in black and yellow. Thick green grass sprouted from every crevice along the sidewalks. The walls of the houses were tinged with moss and tiny blue flowers. On this day, as the children splashed in the mud, making frog pens of twigs and glass jars from the kitchen, the sun was shining through heavy gray clouds, making the air sparkle and shimmer. To the east, a line of mountains rose, white shoulders gleaming with ice and snow. The recording ended. After a short pause, the scratchy, keening sound of a bow scraping across taut gut string emerged from the quiet silence. The shamisen wailed up into the sound of falling leaves. A hand drum began to tap in counterpoint. Mitsu settled deeper into his chair, letting the warm fabric carry the weight of his head. The strings and the drum lifted into summer wind, and a reedy bamboo flute joined them, carrying falling rain. A man's voice, deep, hoarse, rich as the rivers and streams beneath the golden mountain, melancholy with longing for a homeland lost beyond the sea, began to sing. One of the musicians coughed, almost covering the sound with the hem of his kimono. Kimi ga yo wa chiyo ni yachiyo ni sazare ishi no. Mitsu could see his father sitting on the edge of the porch surrounding the garden, face shining in the light of the lanterns and lamps. The shamisen across his leg was a dark walnut color faced with amber-tinted pine. In memory, the hands were nimble on the strings, while the porch roof and the house walls gave his graceful voice a full, mellow echo. Iwao to narite, goke no musu first, made. On the comp display, the ship continued to move in endless night, skin taut against the fabric of space, straining to hear the slow, lilting song of gravity humming in the void. Slot Canyon 12. After hiding in a cave for 2 days, Gretchen felt relieved to be airborne and mobile again. The Gagarin hummed around her, engines chuckling, broad wings spread wide, canopy whistling with the familiar, proper sound of air rushing past. The night around her was blessedly still, and the ultralight made a slow, tight turn in the narrow confines of the canyon. Sheer rock walls drifted past, shining glassily in the glare of the wing lights. Gretchen had turned off the collision alarm. Though the canyon was hundreds of feet wide, the turning radius of the midge brought the wingtips almost to brushing distance on each circuit. Below, the phosphor-bright illumination cast by hummingbirds' ultralight made the canyon floor a sharp jumble of black and white, boulders and sand. Gretchen could see twin coils of water vapor rising from the idling engines. The Nautilus, however, was nowhere to be seen. The tunnel entrance was a void of darkness against the matte nothingness of the cliff. The momentary vision swept away as the Gagarin continued its turn. Gretchen tried to maintain focus on the aircraft and keep her slow, spiraling turn going, but she was worried. The Mexica lad been inside too long for comfort. "Feels like an hour," she grumbled to herself. How long, she suddenly wondered, would it take for the gray to make a copy of a single ragged crow? The Gagarin arced around again, now at least 100 meters from the canyon floor, and she caught sight of something bright out of the corner of her eye. Gretchen looked down and to the side, trying not to reflexively swing the aircraft to follow her eye movement, and saw the trapezoidal door now lit from within by a cold, pale light. "Hummingbird," Gretchen's voice spiked in alarm. "Let's go!" A figure bolted out of the opening, cloak flying out behind him. A too familiar radiance filled the doorway, and in the cold, sepulchral glare, she saw the man hurl himself into the cockpit of the midge and slam the door shut. Cold, oily light spilled out onto the dust, lapping around splintered sandstone and granite. Both engines flared bright with exhaust, and the midge leapt forward, sand spewing away from the wheels. Gretchen pulled back gently on the control yoke, and Gagarin soared up into the dark, constricted sky. The overhanging cliffs on either side rushed in, but she adjusted nimbly, sweat beading in the hollow of her neck, sending the ultralight dancing higher. Through the transparent panel under her feet, Anderson saw the other midge dart up the canyon, lifting off only meters ahead of the advancing radiant tide. The cold light cut off. A shutter slammed on an empty window, and Gretchen felt the air in the canyon heave with a sudden, sharp blast. A cloud of black smoke jetted from the tunnel mouth, drowning the queer light, and Hummingbird's midge wobbled in flight as a shockwave rolled past. Gretchen wrenched her attention back to the business of flying, narrowly dodging the Gagarin around the jutting outcropping. The airframe groaned, complaining at such rough handling, but the midge swept past the obstacle and soared on down the canyon. Below her, Gretchen was peripherally aware of Hummingbird's ultralight straining to catch up. The canyon behind both aircraft filled with a black, turgid cloud of dust and ash. The cliff face above the tunnel shuddered, still rocked by the violence of the explosion, and then, with majestic, slow grace, splintered away from the core of the mountain and thundered down into the canyon. More dust, ash, and grit roared up with a flat, massive thump. Gretchen heard the blow and grinned tightly, fingers light on the stick. This business of flying at night, even with goggles, radar, and the strobe white glare of the wing lights, was tricky business. I hope that's the end of the nasty, dirty color, she thought peripherally, some tiny corner of her mind pleased to see something which had threatened her destroyed. The odometer on the control panel began to count the kilometers as they flew on into the night. There was a long way to go before dawn roused the slot canyon to near supersonic violence. Behind the massive barrier of the escarpment, dawn was much delayed. When the clear, hot light of the Ephesian primary finally pierced the canopy of the Gagarin, both ultralights were far out over the western desert. Hummingbird's midge was only 100 meters to starboard, easily keeping pace in the cool, thick morning air. Gretchen clicked local comm open. "Shall we land?" She hadn't heard a peep from the Nowlis since they'd left the canyon. Watching the roseate glow of dawn creeping across the rumpled, barren landscape below them was interesting enough without his company. They had passed over a broad valley filled with pipe flowers in the pre-dawn hours, and Gretchen had been very glad the spindly, fluted organisms were quiescent after sunset. There had been places, deep ravines or defiles in the broken land, where jeweled lights had gleamed in the ebon blanket of night. The palaces of the fairy queen, she thought, staring down at the traceries and cobwebs of trapped frozen light passing below her, and by day, nothing, only desolation and lifeless stone. I wonder if Sinclair has dared see the desert by night, her veils drawn aside. "Are you tired?" Hummingbird's voice sounded thick and muzzy. "Have you been sleeping?" Gretchen frowned across the distance between the two aircraft. She couldn't make out more of the Nowlis than the outline of his café in the close confines of the midge cockpit. "We should set down before the air grows too thin. We need to conserve fuel after burning so much to reach the summit of Prion." "Understood," he said, voice clearer. She could see him shift in his shock chair. "Pick a suitable location." He was sleeping, she thought wryly, glancing at the autopilot display on her panel. He slaved his midge to Gagarin and tagged along like my little brother at a 12th night party. Scratching a sore on her jaw where the rebreather strap was starting to wear, Gretchen began to scan the radar map of the land ahead, searching for a cave or ridge or anything which would let them escape the heat and brilliance of the sun. "I wonder what our trusty guide has to say." She punched up the travel maps in Rosovsky's log and began going through the notes, wondering where the geologist had landed on her circumnavigation of the globe. After 20 minutes of keeping one eye on the horizon and one on the maps, she opened the local channel again. "There's a place ahead," Gretchen said, squinting at the lumpish, dun-colored landscape. "Rosovsky calls it Camp 6, a canyon, an overhang big enough to pull a midge into the shade. She'd stayed there 2-3 times. About an hour and a half." The Nowlis responded with a grunt, and Anderson was disgusted to see him lean back in his shock chair, apparently asleep again. The full weight of day was upon the land, flattening every color and detail to burnt brass. Rosovsky's overhang stood in the curve of a long S-shaped ravine where hundreds of tons of sandstone had crumbled away, leaving a fan-shaped talus slope. Gretchen climbed among the upper rocks, laboring to breathe as she pulled herself up onto a tilted rectangular boulder. She stood up and the roof of the raw amphitheater was within arm's reach. Curious, she scanned through a variety of wavelengths visible in her goggles. From below, where the two midges stood in partial shade and Hummingbird was puttering around the camp, setting up the tent and making a desultory attempt at breakfast, she'd seen a faint pattern on this rock, something like interlocking arcs or circles. Close up, she didn't see anything unusual, which Gretchen admitted to herself was par for the course. Rock fractures or mineral deposits. A little miffed at getting excited over nothing, she looked around, taking in the barren, sun-blasted landscape. The ravine was very peculiar looking to her eye. No water had run on the surface of Ephesus EI for millions of years, so the bottom of the canyon was jagged and littered with fragile-looking debris. A similar canyon on Earth, or Ugarit, would have been washed clean, worn down, abraded by flash floods or even a running stream. But there was nothing like that here, only the evidence of constant wind. No litter in the shade, she thought, left by those who passed this way before. No broken bits of pottery, flaked stone tools, arrowheads, no detritus of bones from the kill, cast aside from where a fire burned against the stone, leaving soot buried deep in every crevice. Nothing but the spine of the world, open, exposed, left out to bleach in the sun. Gretchen thought she understood why Rusovsky had spent so much time alone in the wasteland, drifting on the currents of the air, floating high in the sky in her midge. "Is there lunch yet?" Anderson began, picking her way down through the broken, eggshell-like slabs of sandstone. "Yes," Hummingbird said in a grumpy voice. Gretchen sighed but said nothing, preparing herself for 3 squares straight from the tube. She was not disappointed, though the Mexica had scrounged up some flavored tea. Still, protein paste was protein paste, even if the taste approximated the reddish dust covering every surface in all directions. Gretchen watched Hummingbird eat, making sure he finished his daily ration and drank all his tea. When the Nautilus was done, she lifted her chin questioningly. "Can you show me what to do? How to control this site?" Hummingbird looked up, green eyes clouded with distracted thoughts. "I can show you how to begin," he said slowly, as if each word were painful. "Small things, simple things." "Fine." Gretchen squared her shoulders, feeling a kink in her neck. "He's worried. Whatever you think is safe. Just being able to tell when I'm seeing or just seeing would be good." The Nautilus nodded, looking around him on the ground. "Take a moment," he said, voice subtly changing tone. "Close your eyes, let your mind empty, and feel around among these stones. Find one which feels right in your hands. Don't hurry. We're not going anywhere." Gretchen did as he bid, though after finally sitting down to eat, she felt very tired. Flying by night sort of implied sleeping by day, a little voice muttered in her head, not crawling about among broken shale. As before, when she closed her eyes, a great commotion seemed to brew up in her thoughts. This time, the voices and memories and flashes of things she'd seen or done or heard were overlaid by a patina of exhaustion which made them distant and faded, old sepia-tone images of her life. Despite a great desire to curl up in her sleep bag, Gretchen moved blindly around the camp, letting her fingers see the sand and grit and broken little stones. Eventually, her hand touched something and she stopped. The bit of rock felt warm, almost hot, even through her gloves. Gretchen opened her eyes. She was at the edge of the rock fall, far from the brilliant demarcation of light and shade. The glassy, dark stone in her hand was curved and sharp along one edge. "Could make a tool from this," she thought, turning the piece of flint over in her hands, "without much work at all." "How does that feel?" Hummingbird said. He was lying down in the tent, his eyes closed. "Good," Gretchen replied, becoming aware of the rightness of the stone in her hand. It felt warm for a moment. "Put it in your pocket," he said. "Now close your eyes again and feel about. But this time find a stone which does not feel proper, one you do not wish to touch. Take your time." Frowning a little at the Nautilus, who had folded his arms over his chest and gone back to sleep, Gretchen tucked the flint into one of the cargo pockets built into her vest. Closing her eyes brought on a surging sense of drowsiness, but she soldiered on, letting her hands drift across the ground, letting her slow, crawling motion carry her wherever it would. A little later, after cracking her head painfully against a boulder, Gretchen gave up the search as a bad job and crawled into the tent. Hummingbird was fast asleep, his partially detached breather mask serving as an echo chamber for a snuffling kind of snore. Gretchen made a disgusted face at him, then collapsed on her own sleep bag, utterly spent. "This just isn't the same," Gretchen said late in the afternoon as she and Hummingbird were eating again, waiting for the sun to set and the air to chill enough to fly. There's no campfire to sit around. No flickering light on the cave walls, no darkness beyond the firelight, filled with strange sounds, the gleam of eyes as hunting cats prowl by. Hummingbird grunted, sucking the last of a puce-colored three-square from its tube. Gretchen had not offered to share any of her Tabasco, drawing an aggrieved look from the old man. "Our common ancestors," he said, wiping his lips, "would not have considered such a scene homies or nostalgic." The cough of a jaguar in the night was a cause for terror, not comfort. "I suppose." Gretchen was kneeling in the knocked-down tent, rolling up her sleep bag. "So, I didn't find it in proper stone this morning. Should I look again?" Hummingbird raised an eyebrow at her and then laid a finger on his temple. "Really?" Gretchen rubbed her brow, then winced to feel the bump from running into the boulder. "Well, I guess, say, how long will it take me to learn the good stuff?" She started to grin. "Like flying or throwing lightning from my hands or changing into an animal like in the old tales?" "I do not teach such things," Hummingbird snapped, suddenly angry. His face compressed into a tight frown and Gretchen moved back involuntarily. "The way of the Tlamatinim is subtle, balanced. We follow the line of the earth, we do not break balance or distort what is." "Oh." Anderson eyed him warily, seeing an unexpected fulminating anger shining in his lean, wrinkled old countenance. "Not a problem, I understand." "I doubt that," the Mexica growled, rising abruptly. "You've plighted troth to a science which barely acknowledges balance at all, much less attempts to move in accord with that which is." "Wait a minute," Gretchen said, her own anger nettled by the fury in his voice. "Science seeks to understand, not to destroy. I was joking, old crow, joking." She paused, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "Are there? There aren't judges who can fly, are there?" Hummingbird looked away, attention fixed on the horizon, where the sun was sliding down toward night, a huge red-gold disk with wavering purple edges. "No," he said after a moment. A hand waved negligently at the midges parked in the shade. "Though we fly ourselves, with some help." "But your science," he sighed. "I don't understand," Gretchen said, trying to keep from sounding antagonistic. "The more we learn, the fuller our understanding grows, the better mankind can exist in this universe. We learn, old crow, our science learns." No, it does not." Hummingbird rubbed the edge of his jaw, lips pursed, staring at her in an appraising way. Your science is about control, Anderson, not about understanding. Now listen to me before you raise your voice in defense of the beast which whelped you. I have met many of your colleagues. On Anahuac, in the orbital colonies, on the frontier worlds. There are men and women among their number I admire. Many of them mean well. My quarrel is not with these people, but with the doctrine they serve." "What?" Gretchen fell silent as Hummingbird raised a hand sharply, though her eyes narrowed in irritation. "The basis, the seed, the root, the wellspring of your science, Anderson, he said, settling down to the ground, legs crossed, is to make things happen the same way not just once, not twice, but 1,000 times. It is to learn enough, discover enough, to allow a human being to control the processes of the universe. From sparking fire, to forging a bronze knife, to making a reliable breather mask." Hummingbird tilted his head a little to one side, amusement glinting in his dark eyes. "Isn't that the heart of your science? The evolution of a hypothesis into a theory? The definition of fact, of scientific truth?" "No," Gretchen said, feeling like she'd stumbled into a first-term philosophy class. "You're confusing the goal of engineering with the process of science, and not the first person to do so either." She sniffed, tilting up her nose. "Engineering is about reliability and process control, but science is about learning why things work, not just how. Science." She paused, failing to wrestle her words into something succinct and pithy. "Our science is just like your seeing, but born from the mind, from logic, not from an organic alkaloid." Hummingbird grunted dismissively. "Logic is the construct of a human mind and prey to every failing thereof. The universe around us is not logical, not at its heart." Gretchen's nose twitched as at a foul smell. There is always accident, chaos, uncertainty." Yes, Hummingbird said, starting to smile, there is. The bane of your mechanistic technology, the enemy of order, the devil which must always be pursued, always driven out. Consider Anderson Zine. If you turn in a dig report which is incomplete, which leaves data unaccounted for, analysis undone, is your supervisor pleased? Does he laud your efforts? No. Grimacing, she made a so what motion with her hand. So we chase something unattainable. Is that bad? Is that something to deride or disparage? You're pleased enough to ride in an aircraft which will work reliably. Disorder is no friend of humanity. Hummingbird's head rose at her words, and a calculating, weighing expression came into his lean old face. Do you think so? Gretchen nodded, tapping her recycler. Yes, I'd rather be able to see another sunset than choke to death on my own waste. There is a difference, Hummingbird said quietly, between the individual and the race. He paused, and the hiss-hiss of his air tube being idly bitten filled the comm circuit. Are you familiar with the mortality rate among infants on planets newly colonized by the Empire, the so-called Lysenko effect? Yes. Gretchen could not keep a dubious tone from her voice. Though the scientists on Novoya Rossiya were good Swedes, she did not agree with all of the work being done there. Death rates among the first generation of colonists are high, but not unduly so for a new world being opened. First settlement is dangerous work. But the second and third and fourth generations suffer from an incredibly high death rate among the young, sometimes as high as 80%. After the fifth generation, if the colony has managed to survive, the mortality rate begins to drop, eventually approaching but never matching the Anahuac baseline. Hummingbird nodded. This has been the focus of great debate. Many scientists have urged genetic modification of the colonists to better fit the parameters of their new worlds, so more children would survive. Yes, I have heard of this. Gretchen watched him carefully. As a rule, the great families did not colonize other worlds themselves, though they financed many settlements. The landless were sent out in their stead. There was great social and economic pressure on the Masawali to gain a landholding, even at great risk. She had reviewed the literature herself in grad school. Millions had died. The empire has steadfastly refused. Hummingbird smiled at the bitterness in her voice. The flat golden light of the setting sun gleamed on his high cheekbones. I will tell you a small secret, Anderson Tezen. Nearly 100 years ago, when this trend had repeated for the fourth time, the emperor decreed that this genetic modification, would be attempted. A world called Tecumozan was selected, and a generation of humans was pre-adapted for life thereupon. And they thrived for a time, 2-3 generations. Then a plague brewed up among them. Something attacked the modifications which had been made to their core, DNA. The entire colony was lost. The emperor was perturbed and listened to us. The now alive for a change. A brief flicker of irony colored his words. A judge was sent, and he went among the ruins, watching quietly and listening. What he found could be best expressed as the planet being angry with the colony. No accord had been reached between the men who settled there and the fabric of the world around them. They had tried to gain power over it, recklessly, very foolish. What do you mean? Gretchen was disturbed. Every planet she had visited had held a particular unique feeling or atmosphere. Ugarit was clearly different from old Mars, but she had never thought of it as being angry. What I mean is this. The race of man may come to thrive on an alien world, but he must reach a balance. He must pay a price for life within its shelter, and the price is blood. This is old knowledge among the Mexica. All human life is sustained by the sacrifice of a few. In your terms, in the context of your science, the colonists needed to adapt in subtle ways to their new home. This is a delicate process, and many die, unable to exist in the new environment. But a few live and prosper, and their children have found a balance with the new world. Your science is not subtle enough to rush the process, but we are a hardy race, and Tio Otel. The fluid of life is the opener of the way. Hummingbird fell silent, watching her. Gretchen stiffened, his words triggering a flowering of thought in her mind. Bits and pieces of studies she had read, personal experiences, stories heard around dig campfires, even the echoes of the old church coalesced. The emperor sleeps soundly at night, does he, knowing the empire is built on the bones of children? This is the way it has always been. I hope it will always be so. Gretchen felt sick, but there was a certain cold sense to his viewpoint. To think progress could be gained free of cost without struggle was a child's daydream. She put down her tea, a sort of lost, distraught expression creeping into her face. You would let a station die, even if there were thousands of people aboard, to stop some kind of infection from entering the empire. You'd just let them die. You'd let me die. Hummingbird nodded. Gretchen felt his calm gaze like an iron band tightening around her heart. I would trade many lives to save our race, he said with a perfectly grim certainty. A hand, any eye, a limb, as long as mankind survives, my work is done. An old man said this long ago. It is not true we come to this earth to live. We come only to sleep, only to dream. Our body a flower as grass becomes green in spring, our hearts open, give forth buds, then wither. So did Tochiwaitzin say, and his words are as true today as they were then. Gretchen's mouth twisted into an expression of complete disgust. You're not interested in justice at all. You're no more than an antibody. Ha ha! A sharp laugh escaped the old man. He grinned, teeth very white in the dim light beneath the overhang. I am a good word to describe what must be done for our tribe to survive. An antibody. He lay back down, chuckling to himself. Aboard the Palenque, Parker ran his finger up a control gauge on the main pilot's panel and felt a subdued, distant roar shiver through the frame of the ship. Commencing turnover, he announced on the public comm, we are in ZG for 65 seconds. The navigational display showed the Temple-class starship begin to tumble in place, a constellation of maneuvering drives on the engineering ring blazing with light. Parker watched silently, chewing on a rolled-up tube of plastic he'd scavenged from Anderson's kit. Tastes better than the tabak, he thought, feeling a twinge of nervous urgency. His med band beeped sullenly, refusing to dispense more nicotine into his system. The pilot scratched at a red abrasion along the edge of the silver unit. Freakin' company medical policy, it's my religious right. God damn it. Turnover complete, he said, sliding the maneuver drive control back to 0. Another set of readouts was rapidly spiraling down to nothing as the ship completed the roll. The flare of exhaust guttered out, equalizing the ship's forward momentum. Parker grunted in satisfaction. Ship at, full stop. Main engines, 0 thrust. Maneuvering drive, 0 thrust. The view in the main display had shifted, following the rotation of the ship, and a red spark glowed among black velvet and diamonds. Parker dialed up the magnification, causing the half-disk of Ephesus 3 to swim into closer view. Better. He turned, looking over his shoulder at the captain's station. Magdalena was barely visible, hunched down in her nest of blankets and quilts, only the thin yellow slits of her eyes viable. Orders, mon capitaine. Parker tried to look properly attentive, which was difficult given his unshaven face, sallow complexion, and weary, fatigue-smudged eyes. I'm not the pack leader, she hissed in response. Her fur was getting matted too, but we should stay. Okay, Parker said amiably. I can nudge us into a long parking orbit, maybe spiral us back in a little bit at a time. Commander's privy-comm made an abrupt squeaking sound, and Magdalena swung her chair around, scanning the feeds from various shipboard cameras. Izoroku is coming top ship, she said briskly, the tight fur around her nose wrinkling up, with one of the Marines, Fitzsimmons. Starting delay 1, Parker replied as he tapped a series of glyphs on his panel, initiating a detailed diagnostic test of the ship's hyperspace generators. That's 4 hours at least. Magdalena was also in motion, keying a private channel to their Welshman, who appeared on camera in the mess area of the habitat ring. Several of the scientists were also in the galley, trying to make an appetizing lunch from fleet emergency rations and the remains of expedition supplies. Bando, seen, Isoroku is heading to the bridge. He won't be happy we haven't left the system yet. See if you can locate Icho Deckard. I can't find him on camera. The gunner set down a cup of coffee and nodded, though he did not look up at the overhead. Instead, he said goodbye to Dr. Sinclair and wandered out into the main accessway, hands in the pockets of his jacket. Magdalena hoped he could run down the stray Marine quickly. She was a little on edge to be letting them run loose in the pack ship. The main door into the bridge cycled open, letting light from the access tubes spill across a deck still showing gaping holes from their efforts to replace the damaged conduits. Magdalena wiped her hand across the surveillance V-panes and the entire panel went dark. She and Parker looked up with interest as Tai Isoroku pulled himself through the hatchway and kicked off to reach the edge of the command station. The Marine Gunso followed, his hair a black, oily cloud behind his head, barely restrained by a snakeskin strap. Maggie thought Fitzsimmons looked a little worn down by the effort restoring the engineering deck to service, though she supposed he might be worrying a little bit about golden hair. As he should. "Repairs are complete." Isoroku's voice was gravelly and unused to conversation. He stared at Parker with narrow eyes, stone-like features showing nothing but incipient displeasure. "Transit status." "Running a pre-flight check right now," Parker said, concentrating on his control panel. "Should be finished in 3-4 hours." "A waste of time," the engineer growled. "We've just finished tuning and adjusting every downside system. There's no reason to test them all again." "Procedure," Magdalena said, avoiding Fitzsimmons's searching gaze. The Marine was frowning a little and trying to get a good look at her control panel. "I'm sure everything will go smoothly with the test." Isoroku turned his stone-hard expression on her, and the Hesht felt a shiver of adrenaline. By conscious effort, she kept her ruff from stiffening, though facing a member of a strange pack without the restraining ritual of meeting with claws sheathed made her queasy. "Our orders are to make transit from this system," the engineer said in a harsh voice, "for Ctesiphon Station as soon as possible. Both the main drive and the hyperspace gradient generator are now in working order. Pilot, have you plotted an entry vector and course?" "He has not," Magdalena said before Parker could reply. Her ears flattened back against her skull. She took care to speak slowly and carefully. "We are in no hurry, Isoroku-san. Nothing untoward has occurred on Ephesus 3 or in the outer system. We are now at minimum safe distance for a transit, which means we can make gradient to hyperspace in minutes." "We have our orders," the engineer said, a slight tick starting under one bloodshot eye. The Tlamatinime was very clear in his desire. "This ship is to leave immediately. The Cornuelle will be following us with all speed." "I understand your desire to rejoin your crew," Magdalena said, feeling her limbs tremble with the prickling rush of jay-hunting blood. "But I will not abandon my pack leader in the midst of a desert with no hope of retrieval. The Cornuelle—" "Oi, you are yours, I. "We'll pick them up," Isoroku said in a sharp tone. He pulled himself sideways to the end of the command panel. Magdalena's chair turned smoothly, following him, both of her hands hidden under the blankets, flexed claws sliding in and out of bony sheaths of cartilage. Deep grooves were already cut in the fabric. "If they can," Magdalena said, black lips curling back from shining white teeth. "Yet the Long Fang is far away, hunting among the flying mountains, farther than we from the planet. If something happens, then Chaga Hatishi will have to race back at full acceleration to succor my pack leader and your judge. The eldest and wisest wanted us to be quiet, Isoroku-san," she smiled, showing triple rows of curving white teeth. "Haishatu knows something about being quiet. We will wait out here for a few days and see what happens." "Our orders," Isoroku's voice rose appreciably, twin spots of color appearing on his pockmarked cheeks, "are not valid aboard this ship," Magdalena hissed, body stiffening. "This is a civilian ship, not fleet. Our salvage papers have been properly filed. You are our guests." The peripheral vision of a Hesht happens to be particularly good, which let Magdalena keep an eye on both Parker, who had shrunk down behind his console with a waxy, distressed look on his face, and upon Fitzsimmons, who had anchored himself just inside the doorway, his back to the wall, fingertips on the grip of his sidearm. "Our ship den is in your debt, Isoroku-san," Maggie said, struggling to rein in her temper. "Your efforts to repair the engines are greatly appreciated, but we will not abandon our pack leader." The engineer looked to Fitzsimmons, who raised an eyebrow in response and shrugged. Isoroku's face screwed up in a bitter grimace. What can you hope to do if something happens to the judge and your pack leader? Before she could reply, the engineer's nostrils flared minutely, and he gave her a searching sideways look. How could you tell if they were in danger? In just over 7 days, Magdalena said, changing the subject, Anderson and the eldest and wisest will have returned to the observatory base camp. They will need to be picked up by a shuttle, yet we must be quiet in retrieving them. She looked curiously at Parker. How far away is the Cornuelle? The pilot shrugged, spreading his hands. No idea. They went darks before reaching the asteroid field, and we haven't seen a sign of them since. But if they are searching the belt, they must have moved further away from their point of arrival, which was 2 days at maximum acceleration from 3 a week ago. I'd guess an intercept time of at least 4 days. Magdalena shook out her shoulders, watching the engineer closely. She was sure the human male could estimate distance and speed as quickly as the pilot. There was just no reasonable or inconspicuous way for the Cornuelle to make the retrieval pickup. After a long moment, Isoroku's bitter expression grew worse, as though his face had been pickled in ghee juice. Your pack leader has a plan? Magdalena nodded, swallowing a grin. She does. We will pick her up, very quietly, very softly, in 8 days. What if the Cornuelle, or one of her shuttles, arrives at the same time? The Hesh spread her hands, claws politely retracted. Then we let Long Spearpack lift the wet cubs from the river, and later, when we are all denned on CT siphon and fat with meat, we raise cups in their honor. But if they do not come, then Palenque Pride will be waiting, and will snatch the drowning from the current and slip away, padding feet soft in the grass. Isoroku's grimace did not waver, but the bull-headed man looked sideways at Fitzsimmons again. The Marine pursed his lips, tucked a wad of gum into his cheek, and said, Looks bad on the record, Tai. If you lose a judge by accident, there are not so many of them, you know. The engineer's color deepened, and he gave Parker and Magdalena a tight, angry stare. I have no desire to see the Tlamatanime or Anderson scene die, he said, biting out each word with a click of his teeth. Yet these orders were given for a reason. You are putting the lives of everyone on this ship at risk. You should consider what will happen if they die, if we die, or if something worse happens because of this course of action. Magdalena stared back at him, a dangerous glitter in her eyes. I will not be forsworn in my duty to the pack leader, Carver of Stone. Nodding sharply, Isoroku pushed away and sped off down the accessway. Fitzsimmons looked after him with a troubled expression, but then followed. He did not look back. Magdalena turned around in the circle of her nest once, then twice. Parker started to say something, but she hissed at him and he slunk off, avoiding her eyes. Males, she grumbled to herself, feeling sulky. Her claws shredded the blanket. Useless, copper-stinking males. Bah! Later, when she had verified the locations of Isoroku, the Marines, Parker and Bandau on the surveillance cameras, Magdalena restored the V-panes, showing the communication stream from Rusovsky's Midge. Unfortunately, several of the Peapod satellites had burned up in the atmosphere, reducing her eye to a bare 3 orbital cameras. With such a reduced capacity to track and interpret the transmissions from the aircraft, she downgraded the feed to burst traffic, sending only compressed voice logs from the aircraft comm. She fretted about losing the video, but there was nothing to be done. In flight again, she muttered, watching a plot of the aircraft creeping across the vast curve of the planetary surface. A projected vector arced south-southwest toward the observatory base. 3 days at this rate. Maybe 4. Checking again to make sure she wouldn't be disturbed, Maggie began listening to the latest set of voice recordings. After an hour, she gave up, rubbing sore ears. Philosophy! Kittens complaining about the food. They must be bored down there just flying all night. The Hesht flipped quickly through some secondary data which had come up with the burst transmission, just making sure both aircraft were in good shape. As she did, a log section highlighted itself and chimed for attention. What's this? A leak? Parker, Maggie growled into her throat mic. I need you to look at something. On my way, the pilot replied, sounding groggy and irritated. Maggie glanced over at the surveillance camera and her whiskers twitched to see the human male shuffling out of one of the cabins used by the scientists. His patterned shirt was on backwards. Turning her nose politely in the air, Maggie routed the log information to his navigation console and sat back, staring at the huge red disk of the planet filling the main V-pane. A moment later, her head tilted to one side in confusion. Where did that come from? What an odd color! She opened another private channel to the crew's quarters. Mr. Smalls, she asked in a very polite voice, could you join us on the bridge? The Wasteland. A pair of glittering white contrails made two rule-straight lines against the velvety darkness of the Ephesian sky. Both midges hummed along, wing surfaces finely tuned to squeeze as much lift as possible from the thin atmosphere, ice crystals spiraling out behind them. In the Gagarin, Gretchen was letting the comp fly. Her attention turned to the geologists' travel logs. Their flight path had carried them out over a truly vast desolation, leaving the uplands of the escarpment far behind. Gretchen looked over the maps one more time. Rysovsky had marked them up with a variety of notes and scribbled amendments. Not all of them were in Nahuatl or even in Norman. Anderson scowled, trying to make out a note marking as area they would fly over near dawn if they held their current course. What is this? Old Russian, maybe? She scratched her jaw thoughtfully, trying to remember how to read the blocky letters. Her grandmother had some books. Thoughts of childhood yielded nothing but a memory of pine smoke, nutmeg, and pumpkin. Checking her comp found at least a phonetic alphabet. Brillant, she spelled out rather laboriously. Rysovsky's handwriting was not the clearest in the world. Or brilliant. What does that mean? Well, something she saw from the air, something very bright, perhaps even visible at night. Hummingbird, are you awake? Yes, came the answer, and the Noalis, for once, did not sound half asleep. I'm looking at Rysovsky's maps, Gretchen said, taking a moment to eyeball the horizon and the ground below. Sand. A barren flat covered with faint linear shadows. Anderson grimaced, looking ahead. The field of pipe flowers disappeared rather abruptly into darkness, and we've two options to reach the base camp. We can keep on this heading and enter an area she has marked Brilliance or swing north to follow a section of uplift. An odd thing to mark, Hummingbird replied. Can I see the map? It's on your comp now, Gretchen said, tapping a glyph to send the file to his console. There was momentary silence, and then she heard the Noalis make a curious sound. This is in old script, Kievan Rus, I believe, and among those savages, the word brilliance refers to almazes, or what we would term diamond in the rough. Diamond? Gretchen shook her head. So a geometric figure on the ground? That would explain why she could see it from the air. Not the shape, Hummingbird said, sounding a little puzzled himself. Almaz is a cheap, colorless gemstone. There are mixed-tech mining colonies on Anahuac which mine the mineral for industrial purposes. It makes a particularly fine abrasive for certain processes. If it's a mineral, perhaps Rysovsky could see an open drift of the material as she flew overhead. Or her geodetic sensors revealed a vein of the stuff in the earth. She'd reshore to note something like that. Indeed. Hummingbird sounded satisfied. So, do we swing north or not? I think we should be careful, Gretchen said, checking her fuel gauges. A day won't make an enormous difference one way or another, and there's no sense risking. Out of the corner of her eye, Anderson caught sight of Hummingbird's midge suddenly lurch in the air and lose 100 meters of altitude. At the same moment, her comp squawked in alarm and she heard the Naui's shout in surprise. I've lost an engine, he barked, the ultralight falling away toward the desert floor in an ungainly spiral. Number 1 has shut down completely. I'm losing fuel on tanks 4 and 5. Set down, Gretchen snapped, the Gagarin banking sharply to the right as she reacted. I'm right behind you. Shut all your fuel feeds and go to an unpowered glide. Understood. Hummingbird's voice was calm and precise, though Anderson immediately lost visual sight of the plunging aircraft. The contrail ended abruptly in a slowly falling cloud of ice. The Gagarin nosed over into a steep dive, wind shrieking under her wings, and Gretchen felt the pit of her stomach squeeze tight. Her radar showed Hummingbird's midge lose nearly 1,000 meters of altitude before staggering into a kind of glide. By that time, Gretchen was swooping down out of the night sky, the falling ultralight in sight again. The upper wing of a midge made a good reflector, and by starlight, her goggles could pick him out. Below them both, however, the land was dark and featureless, though Gretchen doubted the ground was soft as a pillow. "At least we're past the pipe flowers." "Switch your radar to ground scan," she said tersely. "You'll need to find someplace flat." "Too late," Hummingbird snapped, and his breath was harsh on the comm. Gretchen cursed. The altimeter jumped, and radar suddenly revealed a broad, deep canyon rushing past below her, and pulled up, turning wide around Hummingbird, whose aircraft was skidding across the crown of a mesa-like hill rising above the canyon floor. The Gagarin made a swooping, leisurely circle as the other ultralight bounced to a halt, and Gretchen could make out rough, jagged cliffs on every side. "Turn all your lights on," she said, hoping Hummingbird hadn't been knocked unconscious by the violence of his landing, "and put out your anchors." Her breath puffing white in the chill air of the cockpit, Gretchen ignored everything but the radar image of the rock and stone and precipices below as she lined up to land. "Gently now," she whispered to the Gagarin as the ultralight drifted down out of the sky, airspeed dipping low, almost into a stall. "Easy, easy." The front wheel touched down, sending a shock through the airframe, and then the Gagarin was rolling to a halt a dozen meters from Hummingbird. "The number 4 fuel pump is clogged up," Gretchen said, her voice muffled by the cowling around the engine. White fog billowed around her shoulders, oozing from the maintenance hatch in thin streamers. "Looks like a line cracked when you crashed and has been leaking hydrogen vapor into the casing. Everything's frozen solid." A little shaky from too much adrenaline and too little rest, she climbed down from the upper wing, holding tight to the wing struts to keep from slipping. "Can it be fixed?" Hummingbird was unloading gear from the cargo compartment. He made a vague gesture at the dark, still night hiding the rugged mesa and canyon beyond. "Here?" Gretchen gave him a sharpish look, completely lost on the man given the lack of light, and ran her hands over the tools on her belt. "If we have a schematic of the engine and component details, I might be able to fabricate a new fuel line or fix the old one, but I don't know if the maintenance manuals are loaded into either comp." Gretchen tried to keep her voice light, but the prospect of doubling up in one single remaining midge made her feel sick. "We need both aircraft for the pickup," she thought desperately. "The skyhook won't work with just one." "If they're not, we're in serious trouble." Anderson cracked frost from her gloves, keeping her eyes away from the old man. "The weight ratio in one of these aircraft is marginal with one person and supplies. 2 can fit, but not with much food, water, or equipment. We could probably make base camp, but I don't know how long we'd last then." "Don't worry." Hummingbird's tone was still perfectly even. "The Cornwell will come looking for us soon, and base camp is filled with company supplies." "It was," Gretchen said, picking her way across splintery, loose shale. There was a bitter edge to her voice. "You're thinking everything is still in place because we left so quickly. Maybe it is, but I've never seen an abandoned camp last. And with the microbiota here, well, I think we'll find bunkers filled with calcite flowers and beautiful stone cobwebs." "Well," the Nowlas seemed to have lost track of what he was going to say. "What can I do to help then?" Gretchen pulled open the door of the Gagarin and slid into her seat. The lumpy confines were starting to fit properly, but she didn't know if that was because the chair had changed or she had. Biting her lip nervously, Anderson started to punch up a document search. "Anchor both aircraft," she said, fighting to keep a rising tide of despair from overwhelming her. And set up the tent. Find someplace out of the wind. We're all exposed up here." Her voice trailed off in surprise. Her search for fuel line repair had returned an immediate hit, and the comp had helpfully opened a series of V-panes on the display, showing a complete schematic of the fuel pump, the circulatory system on Hummingbird's midge, the specifics of the lines and tubes, and a checklist showing how to repair a broken one. "What the—" Gretchen was entirely nonplussed. "There is no way," she said to herself, tabbing through the array of documents. "Rosovsky shoehorned an AI into this comp. This is impossible. Just," she blinked, staring at the checklist. The last entry read, "Buy your beautiful smart pack sister a drink when we get back to the den. Paw Magdalena. Maggie! Gretchen stared around the deserted, windswept mesa top in amazement. Outside, vapor was still boiling out of the damaged midge, and she could make out the outline of Hummingbird as he stomped around, stitching the anchors into the rock. A creepy shiver ran up her back, making her switch her comm to a private channel. "Can you hear me? There was no answer, just the usual warble of toneless static. Okay, maybe dear Magdalena is psychic. Gretchen read the checklist again. Everything seemed straightforward enough, except one part about checking all of the fuel lines for microfine cracks. How are we going to do that? The Gagarin rocked gently as Hummingbird unspooled an anchor line. Gretchen started to sort through her tools, reading each section of the instructions as she worked. All done. Hummingbird leaned against the midge, one hand on the raised door. I've put the tent in a crevice not too far away. Should be out of the wind. He stopped, watching her suspiciously. What is it? Gretchen was regarding him appraisingly. So, Hummingbird Tietzen, an unbroken fuel line has a certain wholeness, doesn't it? So someone with the sight should be able to see a crack or break or even a weakness. That would be a distortion of proper order, right? Yes. The visible parts of Hummingbird's face became rather sour-looking. They would. Good. Gretchen tapped the panel in front of her. Here's a layout of the entire fuel system in your midge. You need to check every centimeter for leaks or fissures. I'm going to fabricate a replacement for the broken line. Very well. Hummingbird stared stoically at the complicated spiderweb filling the V-pane. Are these data on my comp? Gretchen nodded. Make sure you have the hydrogen tanks locked off. We can't afford to lose any more fuel. The old man nodded and turned away. Gretchen looked around the tiny cockpit and sighed. Too small for this job. She gathered up all her tools and plugged her hand comp into the main panel to make a copy of the instructions. Maybe the tent is big enough. A pale wash of violet was just beginning to tint the rim of the world when Gretchen climbed back up onto the midge and unscrewed the engine housing. Hummingbird, wrapped in his cloak and a blanket, was squatting beside the main body of the aircraft, rubbing his hands together. Out in the open like this, without even the marginal shelter of an overhang or a cave, the night was ferociously cold. Pass me the other heater. Gretchen wedged the tube-shaped unit in above the pump and turned it on high radiate. The unit was low on power, but she hoped there was just enough juice left to melt the ice and run the forced air fan to disperse the resulting fog. While the heater hummed and glowed and blew blessedly hot air against her chest, Gretchen laid out her tools and parts on a technician's cling pad. You were able to make a replacement? Hummingbird moved up next to her, angling himself into the warm draft from the heater. Yes, she said dryly, craning her head to peer inside the housing. Modern science and technology triumph again. Did you check all the fuel lines? The nowless nodded, arms wrapped tight around his chest. To show signs of damage, I marked them with colored tape. They've not cracked through. Yet? Gretchen brushed melting frost out of the way and began unscrewing the two valves holding the broken section of line. We'll wrap them in steel tape later. She stifled a yawn. This afternoon, we'll press on and see if we can reach the camp in one long flight. Very well. Gretchen felt the old man shivering even with his suit and the blankets and jalaba. Get in the tent, she said, giving him a concerned look. You're losing too much body heat out here. For a moment, Anderson thought he would refuse, and some sharp words about pig-headed men were on the tip of her tongue, but he nodded and climbed stiffly down. He's had a big day, she thought, watching him disappear in the direction of the tent, almost crashed twice. Very lucky, these judges, very lucky. The broken section of line came free in her hands and she put the part aside. A little can of compressed air blew out the usual gunk fouling the valves. Should talk to Dolores and Parker about maintenance on this bird. Needs a tune-up. Squinting, her goggles dialed up into a moderately high magnification, Gretchen eased the new line into the first valve. Her fingers were stiff from the cold, making fine work difficult. After the third failed attempt to line them up, she eased herself back and took a moment to warm her hands on the heater. Her eyes, back, and shoulders were hurting from tension and cold and weariness. Got to loosen up, Gretchen thought, flexing her gloved fingers. Maybe I should empty my mind and count. She smiled a little at the memory of Hummingbird's pedantic, measured voice, her brow furrowed, considering the situation. Maybe I should try this with my eyes closed. The tube felt cold and round beneath her fingers, only a few centimeters long, ending in two delicate valve stems and a counter-rotating jacket to fix the connection tight. Gretchen let her shoulders and arms settle. She let herself count until the busy noise in her thoughts settled down and then faded away. The warmth of the heater was almost hot on her left shoulder, but she shifted the tube gently until a familiar prickling heat suffused her fingertips. Trying not to lick her chapped lips nervously, Gretchen leaned forward slightly, letting the tube slide into proximity with the sleeve. Eyes still closed, working in complete chill darkness, she slid the tube into the stem and finger-tightened the jacket, first on one side, then on the other. A moment later, it seemed like only seconds, she opened her eyes and smiled slightly to see the tube in place. That was easy. The Midge toolkit had a specialized micro-driver, which torqued down the two connections to the proper factory-approved tightness. Gretchen sighed in relief when she was done and closed up the compartment with trembling fingers. A wave of complete exhaustion had crept up upon her and now dragged at every muscle in her body. "Dawn soon," she muttered, climbing very stiffly down from the wing. The tools and the portable heater were slung over her shoulder, making what felt like an enormous, bone-crushing weight. At least the tent will be nice and warm. But the tent was too hot, and the ground too hard. Hummingbird was snoring again, and she couldn't take the heap sound of his breathing. After laying in the sleep bag for an hour, too tired to remove her breather mask or even brush her teeth, Gretchen crawled out of the tent and into the mind-numbing cold again. She climbed back up to the ultralights and made a desultory circuit, checking their tie-downs and anchors. The old Mexica had done a fine job, each cable taut and balanced. Irritated, Gretchen walked to the edge of the mesa, stepping carefully among weathered, wind-blasted slabs and boulders. The canyon below was entirely impenetrably dark, and Darrison considered pitching a glow beam over the edge just to see what might be revealed in the flickering blue-green light. The stars gleamed on her goggles, very bright and steady. The air had chilled to a supernal level of stillness, much as it did during the polar winter on old Mars. Good place for a telescope, she thought, beginning to walk along the rim of the mesa, her back to the eastern sky. But is there anything to see out here? Ephesus sat at the edge of one of the abyssal gulfs running through the spiral arm. There were few nearby suns, only clouds of dust, dark matter, and interstellar gas. A lonely outpost on the verge of nothingness, hundreds of light-years from another habitable world. Gretchen wondered as she climbed a rough rectangular outcropping if the long-dead inhabitants had ever managed to pierce the envelope of air around their home world. Had satellites or orbital stations seen the Valkar burst from the nothingness of hyperspace? Had anyone tried to escape? Or were the Ephesians still grubbing in the mud, trying to trap their dinner in woven nets or pit traps, when the sky darkened with the killing cloud? A million years, Earth was still a raw, primitive world, only megafauna and proto-hominids fighting to survive in Pliocene swamps. Did we escape a similar fate by some quirk of chance? The thought made her feel despondent. Her heart did not easily agree with the prospect of a universe where man only lived and thrived by the fall of some random cosmic die. Gretchen realized Hummingbird's vision of a universe of frightful powers, of gods, offered a strange kind of comfort. He believes men can alter the course of fate. He believes he can divert the engines of chance. Beyond the outcropping, a deep crevice split in the face of the mesa. I should head back, she started to remind herself, but then, what's that? A light? Anderson stopped and knelt down, peering over the edge into the darkness. There was a light. There were many lights, spreading in a delicate cobweb across the rock, making the ravine gleam and glitter like the stars above, a hidden galaxy of jeweled colors and shining motes. Like moss, a fire moss, she thought, lips quirking in a smile. Life blooming from nothing. Even here, at the edge of annihilation, Gretchen concentrated on the nearest filaments and was rewarded by a vision of delicate tendrils radiating out from a cone-shaped core. The surface seemed to glisten, though she doubted there was any kind of moisture in this system. A superconducting energy trap, maybe? I wish Sinclair and Tukachevsky were here. They would love this. Ha! They'll be jealous when I tell them about all the things I've seen. God, I even miss that tub vodka of theirs." A sound interrupted her delight. Gretchen looked up, surprised. A cloaked figure knelt a few meters away, silhouetted by a wash of stars, Jelaba and Caffier wrapped expertly around narrow shoulders. An instant of surprise was replaced by a certain sense of recognition. "What are you?" Gretchen stood up slowly, hoping to leave the fire moss undisturbed. Flakes of rock spilled away from her gloves, falling among the thready clusters. "You're not Rosofsky, are you?" "I am," answered the dark outline. The voice was hoarse, rusty, as if long unused. The shape stood as well, wiry blonde hair hanging loose around her shoulders. "What are you?" "A human being," Gretchen said, then stopped, horrified. Hummingbird wouldn't want her to give anything away. A visitor. "Am I a human being?" Rosofsky came close, and Gretchen could see her pale, lean face glowing with an inner light. Stunned, Gretchen realized she was seeing the pattern of a vibrant, crystalline lattice seeping through the woman's skin. "My memories are strange. I was flying high above the world. I was walking under the sea, among the bones of the dead." Yes, you were. But you are not a human being now. You are an Ephesian, like the moss. Rosofsky looked down at the colony, her bare, unprotected face perfectly still. "No, I am not. The Hathal are an incurious people, content with their long, slow lives. I am restless. I need something I do not have." "Everyone is restless," Gretchen laughed softly, breath puffing white around her breather mask. "Perhaps you are human. Are you content?" Rosofsky moved closer, and the light within her skin grew brighter. Her eyes shone like stars themselves. "Show me." Gretchen began to back away, feeling her way along the edge of the ravine. Something in the shape began to change, and she felt the prickling of alarm. The voice continued to echo in her suitcom, but she realized there was no way Rosofsky could make such a sound in the thin atmosphere, not without a comlink. She scrambled up and over the crest of the rocks. The figure stopped and was staring up at her. Without waiting for the shape to do something, Gretchen scrambled away as fast as she dared, heading for the tent and Hummingbird. The Cornuel Mitsuharu was sitting cross-legged on the edge of his sleeping mat, a fall of snarled dark hair spread over his shoulders and chest when the comb lit up with an incoming message. An officious two-tone chime sounded, indicating a priority connection from the bridge. "Ah, Hadeshi here," he said, putting down an ivory-handled brush. Guiltily pleased by the interruption, he did not enjoy the tedium of brushing. The Chusa began plaiting his traditionally long hair up in a thick braid. On screen, comm stabilized to reveal Shosa Kosho sitting on the bridge. To unfamiliar eyes, the exec's stiff, controlled demeanor would have revealed very little beyond an impression of cool consideration. Mitsuharu saw a certain eager excitement in the tilt of the woman's eyes and the set of her mouth. There was also a brief, nearly undetectable reaction of embarrassment to finding him almost naked, clad only in an undershirt, belt, trousers, boots, comm unit, and medband. "The G-sensor array has yielded up a match for the refinery ship," Kosho reported in a more than usually terse voice. "Distance is 40,000 K by my estimate. Bearing 263, elevation +32. Right on top of us." Hadeshi allowed himself a quick, pleased smile. He botched the smaller over and under at the end of the plate and gave up, letting the shining dark hair, a little streaked with gray, lie loose against his back. "Deeper into the belt?" Kosho shook her head, looking sideways at a hidden display. "Near the outsystem fringe. The bulk of the local drift is between us, so I've not been able to get a secondary detect with passive sensors." "Clever." Hadeshi unfolded himself from the bed and found his uniform shirt. "Keeping close to the area they want to work, nay, and behind a shield of debris. What is their gravitational situation? Could they make gradient to hyperspace from their current location?" The exec shook her head, an eager gleam of flickering in her eyes. "The local field is not smooth enough," she said. "They will have to bolt from cover if they wish to transit." A location fraught with compromise. Hadeshi sealed the shirt in a smooth motion with his thumb. "Their holds must be only half full, but the takings are likely rich, enough to warrant the risk of remaining in-system. Have you laid in an intercept course?" "Hi, Chusa." Kosho stiffened fractionally. "Would you like to review the plot?" "Not now." Hadishi's thoughts were already leaping ahead to the next task. In any case, he had full confidence in Koshu's ability to maneuver the ship through this debris field. I want to be in outrider camera range as quickly as possible, while remaining hidden. His tone turned serious. If they bolt, we will lave to catch them, and we cannot risk a weapons exchange in open space. Kosho frowned. Mitsu made a go-ahead motion with his hand. Heidiishi-san, she said rather tentatively, why not just spook them into making gradient? Then they'll be gone, and the debris field will probably mask their departure from anyone who might be watching from 3. True. Hadiishi scratched at his beard in irritation. I have considered this. Unfortunately, we know at least one shuttle from this refinery ship was operating in the atmosphere of 3, and what if they picked up someone or something? Though our Tlamatanim is not currently aboard, I know he would be, apoplectic if we allowed a gang of landless miners to make off with a First Sun artifact, even a small one. I see, Kosho nodded. I will arrange to approach undercover and in full stealth. Good. Mitsu cleared the comm channel and punched up Taiyu Weimak's quarters on the barracks deck. There was a brief delay and the V-pane cleared, revealing the bronzed face of the Marine commander. Hi, Chu, sa. Half of the Zapotek's face was glistening with shaving gel. We have found our quarry, Hadishi said, shrugging into his uniform jacket. Are Haicho Felix and her squad ready to go? Huemak tensed, lips compressing into a tight line to admit anything less than perfect readiness to his commander. Almost. They need some more time in the simulators, if we have time to spare, Kyo. Heidiishi nodded to himself and checked the navigational plot Koshu had seconded to his comp display. 2, perhaps 3 ship days, Tai, and then we will need to move quickly. He looked back to the Marine. Is there a problem with the personnel assigned? Should Haicho Felix be replaced as team leader? Huemak shook his head slowly, though Mitsu thought he could see a tinge of concern behind the impassive Southern Highlands face. A near-open struggle flickered behind the Flint dark eyes. No, Felix and her men have done very well, it's just... What is it? Hadiishi kept his voice conversational and polite, for the Marine to say anything less than "Kandu Kyo," done, Kyo, indicated a serious problem. Not for the first time, Hadiishi wished his subordinates would not drink quite so deeply of fleet tradition and doctrine. The simulations, Kyo. Huemak actually glanced over his shoulder, though there was no one in his tiny cabin, before meeting Hadiishi's quizzical look. They're monstrous, vicious, almost unbeatable. The assault team's been vaporized, holed, shot, incinerated, decompressed, blasted, and cut to bits every day. It's hard on the men to keep their heads up when they lose so often. And Felix? Heidiishi cocked his head a little to the side. How is she holding up? She's still game, Huemak allowed, his expression brightening. She gets knocked down, she gets back up, but she must be near worn out, too. The Shosa has just been after her with a flint club, Kyo, relentless. I understand. In fact, Mitsu felt genuinely touched by Susan's efforts on his behalf. Tell Felix to stand her men down for a day. All members of the assault team on shipside leave, no duties, and get some sleep. Tomorrow have them run through a full prep equipment check. They'll be on round-the-clock calls starting in 2 days, so make sure they remember to eat. If anyone has trouble sleeping, override their medbands. Hi. Huemak signed off, vastly relieved by the commander's temperate reaction. Hadiishi made a desultory effort at combing his beard and washing his face, but his thoughts were far away. His attendant fussed around, straightening up the cabin and brushing lint from his jacket. Mitsu let the old man go about his business, thinking of the future. Now I'll be the one having trouble sleeping, he thought as a tube car whisked him toward the bridge, and Susan will be nagging me. The prospect of facing the massive cutting beam on a tier class in a shooting fight did not calm his stomach. There would be little room to maneuver among the asteroids, which took away the Cornuelle's advantages of speed and agility. As the car slowed, Hadiishi felt an air of melancholy dropping away like leaves from the great oak in his father's courtyard, replaced by a surety of purpose he hadn't even realized was missing. Tickus. The Cornuelle held station in the radar shadow of a mountain-sized chunk of nickel iron, skin mesh at full absorption, engines cold, every ship's system dialed down to minimal levels. On the bridge, where even normal lighting seemed unaccountably dimmed by standing to battle stations, Heidishi leaned back into the embrace of his shock chair, entirely calm, and watched a V-feed from Outrider 1. Hayes was driving the drone from his weapons station, broad shoulders hunched over the controls. Both Kosho and Smith were hanging on every flicker of data from their passive sensors and the point defense network. On the V-pane, Heidishi saw acres of jagged rock slide past as the Outrider inched its way around the nearer asteroid. The drone had been stripped down, more work for the engineers, he thought in amusement, to little more than a brace of cameras and a compressed air jet for maneuvering. Johansson had claimed the modified skin mesh on the Outrider would let it avoid detection on radar if the miniature ship did not betray itself with an exhaust signature. So a machinist's crew, Heidishi, presumed that meant Master's mate Helston and his wrench monkeys, who seemed to get all the tricky jobs, had dismounted the reactor core and plasma thrust drive and jimmied in a hand-built propulsion unit straight out of the fire tower era of space exploration on Anahuac. Saw this on a 3V about the race to the moon, Helston confided to Smith, while Heidishi happened to be in hearing. Simple, reliable, not too fast, which is good. Don't want a missile-like velocity signature to pop up on someone's passive scan. The Outrider crossed a range of spike-like peaks and emerged from shadow. The cameras adjusted to the faint sunlight, though Hayes did not make any course corrections. He was flying almost blind, letting the stream of telemetry returning from the drone via a laser whisker guide him along a plot derived from the G-array scan data. Somewhere ahead, still out of sight, the refinery was lurking, hidden between the screening mass of two mammoth asteroids. 3 minutes, Kosho announced, eyeing her navigation display. You should have visual by now. Heidishi steepled his fingers and continued to watch quietly. Young Smithson was sweating hard, eyes flickering back and forth between the confusing array of scan data. A problem with the software running the consolidated display had left him to reconcile the regular passive scan and the G-array by hand. The Wildcatters did not seem to have deployed their own Sentry drones, but the camera view changed again. The Outrider had passed into the shadow of the two asteroids. Now, dead ahead, there was a half-familiar outline floating in the ebon void. Points of light gleamed against a greater darkness, and they were not stars. Contact, Hayes announced in a whisper. Stabilizing platform. The Outrider slowed to a halt, hanging in the abyss, both cameras cycling through a variety of wave and focal lengths. Shipside Comp gobbled up the data and began building an enhanced image on the main display. Heidishi sat up in his chair. The keg-like shapes of ore carrels became visible, the lights now revealed as EVA lamps strung along supports surrounding the massive containers. A cluster of circular exhausts came into view, the flaring nacelles blackened by plasma flux. A scale indicator appeared beside the screen. One of the Cornuelle's shuttles would fit into the maw of a single thruster. The cruiser itself would fill only 3 of the dozens of ore carrels now visible. Drone hold position, Heidishi said quietly, his eyes traveling along the bulky, mammoth lines of the refinery. Mazes of pipe filled the spaces between the ore containers. The actual ship itself was entirely hidden, save for the massive engines protruding from the globular mass. Shift the Outrider so the asteroid backdrops the drone. We need a full scan workup of the refinery before we move to Phase 2. No sense risking a star or planet silhouette by accident. He tapped a builder's schematic on a secondary V-pane. Update the plans we have. I want to know about anything out of the ordinary, no matter how small, and see if you can get a registry number from a side stencil or something. Hayes and Kosho nodded before turning back to their panels. Mitsuharu opened a downshift channel. Engineering, this is Heidishi. I would like hourly updates on refitting progress. Engineer Second Johansson hurried into the service bay at clockwise 2 on the engine ring. The high-vaulted space was crowded with machinery, men, and the hiss of welding torches. A sharp metallic tang of heated metal and plastic permeated the air. The atmosphere recyclers in engineering had been operating over capacity since the Cornuelle had launched from the Teotihuacan Fleet Contract Yards 16 years ago. A packet of schematics were crammed under his left arm while his right fumbled for a fresh tobacco. Spying master's mate Helsden and his crew swarming over a box-shaped structure in the middle of the bay, the engineer turned their way, scowling furiously. "Helsden, come down here." Johansson ignored the other machinists, most of whom were packing up their tool bags or doing fine finishing work on the sheets of hull fabric plated onto a big open framework of hexacarbon pipe. The Nahuatl lit the tabac and puffed furiously, feeling his nerves settle slightly, while the master's mate pushed up his work goggles and shut off a ceiling torch. "There's an addition to this platform," Johansson said when Helsden had climbed down, rubbing his face clean with a very dirty cloth. The engineer opened the packet on a nearby work table. Like every other square meter of the engineering ring, the metal surface was discolored, scored, chipped, and pitted. It was also antiseptically clean. Chuasa Hideyoshi just called down. He says to disable the broadband and laser comm on the platform. He wants a wire spool instead. Helsden knuckled his chin, looking over the schematics. "How far from the ship to the refinery?" "Ah, 6K, that's a bit of wire. Do we have that much comm wire?" Johansson nodded, his nervousness fading a little bit. "Of course, first thing he asked me. I've got a crew bringing it up from stores. So, you'll need to mount it underside, I think. Keep the spool out of the way of the gas exhaust. And a patch to local comm. Wait, how is the assault team going to interface with a wire-based comm system?" Johansson grunted, exasperation plain on his face. "One of the Marines," he said in a rather disparaging tone, "is going to run a second wire roll from the platform into the refinery. We have—" He dug a glossy sheet covered with cutaway views and a picture of a combat trooper standing in a field out of the bottom of the stack. "Ah, a field relay unit, Marine code Snorkel, which runs off the wire and handles short-range, scrambled comm, backpack-sized unit." "Sure." Helsden shrugged. He didn't have the time or energy to worry about what the Marine Assault Squad was going to do once they were inside the refinery ship. His concern was refitting a maintenance platform to get them there and back again. "Do you have the unspool speed for the wire?" "Oh, good. Yeah, we can mount this. Take a couple hours." "Get on it." Johansson's brief moment of good humor faded, remembering the rest of his discussion with the Chusa. "There are some other things." Helsden made a questioning motion with his hands. The engineer stubbed out his tabac on the edge of the table and then ground the rest out under his boot. The master's mate said nothing, but his mustache twitched in surprise. "The platform needs to be ready to go at a moment's notice. We have the refinery ship on visual now, so as soon as the Marines are ready and Command has double-checked their scan data, we'll be standing by for the order from Hideyoshi Titsun." "Right," nodded Helsden, separating out the diagrams he would need for mounting the wire spool. "We're going to move the EVA platform up to Boat Bay 2. The Marines usually assemble there and the lock doors are facing the right direction. What else?" "Double-check everything." Johansson's fingers were trembling and the look on his face made Helsden stare in mounting concern. He'd never seen the engineer second in such a nervous state. "I mean it. The Chusa is going in with the Marines." "What?" Helsden rubbed his ear, refusing to believe what he'd heard. "You're drunk." "Wish I was." Johansson tapped another tobacco out of the pack and jammed it into his mouth. Pinching the lighting paper from the end and taking a deep drag seemed to steady him. His deep-set eyes narrowed in amusement. "I'll bet Haicho Felix is going to faint when she hears." "I'll take that bet," Helsden said rather sharply. Johansson was surprised. "You're on— how does 5 quills sound?" 20. Helsden crossed his arms, squinting at Johansson. "If you're giving money away—" The pressure door to Hideyoshi's office recessed with a hiss and then slid out of sight into the bulkhead. Susan Kosho stepped down into the comfortably cluttered space. Her white duty uniform glowed in the dim light, sharply distinct from the dark-hued books and paintings covering the walls. Both of her hands were tightly clenched into fists. "Shu Asa!" She looked around with a compressed, mostly hidden expression of distaste. The untidiness of the commander's personal space always made her nervous, though the old man in charge of Hideyoshi's quarters kept them scrupulously clean. There were just too many things here. "Over here," Mitsuharu's voice came from a side compartment. Susan trod gently across deep-piled rugs and paused in the inner doorway. Hadeshi had folded a table down from the wall of a narrow room lined with cupboards. The exec glanced around, puzzled, and then recognized the area as a servant's laundry station. Also, the clever table was an ironing and mending board. "What are you doing?" Susan stared at the combat suit laid out on the table with something like despair in her almond-shaped eyes. Hadeshi failed to suppress a small, polite smile. He was in an old, rather worn-looking short-sleeved kimono of dark blue silk. The back and shoulders were covered with a delicately stitched wading crane and cattails in golden thread. He turned his attention back to checking the suit seals with a microscanner. "Prepping my suit," Hadeshi said. "Haicho Felix reports her squad has finished gear check and is now ready to go, so I would be holding things up, but engineering is still mounting our hardline comm system." Susan looked around for a seat, found nothing apparent, though she suspected some of the cupboards might slide out or fold down to make one. They had in her grandmother's house and settled into parade rest instead. "You are determined to carry through with your plan?" Hadeshi nodded, turning over one of the black metallic sleeves of the suit. The surface was formed of overlapping, flexible ceramic plates. "Those skilled in war subdue the enemy without battle. If I go myself, there is a chance of such success. Or you may be killed. This is a very risky maneuver." Mitsuharu looked up, his narrow face grave. "I know. The art of maneuver is the most difficult, but in this tiny moment of opportunity, we do have some room to move. We hold a positional advantage. Given such an opening, I will risk myself for the best outcome. If we are killed or captured, you know what to do." Susan nodded, staring at the combat suit with ill-disguised disgust. "You should not have loaned Fitzsimmons and Deckard to the civilians. They are our most experienced assault troopers." "Water flows." Hadeshi replaced the sleeve and took up the other. "Felix will do." Susan made a grunting sound, and her pale, smooth forehead gained a sharp, vertical crease. Her performance in the combat sims has only been marginal. If there is resistance, time. Mitsu raised a hand, and the shosa fell silent. "If you," he said quietly, trying to catch her eye, "are commanding the defense of the refinery with the vigor you showed in the Sims, then I expect we will all die. But you are here, not there. Felix will be fine." "Very well." Susan clasped both hands behind her back. Her gaze was fixed on a point somewhere over his head. "Navigation informs me our best path return course to the planet will now take 11 days. I believe the Tlamatanime hummingbird requested we retrieve him from the surface in only 10 days. We will not be returning to the third planet until our business here is concluded, Shosa, but I appreciate your diligence in bringing this matter to my attention. Kyo, the Telematanime, and the archaeologist could easily have encountered." "They are in some danger, true," Mitsuharu interrupted gently. "But they will be fine. Hummingbird will be fine. He always is. Our business is here with the refinery, and it will be resolved very soon, one way or another." "Haichusa." Susan's face settled into a cool, lifeless mask. "Do you require any assistance with your equipment?" Mitsu put down the right-hand sleeve of the suit and rested his hands on his knees. He considered his exec for a long moment, then shook his head slightly. "I should do this myself, Susan. Such things are traditional. If you have a moment, please check with engineering and make sure they've rigged something to keep the comm wire from fouling." Susan nodded sharply, turned and walked quickly out of the laundry room. Mitsu watched her go with a pensive expression. When the outer door hissed closed, he sighed and turned his attention back to the seals on the inner sheath of the armor. They always became stiff in storage, no matter what the armorer said. Sometimes they split, if not carefully looked after, reducing the wearer's flexibility. The palanque. A subtle change in the background vibration of the ship brought Parker awake, his head throbbing from too much alcohol and too little nicotine. He threw back the hood of his sleep bag and squinted blearily at his chrono. 3 hours of wonderful sleep, he thought, feeling the onset of a crushing dehydration headache. "I will never, ever sit down for just one glass of Tukachevsky's bathwater again. Ever. With or without herring." The pilot spread his fingers against the wall behind his bunk. With the palenque under constant thrust, the habitat ring was locked in place, allowing him to feel some of the vibrations traveling through the spine of the ship. Something had changed. He was aware of a distinct flutter. A reading light above his head let him see well enough to punch up the comm code for engineering. "Parker to Isoroku-san. Are you awake?" "Yes." The engineer's voice was terse, and there was no video. "Maneuver Drive 3 has started to stutter." "Fuel feed?" Parker climbed out of bed and started to get dressed. "Fusion chamber flow control?" "I don't know." Isoroku's face suddenly appeared on the comm screen. For a bald man in a fleet engineer's coveralls, he seemed remarkably mussed. There were heavy bags under his eyes, and a salt and pepper stubble darkened his chin. Parker assumed he'd been awakened from a sound sleep as well. "Fuel core pressure is constant, which may mean an intake line problem. As a precaution, I am shutting down all 3 drives." Parker nodded, pulling a gray shirt on over his head. "I'll get to the bridge and balance the other 2 engines, and I'll tell our furry friend what is going on." Isoroku nodded, and the comm cleared to a default standby image. By the time Parker pulled himself along the guideline into bridge, Magdalena was awake and at her command station. "What happened?" the heshed female growled. "Engineering reports all 3 drives are offline?" "Yes." Parker slid into the navigator's station and called up a drive schematic and the latest system alert logs and diagnostics. Drive number 3 started to develop a thrust flutter 16 minutes ago. Isoroku has shut down all 3 maneuvering drives as a precaution. "How long will this take?" Magdalena was eyeing a chrono and flight plot on her display. "We have an intercept window to match if we're going to pick up the pack leader." Parker nodded, scanning through the diagnostic reports for drives 1 and 2. They seemed to be running clean. The fuel system also seemed to be operating properly, which was troubling. "Problem's going to be in the fuel flow system inside Drive 3, then." He punched codes for an engine restart on both drives, and then began working up a new thrust balancing configuration. "I'm going to bring 1 and 2 back online," he said to the hovering Maggie after a moment. "But we can't increase individual thrust without exceeding our quiet threshold. So it will be an extra 12 hours before we are inside the pickup window over Ephesus 3. "What?" Magdalena said, throttling back her temper. "If Drive 3 comes back into operation—" Parker made an equivocal motion with one hand. "Then we might be able to squeak back into the window, but probably not. We'll just have to see." The observatory base camp. The Gagarin shuddered to a halt, wings creaking as they sagged, bereft of the lifting wind. Gretchen let go of the stick, grateful to be on the ground again, and tried to uncramp her right hand. Clouds of fine dust drifted past, gilded by the early morning light, obscuring scattered bunker-like camp buildings. Groaning a little, all of her bruises were throbbing today, she reached up and toggled off the ultralight engines and power plant. Outside, the camp had a familiar air of abandonment. The usual litter was missing. No discarded cans or forgotten clothing, no shutters banging in the wind, no stray half-feral dogs pacing stiff-legged in the streets. But Gretchen could feel the emptiness crawling between her shoulder blades. "I hate this kind of place." On edge, she swung out of the cockpit. Despite how things had gone in the slot canyon, the C-52 was slung forward under her left armpit, the pistol grip only an instant from her hand. The weight of the gun was balanced by a bandolier of ammunition canisters. Gretchen turned on her heel, scanning the buildings for any sign of movement. Nothing caught her eye. The wind was gusting, smudging the sky white with dust, but nothing seemed out of place. The camp felt dead, an abandoned toy cast aside by careless children. Wrapping the cafetiere tight across her breather mask, Gretchen ducked under the wing and made short work of setting the sand anchors. Hummingbird approached, Jalaba snapping around his legs in a dark, sand-mottled tail. He, too, was muffled tight, the glow of morning simmering in his goggles. A hiss of static. "Then is there a hangar?" Gretchen pointed. "The largest above-ground building in the camp. Tight fit for 2 aircraft, but we'll manage. Better get them inside quick. The wind is picking up." Turning away from the wind, they both hurried across the quadrangle toward the maintenance sheds and the hangar building. Gretchen kept a wary eye out. Her dislike of recently abandoned places had not faded with age and time, only grown stronger. If I have this sight, she realized, trying to suppress a chill of apprehension, then I might see whatever is left behind. The thought was not pleasant. Her curiosity only went so far. "Locked," Hummingbird said, gruff voice nearly lost in the hiss of the wind. Gretchen knelt, checking the mechanism. A bolt and bar assembly sliding into a quick-crete footing and secured with a cheap padlock. "Just like our barn at home," she said in amusement, rising and pulling a hexacarbon pry bar from her belt. The tube extended with a snap of her wrist and a metallic clank. "Just a moment." The lever slid in between the padlock and the vertical bar. Gretchen rotated the hexacarbon tube with a sharp hand-over-hand motion, and there was a groaning squeal as she put her shoulders into the turn. The soft steel of the padlock deformed like taffy and then parted with a ringing ting. "Help me with the door." With both of them pushing against the articulated plating, the hanging door rattled up into the roof of the hangar, spitting sand and rust out of the tracks. Gretchen stepped inside, her light wand raised high, and nodded in tight-lipped satisfaction to see the cavernous space empty. "Good. Let's get yours inside first." Gretchen turned back into the wind. Both midges were straining against their anchor lines, wings rippling like salmon skin under a heat lamp. "It's getting stronger. Hurry." Heads down, they ran across the field, gossamer veils of dust rushing past. The still rising sun was bloated half again its usual size with rust. "So?" Gretchen pulled a pressure door, closed behind her, shutting off the tunnel leading to the hangar building. Taking care to keep dust from spilling onto the recycler apparatus around her neck, she unwound the caffier. Hummingbird had done the same, leaving his cloak and scarf and other gear stacked up beside the door. "We're here at last, and better off than I expected." Without a dozen people milling around and the smell of bacon frying and coffee perking, the base's common room was cold, echoing, and unsettlingly empty. Hummingbird sat on the nearest table, feet bare, running an electrostatic vacuum over his boots. Gretchen pulled up a chair. The plastic was badly discolored, and the legs were streaked with a calcite-like crust, and sat down. She stared down at her own shoes, grimacing at the ragged edges of the soles and the general ruin of the uppers. Even Fitz couldn't fix these. "I'm going to go outside," Hummingbird said, banging his left boot against the edge of the table. Reddish grit rained down onto cracked quick-crete. "Before the weather gets any worse, I am a little worried." "Ha, why? We've finally reached some shelter, where we can refuel and resupply, and you're worried?" She pointed a finger at the roof. "We're even out of the wind." That tent was starting to smell. "Yes." Hummingbird looked around, his expression becoming almost morose. "That is the problem. I had no idea the camp here was so extensive." "Ah." Gretchen ran the edge of her thumb against the boot sole. The material was porous and spongy. Bits of glittering crystalline mica spilled out. She felt a little ill at the sight and dialed her light wand into UV and stuffed it inside the boot. "My feet feel fine. Sort of, I hope." "Well," she said, trying not to stare in sick fascination at her socks, "humans get kind of busy sometimes. I mean, they planned on being here for 2-3 years. A camp for a long-term expedition isn't just some tents or a carryall. It's a little town." "I can see." Hummingbird fingered the goggles hanging around his neck. The glass side looked like it had been attacked with a power sander or a steel rasp. "I think—" "No, I am afraid we are too late. Man has been here too long, put too much of his mark on the land. Even our passage across the world has stirred up rumors, echoes." "You mean the Rusovsky thing I spoke to?" Gretchen swallowed, preparing herself for the worst, and tugged off one sock. The moisture-wicking, thermally insulated fabric disintegrated in her hand, leaving a blue ring of elastic material around her ankle. Suddenly, she felt lightheaded. Oh, sister!" "You saw more than a rumor." Hummingbird was staring out the porthole-like windows. Sodium-tinted shadows turned his face to graven brass. "I know it was gone when we went back, but such things are real. We're a stone cast into a still pond. Though we sink and disappear, the wave from our entry propagates through this world. Some of the waves turn back upon themselves. Well, you saw the effect, and the memory of our passing through this place is retained. Layers build on layers. Ah-ha!" His voice trailed off, wrinkled old face growing stiff in anger. "Sure." Gretchen forced down a surge of nausea, bile tainting her throat. She felt faint, but gripped the edge of the table and waited for the sensation to pass. Hummingbird was saying something, but the words were far away and indistinct, unintelligible. Jerkily, she swung her leg up and put her foot across the opposite knee. In the muted yellow light from the windows, the sole of her foot was shiny and slick, almost glassy. Huh? A trembling finger reached out to touch the discoloration. She felt a hard, smooth surface and jerked away again. "All blessed sister, deliver us from all the fears of the world, from evil, from want. Is it deep? Why didn't I feel anything? Is it my whole foot? Oh, sister, how deep does this go? What happened to your foot?" Gretchen looked up, sweating, and saw a hummingbird looming over her, eyes narrowed. It ate right through my boots." The now Wallace knelt beside her, firm hands grasping her ankle and toes, turning the sole into the light so he could see. Gretchen slumped back into the decaying chair, fist jammed into her mouth to keep from crying out. But there was no pain. Hummingbird squinted, turning her foot this way and that. She could feel the strength in his fingers, immobilizing the offending limb better than a surgeon's vice. White-shot eyebrows gathered over dusky green eyes, and then his face became still, wrinkles fading, a sense of release and settling peace washing over his countenance. After a moment, he reached into his vest and produced a small folding knife. Gretchen's eyes widened and her leg tried to jerk violently away. Hummingbird's hand tightened and her movement was stillborn. "Hold still," he said, eyes focused on some unseen distance. The blade snapped out of the handle with a sharp click, and he put a mirror-keen edge against the heel of her foot. Gretchen felt the world swim again, vertigo surging around her. "You should start counting," he said, eyeing her with interest. "Or look away." There was a scraping sound, but Gretchen felt nothing more than a tugging. She blinked, surprised. Shouldn't it hurt? The old man made a sound, and his fingers tightened. This time, Gretchen could feel more than a tugging. There was a sharp, piercing bolt of pain. "Aye. Oh, sister, is that blood?" "Sorry," Hummingbird said, cleaning the blade on his thigh pad. "Nicked you a little." "How bad is it?" The pain parted a cloud of nausea. Her medband reacted, flooding her arm with a pleasantly cool sensation. Gretchen looked down and her teeth clenched. Hummingbird was carving away a slice of her heel, metallic, glistening skin peeling back from the edge of his knife. "Gah! Why? Why isn't that bleeding?" "Dead skin," he said, lips pursed in concentration. "Whatever got into your boot doesn't seem to have done much more than eat up your calluses." The Nowlies finished with the heel and cleaned the blade again. Gretchen could feel her foot start to throb, but realized the sensation was more from the tight grip he had on her ankle than anything else. "Now, let's see." He switched the blade around to hold as a scraper and began to work on the instep. Gretchen's leg jerked again and the chair gave out with a little groan as she moved. "Ticklish, I see." "Just pay attention," she hissed, hoping his hand didn't slip again. Her fingernails squeaked on plastic. "I've only got the one left foot." The view from the second-floor windows was no better than from downstairs. The sun was gone, reduced to a muddy flare in the sky. A sickly yellow fog had swept across the camp, driven by wild, intermittent winds. Gretchen perched in a deep window embrasure, bandaged foot sticking out into the room, her eyes fixed on a narrow view of the quadrangle. Hummingbird had gone out into the storm. She'd seen him open one of the airlock doors and hunch out into the blowing dust, but he'd vanished from sight almost immediately. Grimly nervous, Gretchen kept one hand on the grip of the SIF at all times. Their gear was piled downstairs, but the echoing vacancy of the common room set her on edge. Out in the blowing murk, the gritty fog parted for a moment. Anderson stiffened, searching for the now Wallace, and caught a glimpse of a dark-cloaked figure near the lab building. She frowned. The shape was moving strangely, a sort of duck-walked sideways shuffle. The head bobbed from side to side, and then the dust closed in again. "What is he up to?" Gretchen spoke aloud, depressed by the leaden silence in the abandoned room. The echoes of her voice fell away, leaving another bad taste in her mouth. "It's almost worse to speak," she thought in disgust. A frown followed. "He can't align an entire building, can he?" A gust roared past outside the window, rattling the heavy pane. Even the bright patch of the sun had disappeared in a gathering darkness. There was an intermittent glow from the east, but the light was far too low in the sky to be the sun. Gretchen checked her chrono. Not quite midday. She put her hand against the wall, cheap plaster cracking away from the concrete backing at her touch. The entire building shivered in the storm. Snatching her hand away, Gretchen swung around on the window ledge and gingerly tested her bandages. Her left foot, which had suffered the most damage, was completely shrouded in held-fast gauze, medicated antiseptic cream, and a layer of spray-on Dermaseal from Hummingbird's medical kit. Her boots had been a complete loss, which left her slopping around in a spare pair of mulligans Hummingbird had found in a downstairs locker. These would fit Tukachevsky. Okay, let's see about walking. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. Trying to walk very lightly, Anderson limped down the stairs to the lower floor and began checking each of the rooms. She didn't think there were any ground floor windows besides the portholes in the common room, but a queer, prickling feeling urged her to check. The kitchen was entirely dark, as were the storage rooms behind the grill. "We need to get the power working," she muttered after banging her knee on a chair. The circle of radiance from her light wand seemed very small in the thick, heavy air. A handful of the precious glow beans broke up the dimness, though they seemed very lonely once they were shining from the ceiling. Moving carefully, she forced open a maintenance door on the far side of the ground floor. A sloping tunnel led down into close-smelling darkness. Gretchen paused. A low, extending, rumbling sound penetrated the heavy walls, and she turned in time to see the portholes lit by the stabbing brilliance of a lightning strike. Almost instantly, the building shook and the crack was clearly audible. Dust sifted down from the ceiling of the tunnel. Okay, time to stick close to home. Gretchen retreated to the pile of gear in the middle of the room and shoved two of the tables together to make an L-shaped work area. Putting down the sif so she could unpack was a struggle, but her nerves settled a little after checking and locking all of the doors. The intermittent rumble of thunder continued to grow until the noise faded into the background of her consciousness as a constant rippling growl. The windows stuttered constantly with the flare of yellow-orange heat, lightning. Squatting beside the little camp stove, watching a pale blue flame flicker in the heating unit, she was very glad the buildings were quickrete rather than metal-framed. The tea finally consented to boil, which reminded her far too much of a particular storm on old Mars. She'd ridden that one out in an abandoned building, too, a mining camp shaft head in the barrier peaks around the Arcadia impact crater. Too many tricky memories, Gretchen thought rather sullenly. Why do all these places seem haunted? "Because they are," Hummingbird said, appearing out of the darkness, his step light as a cat. "Is there tea? Ah, good." Gretchen lowered the sif, though her heart was beating at trip-hammer speed. "Where?" The door into the tunnel was still slightly open. She glared at the old man who was stripping off his gloves, crouched over the tiny flame. "Well, what did you do?" "I went here and there." Hummingbird dug out some tea, packets of sugar, and a steel cup. "Seeing about the destruction of this place?" Gretchen's eyes narrowed. "You going to tell me how?" "Doors," he said, stirring his tea. In the pale blue light of the glow beans, his eyes were only pits of shadow, without even a jade sparkle to lighten his mood. There was a distinct air of concern about him, hanging on his shoulders like moldy laundry. "Opening and closing vents. In some places, I moved those things which could be moved. Tidying up, as one of my teachers used to say." "Opening, oh." Gretchen looked sharply at the partly open door. Her stomach was threatening to churn again. "I'll have an ulcer out of this, if nothing else, including the one at the other end of the tunnel." Hummingbird shook his head. "Nothing in this building, not yet. We'll save that for last." "What about the hangar?" "No. I suppose we might need the ultralights again." "That's very wise," Gretchen said with a sigh of pure relief. "Please don't destroy our means of transportation. Is there anything to eat?" The Nihilist looked around hopefully. Gretchen scowled. "Do I look like I'd cook to you?" She nudged one of the bags with her too big boot. "Vanilla, chocolate, grilled escuintla, ham surprise, miso, all the usual flavors. And if you want any of my hot sauce," she said in a waspish tone, "you will have to ask very nicely." Hours dragged by, measurable only by the tick of a chrono, for the storm-dimmed light in the windows did not seem to change, and Gretchen's feet began to itch terribly. Hummingbird had gone to sleep, leaving her to watch in the darkness. The afternoon dragged by, and finally, when her stomach was starting to grumble about supper, Gretchen poked the now Wallace with a long-handled spoon from the kitchen. "Crow, Crow, wake up." One eye opened, and the old Mexica gave her an appraising look. "Yes?" "How many teachers did you have?" Gretchen was curled up, leaning back against the baggage, 2 stolen blankets draped around her shoulders. "Is there a school for judges?" "Not so much so." Hummingbird clasped both hands on his chest and looked up at the ceiling. "My father was a judge, so there were things I learned from the air, as he would say. When I graduated the clan school, the Comicac, he took me aside." His face creased with a faint smile. "He was a strict man, much given to fairness and justice, but on that day he took the time to ask me if I wished to enter the service of the Tlamatinime or not." Hummingbird turned his head, giving Gretchen a frank look of consideration. "You should understand, one does not become Tlamatinime by intent. There are no civil exams, no waiting lists, no quotas. There is no one to talk to about a promising son. The judges are always watching, listening, considering. We find you." So I was surprised when my father broached the subject. I think, looking back in memory, he was a little embarrassed to do so because he was a judge, as his father and his father's father had been. Later, I learned the examiners found me suitable on their own, and he'd learned of their decision from a friend. Hummingbird's smile remained only a faint curve of the lips, but Gretchen had watched him long enough to feel the depth of his emotion. "This is a precious jewel." Conviction grew as Gretchen watched the old man speaking that the crow's father had never shown him any special consideration beyond this one moment, which was so clearly etched in his memory. "He wanted me to consider the matter before they cornered me, to make my own choice, to escape the burden of family duty, to be free if I wished." Gretchen nodded, feeling a familiar weight of expectation pressing on her own shoulders. "But even so, you said yes." "Eventually." Hummingbird's smile vanished. "They were as patient as I was impatient." "You?" Gretchen lifted her head in a sly smile. "You were the black sheep? The reckless, irresponsible child? Were you in a band?" Hummingbird made a snorting sound and looked away. When he did not turn back, Gretchen pursed her lips in speculation. "So sensitive." "What do I need to learn?" she asked after some endless time had passed. "How do I learn, if there's no school?" "There are no books," Hummingbird said in a stiff voice. "No tests, no sims, only a teacher and a student as it has been for millennia." "Are you my teacher, then? Can I even be a student? I mean, you said women aren't accepted into the Tlamatinime." The Nawalis sat up, jaw clenched tight. "There are women who learn to see," he said in a rather brusque voice. One hand made a sharp motion in the air, "but there are 2 orders, you might say. 1, the men, the Telematinime, the other, the women. Named the Tionanteli. By tradition, more recently by law, the 2 are kept separate in all matters." "So," Gretchen said, watching his face, "there are no female judges serving the empire. They are soul doctors, is that what you said?" Hummingbird's lips compressed into a tight, stiff line. "The Tionanteli are not what they once were in the time of the old kings. Though they too serve the mirror, I prefer not to speak of their purpose." He made a pushing away motion with both hands. "You are burden enough, just by yourself, without bringing them into the situation. How much trouble will you be in?" Gretchen tried to be nonchalant about the question, but Hummingbird's eyes narrowed at the light tone in her voice. "I mean, if women aren't supposed to learn these things—" "Not enough trouble," he said rather guardedly, "to see a certain cylinder back in your hands." "So cynical," Gretchen said, hiding momentary disappointment. "I get the idea. I even understand." She made a face. "A little. It will hurt my children, that's all." "That said, will I be in trouble if it's known I've started to gain this sight?" The Nawalis nodded and rolled up to sit opposite her. "You will not be troubled by the imperial authorities," he said. "I will not tell them what has happened. If you keep this to yourself, no one will trouble you." Will you show me more? Can you train me to control this clarity? You say some students have become lost in sight. Will I become lost too? The old Mexica hissed in annoyance. His fingers tapped on the crumbling floor for a moment, then fell still. It might be best for you to forget all this, put these matters from your mind, turn your back on clarity and sight and all the rest. And how, Gretchen said, irritated, do I do that? Right now I see double or triple most of the time. Very disorienting. And then the hallucinations. I mean, I can almost perceive things in this room, people and voices that aren't here. The old Mexica looked around casually, then back at Anderson. Men talking, the smell of cooking, the half-heard chatter of music, the buzz of machinery. Yes. Gretchen felt suddenly cold and turned abruptly, looking behind her. Upstairs is better. It doesn't feel so crowded. But down here, you're seeing, Hummingbird said quietly, the shadows of man. The impression left on this room, this building, by the scientists who worked and lived here for the past year. We leave shadows too if I don't clean them up before we go. Right here. He made a circular motion with his finger, two indistinct shapes sitting on the floor, talking. Gretchen felt a little sick again. How long do these shadows last? Usually, Hummingbird said, searching to his pockets, they fade. Someone else comes and sits in the same chair, eats at the same table. The shadows interfere with one another and dissipate. Have you ever entered a dwelling where only one person lived for a long time, where they died? A house left empty afterwards? No. Slow rolling creeps slithered across Gretchen's arms. She could feel every single hair on her arms and neck stand on end. I don't like abandoned places. It is dangerous, Hummingbird said, finding what he was looking for a person to live alone in the same house or room for more than a few months at a time. Shadows accumulate. A living person needs to move, to change, to see new things. Say a man lives in the same room, eats at one table, sleeps in the same bed in the same orientation for years on end. Shadows reinforce. The mind is affected by shadows. You're feeling the effects of this empty room right now. Sometimes the shadows become more real than a living man. Oh, Gretchen managed to smile. I'm pretty safe then. The company moves us every year or so. Hummingbird nodded, turning a square of folded paper over in his hands. You don't believe me. But think about your children. How many times have they changed their room around? Put the beds under the window, away from the window, asked for bunk beds, didn't want bunk beds, decided to sleep in the living room instead, changed rooms if they had the option? Didn't you do that when you were younger? The world seemed to gel to a sudden glassy stop. Gretchen licked her lips. Now, he continued in the same implacable voice, do you have an elderly relative? Stiff, old, strangely frightening. A housey filled with things you must not touch, rooms filled with furniture no one uses and which must never be moved. Strict rituals of the home. Dinner at the same time, always the same prayer beforehand, things done in just such a way. Do you remember how you felt when you were a child in such a place? I was afraid, Gretchen whispered, almost lost in memories of her great-grandfather's tall, dark house. I couldn't breathe. It was dark, even when the shutters or drapes were open. Musty. It smelled of shadow. Hummingbird's eyes were limpid green, sunlight falling through leaves into still water. Memory, he continued, is a physical change in the human brain. So too are skills laid down by repetition. Perception is governed, interpreted by pathways created by experience. A child's mind is loose, chaotic, filled with 1,000 paths from source to conclusion. But as a man ages, as he grows old— I know, Gretchen said abruptly. I took some biochemistry at the university. Neural pathways in the brain become consolidated, fixed. Memories are lost or discarded, replaced by different sets of connections. There are diseases which attack the pathways, trapping people in repeated time. Hummingbird placed the packet of paper on the ground between them. Lost in memory. Or they lose the ability to form new pathways, gain new skills, see the world afresh. Trapped in routine, bound in shadows, the mind becomes rigid, a quiet, unseen death, long before the body runs down to silence. Gretchen roused herself, lifting her chin. Don't the Telematinime have homes, families? Of course. The corners of Hummingbird's eyes crinkled. They are very lively, and we rarely remain in the same physical building for more than a year or two. And in the course of our business, we are always in motion. We have restless feet. And this? She pointed suspiciously at the paper packet. This is like what you gave me before? This is different. Hummingbird considered her with a weighing expression. The first packet was a helper to open the ways. This is he who reveals. For most students, this substance will let you find a guide, would be the best description. A guide who can help you control the sight. What kind of a guide? Gretchen's suspicion deepened. Aren't you my guide or teacher in this business? The novelist shook his head slightly. He who reveals is already within you, but in most men and women he is sleeping. Sometimes, if a person is troubled or under stress, the guide will speak to their dreams, more rarely in waking life, a voice which seems to come from the air, offering guidance. The guide is outside yourself, yet privy to all you know, see, and do. That is disturbing. Gretchen scratched the back of her neck. A stranger inside my head? Will this drug let me communicate with he who reveals? This will wake him up. Hummingbird pushed the packet toward her with the tip of his finger. For a little while, what bargain you strike with him is upon you to effect. No one else. And what does he give me in return? Hummingbird shrugged, an obstinate look growing in his lean old face. Such things are none of my business. How can there be another anything in my mind? You misunderstand. He who reveals is the self which looks upon self with clarity. You are one being. What? Gretchen felt another chill. The Na Wallace's words seemed slippery, their meaning darting away from her consciousness, silver fish vanishing into dim blue depths. What is that supposed to mean? Hummingbird folded his hands. He who reveals is the honest mirror. In your terms, he is the self without effect, without deception, without delusion. Have you ever tried to see yourself from outside? Perhaps, at the edge of sleep, you've seen yourself from above, as though your mind were separated from the body, able to look upon you with a stranger's eyes? Yes. Gretchen rubbed her arms. When I was a kid, I was scared to death I wouldn't be able to get back inside my own head. I'd be lost forever and I'd die. Fear, Hummingbird said rather smugly, is a barrier to sight. Fine. Gretchen gained a very distinct impression. The old man was laughing at her. She picked up the packet. I just put this on my tongue? Hummingbird reacted quickly, catching her hand before she could open the paper. You should lie down first. There will be a physical reaction. And drink something. This is thirsty work. Upper 8's tour. Upper 8's 2-0. The storm continued to rage outside. Violent yellow lightning flared among the roaring clouds and drifts of sand crept towards the windows. Visibility dropped to less than a meter. Hummingbird's chrono told him sunset had come, yet there was no apparent difference outside. The flare and crack of lightning stabbed through the murk. The building shivered with thunder, alzoli. Hummingbird waited, half asleep himself, while Anderson lay on the floor, covered with blankets, a makeshift pillow under her head. The woman twitched and shuddered. Sometimes she spoke aloud, but even the Noalis could not understand the words. Near midnight, with the wind howling unabated outside, Gretchen began to cough. Hummingbird rolled over and lifted her head. Her eyes opened wide, staring up at the blue-lit ceiling. Huh! She doubled over, hacking violently. Hummingbird crouched down, supporting her arms. It's too hot. Too hot. Gretchen shoved the blankets aside, panting, her hair lank with sweat. Without thinking, she tugged the collar of her suit open, gasping for breath. Hummingbird scooted back warily and stood up, a worried frown on his old face. I can see, Gretchen said abruptly, her hands raised and trembling in the air. She stared at Hummingbird. I can see your face, a sun hiding in clouds, your eyes brilliant jade, your face marked with red bands. Her expression twisted in horror, pupils dilating. Sweat flushed from her skin and ran in thin silver streams down her neck. You're not a human being. I am, Hummingbird said, remaining very still. You are seeing the Nekichiu Alist Li, A mask of purpose and duty, not me. You must be careful or this kind of sight will blind you. Can you see your own flesh, your own hand? Gretchen looked down and her face contorted, the skin stretching back from her teeth. She began to shake, muscles leaping under the flesh like snakes squirming in a calfskin bag. I can see, I can see, I can see. Hummingbird moved carefully to the side, quietly, without disturbing the air. What do you see? Nothing. There is nothing there. Darkness, Gretchen was shouting, though her whole body was frozen into trembling immobility. Where is your hand? Hummingbird said, his face close to hers, watching the flickering tick, tick, tick of her eyelids from the side. See your hands. Here they are. You can see them. Gretchen's neck stiffened like a log, the tendons and veins standing out like wire. My hand is gone. I am gone. There is nothing here. Nothing here. Her voice had the quality of a scream, though it was soft, not even a whisper. Remember your hand? Remember what you saw when we were sitting in the desert? Do you remember how clear it was? Your hand, so fine and distinct? Yes. Yes, I remember. Gretchen slumped into his waiting arms, her body loose, each muscle exhausted. By the time he laid her down, she was sound asleep. Hummingbird breathed out, a long, slow, even breath, and a fine mist of smoke hissed from between his teeth, settling over the woman's body. Sometime after midnight, the sound of the wind changed. Hummingbird roused himself from meditation and padded to the window. The rattling hiss of sand against the porthole had tapered off. He could see the sullen flash of lightning far away. The old man checked Anderson, sleeping deeply under all the blankets he could find. Her skin was cold and clammy. Worried, he fished a stout wrist out of the covers and examined the med band with an experienced eye. Her body was suffering a toxic reaction, so he keyed a series of dispense codes into the metal bracelet and then tucked her hand away, out of the chill air. The pressure doors on the main airlock had frozen shut, forcing the Nawallis to detour around through the machine shop and out through a hatch jammed open by a chest-high drift of sand. Squirming out into the night, Hummingbird took care to adjust his goggles to the near absence of light. The smaller buildings, the lab bunker, the ice house, the sheds for the tractors and carryalls had vanished under lumpy dunes. Hummingbird turned right and half-walked, half-slid down into a trough in front of the main building. He headed toward the hangar, peering out at the sky and horizon. There were no stars. The storm had lifted for the moment, but it had not passed. Stray winds eddied between the buildings, throwing sand at his legs. Out on the plain, he made out vague, twisting shapes. Lightning stabbed in the upper air, flickering from cloud to cloud. In the intermittent, brilliant light, Hummingbird made out roiling, swift-moving clouds rushing past. A white-hot spark flared in the middle distance, and the Nawali saw, throat constricting in atavistic fear, a monstrous funnel cloud snake down from the boiling sky. More heat lightning flared above, and the bloated tornado danced across a range of dunes a half-dozen kilometers away. Millions of tons of sand sluiced up into the sky, the entire ridge vanishing. The air trembled, a shrieking sound rising above the constant wind, and Hummingbird began to run. The main door of the hangar building was stuck again, the bottom of the articulated metal plating buried in a meter of sand. Hummingbird dodged around the side, feeling the ground shake, and found a service door that opened inward. The reflected glare of lightning threw the entrance into deep shadow, but Hummingbird did not hesitate. He threw his full weight against the locking bar and was rewarded with a deep-throated groan of complaining metal. 2 hard jerks managed to unlock the mechanism, and he stumbled inside. Less than a kilometer away, the funnel raced past, shaking the air with a stunning boom. Sand rained down from the raging sky. Hummingbird shoved the door closed, fighting against dust spilling in between his feet. Luckily, the pressure door had a counter-rotating weight, and once in motion, the door closed itself. The still, quiet darkness of the hangar was a bit of a shock. The heavy walls muted the roar and thunder of the storm to distant grumbling. Hummingbird switched on his light wand and made a circuit of the big room. Both midges were still in place, wings folded up, engines and systems on standby. The faint smell of idling fuel cells permeated the air. More out of habit than anything else, And now Wallace shone his light inside the cockpits, into the cargo compartments, ran his hands across the engines and peered underneath. And he stopped. His light shifted back, focusing on the forward landing gear of his midge. All good talks, all good docks, Dyer. Most of the wheel was invisible, obscured by a dull gray coating, as if the quickcrete floor had grown up to engulf the landing gear. Hummingbird circled around to the front of the ultralight and found all 3 wheels encased in stone. "Well," he said, jaw tightening. In the questing gleam of his light wand, he saw Anderson's midge was similarly afflicted. He lowered the light, clicking his teeth together, and thought, "I better check my brutes again." The funnel cloud broke apart far to the south of the camp, splintering into dozens of smaller vortices and then dissolving into a rush of sand and grit and sandstone fragments. The storm continued to move west, obscuring the plain with towering walls of dust. Clouds thinned, but did not part, over the camp. Stray winds gusted between the buildings, though in comparison to the violence which had just passed, relative quiet reigned. Rosowski stood on the crest of a dune, tangled blonde hair whipping around her head, eyes fixed on the low, rounded shapes of the camp buildings. She wore neither mask nor goggles, though the apparatus of a rebreather and recycler clung to her back and chest. The once glossy black skin of the suit was matted and dull, abraded by the constantly prying wind. Her roots had crumbled long ago, shredded by rocks or eaten away by the tiny blind make-it. At a distance, she could feel the presence of the human machine like the warmth of the sun, which kills hot and sharp, pressing against her face. The pattern of its movements, the residue of its passage, was clear in the air and upon the ground. There was familiar comfort in the humid smell humanity left behind, the traces of exhalation and sweat mixing in the cold, sharp air, far different from the clean, distinct impressions of the Hathel or the furry blaze of the deep-dwelling Furden. A rumbling crack echoed from the north, and Rosowski turned her head, a slow, methodical motion, to feel the twisting power in the storm building again. A vortex was building in the upper air, swirling currents rushing into a knot of power building from hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Soon the wave front would smash across the plain, pummeling everything in sight with unbounded rage. Rosowski felt steadily building disquiet, not at the pending violence. For the pattern of the storm was as familiar to her as the shape of the camp buildings or the spreading stain of the Hathel in the dune below her feet, but at a sense of disassociation creeping through, ordered, clearly defined thoughts. Black clouds staining a clear blue sky, plunging ebon tendrils which flattened and distorted in the summer air, driven by winds at great heights. Her memories of the life before were dying, fading, replaced by confused, diffracted images of things she was sure did not exist in her world, events she had never experienced herself. A night sky so flushed with stars, night was barely different from day. A bloated, dim sun the color of rust, obsidian mountains rising to unimaginable heights, rectangular black slabs shimmering against an ochre sky. Fields of silver flowers which constantly turned to face the sun. A sense of impossible age. Did she see these things herself? Were they dreams? Rosowski examined memories of her life before this life and found them rife with the sensation of dreams and phantoms and half-seen images whelped from confusion or exhaustion. Yet there were no cyclopean towers, no vast cities dreaming under the cruel, brilliant sky of her human memories. These new memories felt strange, foreign. They felt as things she'd seen with waking eyes. Disturbed, she turned her attention away from such disorderly matters. The slow, comfortable song of the Hathel permeating the dune slope drew her attention. Here was respite from the storm, from the bleak thoughts, from tormenting phantoms, from the nagging pressure of the distant machine. Rosowski knelt, hands flat on the unsteady slope. Her fingers sank into the muted glow of the sand dwellers. A darker hue spread from her contact, spilling through the delicate threads and spongiform clusters forming the hive. Her own skin became tainted with the reddish radiance of the slow ones. Rosowski became still, her body locked in position, and the red glow mounted through her arms, into her chest, flooding down into her torso. Even as her body began to crumble, flaking into translucent fragments, skin suit hardening to stone and dissolving, the darker stains spread across the dune face, rushing through the fragile circulatory system of the hive. The Rosovsky shape shuddered into a rain of dust, sand, and stone fragments. Wind rippled across the debris, anointing the darkened hive with glowing red dust. A second wave of radiance flooded through the Hathol, picking out the threads and tendrils in bright new colors. At the base of the dune, where the dust gathered, where the heart clusters of the hive dwelt under meters of hard-packed sand, the dark stain pooled, thickened, began to build toward the storm-tossed sky. An outline formed with visible speed, sand and dust and grit knitting into bone, sinew, flesh, blood, the triply insulated rubbery layer of a skin suit. In the fullness of time, long, ragged blonde hair. Rusovsky flexed her arms, brushing husks of dead Hathol away from her fingers. Bare feet broke free of an encasing shell and she turned toward the encampment. The suit was glossy and dark again, made new, refreshed. The strobe flare of distant lightning washed over her face. A muttered growl of thunder stirred the air, fanning her hair. Among the broken mountains. Hadaishi clung to her retaining bar, leaning in over the shoulder of the fleet pilot at the controls of the work platform. Haicho, Felix, and her assault team were crowded in behind him, bulky dark shapes, combat armor and helmets matte, black to fade into the background, their tools, weapons, and ammunition racks slung tightly against their bodies. Crates of hardware filled the rest of the very limited space. The platform slowly drifted forward, barely nudged by a set of 4 compressed gas jets. Hadaishi watched a passive plot updating on the tiny flight panel. 500 meters. The pilot's voice was steady. An EVA work platform was not the usual vehicle of choice for the shuttle jockeys, but this job required a steady hand and nerves. Though Master's Maid Helsden had volunteered, the Chusa had politely ignored his offer. The machinist was far too valuable to risk on a wild throw like this. 400 meters. See ocean. Hadaishi clicked his throat mic. Though the connection to the cruiser was on a hard line, he had no intention of making any more noise than absolutely necessary. A moment later, Kasho's voice was perfectly clear on his earbud. No sign of activity. The exec sounded entirely at ease. No sign of remotes or drones on picket. You are clear to continue. Hadaishi clicked twice, indicating he understood. Oh! We have a match on the ship registration number from engine nacelle S4. Kosho continued, sounding a little smug. Initial analysis had not found any identifying markings on the visible sections of the refinery. Everyone agreed the miners would probably have replaceable panels for use if they docked in port. The exec had not given up so easily, running all of the visual data through a variety of enhancement procedures. In time, a painted-over number had been found. Ship registry out of Novaya Zemlya Station Row Triangulus System, the Turin, a tier-class mobile open-space refinery. Master of last record is unknown. Crew registry is unknown. Understood. Hadaishi grimaced. He'd hoped to learn something of the man or woman he faced from the public shipping records in the Cornuelle's database. We are at 200 meters. Hold one. The fleet pilot looked up questioningly. Hadaishi keyed through a secondary comp panel bolted to the side of the Carol. Builders' blueprints and diagrams flashed past. After a moment, he pointed out a particular assembly. Left, he said carefully, 600 meters, then in about 100 and full stop. The pilot glanced out at the massive shape looming in front of them. Against the mountain-sized bulk of the Turon, the EVA platform was a fly buzzing against a temple column. The woman grinned, showing perfect white teeth and a cocoa-brown face, and gently swung the control stick over. The Carol tipped and scooted along the boundary of an enormous round ore tank. Hadaishi gripped tighter on the bar, watching girders, panels, lading ports, a 10-meter-high 16 and intermittent singleton work lamps glowing against the darkness. Drift past. Hadaishi turned and caught Felix's eye. Someone needs to watch the comm wire as we turn into the approach. We'll stop and untangle if we snag. The Haicho bared her teeth in a tense grin. One hand was clinging like a limpet to the overhead retaining bar. The other was steadying the blunt, wicked shape of a 4-barreled Bofors whipsaw squad support weapon. Tanyuak's on it. Good. Heidishi swung round to watch the curving wall of ore tank 16 drift past. Then it ended abruptly, leaving a dark canyon framed by the looming bulk of tank 14. Despite an outwardly calm demeanor, Mitsu's hand clamped tight on the bar as the pilot swung the platform into the pitch-black space. Steady as she goes, Shoi Asale. The mixtech ignored him, her entire body concentrated on the delicate control required by the 4 maneuvering jets. Without even the faint gleam of the stars or the irregularly spaced work lights, she was flying blind, guided solely by a carefully crippled radar unit whose power output could almost be measured in candles. Heidishi gained an impression of vast shakes rising on either side among a forest of girders and pipes. Once the platform made a hard course correction to port, then back again. The sound of his breathing was very loud in his helmet. Asale was sweating too. He could see silvery beads slithering down her forehead, but the pilot's concentration never wavered. The platform glided to a stop, then rose up, swimming past ill-defined structures. A single light suddenly appeared, a recessed door with an illuminated faceplate and lock window. Rut! The pilot did not stop. The platform continued to rise, minutes ticking past. Then she brought them to a stop, stabilizing the platform with 2 short bursts. "We've got a problem." Asale looked up at Heidishi, biting her lip, and thought, "We've got 30 meters to go to reach the airlock you want. But the space ahead is constricted, some kind of framework running crossways in front of the lock." She fingered the blueprint, showing where they were. Felix pressed in close, eyeballing the schematic, while Heidishi was thinking. "We could dismount here and go in on suit thrusters." No. Heidishi wanted to rub his jaw, which was entirely impossible in the suit. "We'd have to move the gear by hand, and we'll need it inside. What clearance do we need?" Asale consulted the weak, scattered radar image. "Side to side, we're fine, but this platform is just a bit too high." "Felix, cut off the roof." Heidishi moved himself carefully into the space directly behind the pilot. "We'll crouch down." "Hi, Chusa," Felix replied immediately, moving into the corner he'd vacated. "Hand tools on cutting blade," she ordered the 3 Marines floating behind her. "Cut the framework off at 1 meter, then we'll push it clear, gently." Heidishi settled into wait. He could feel a vibration in the platform through his boots as the Marines began cutting through the framework of hexacarbon pipe the engineers had taken such care to install. Losing the shroud of absorptive fabric would reveal them to any active sensors in the vicinity, but he hoped the miners had not decided to mount a targeting radar inside the ore. Felix's team worked with commendable speed, and only 3 minutes later the encasing roof was pushed up and away, drifting back a few meters, hull fabric standing out stiff from the edges of a cut. "Let's go." Heidishi rapped gently on Asale's shoulder. The pilot nodded, and the platform began to edge forward. Far ahead, Mitsu thought he could make out the oblong rectangle of an airlock door edged with tiny green lights. Kosho turned away from the video feed transmitted by Felix's helmet. "They're almost at the airlock," she announced to the bridge crew. There was a full complement at their consoles, though by ship time this was early in third watch. Every hand aboard was awake and standing to battle stations. "Hayes, Totson, do you have a firing solution?" "Hi, shows, sir." The weapons officer nodded sharply, his face mostly obscured by the helmet of his combat suit. The Shosa was taking every precaution. At any moment, they could be engaged in a point-blank beam weapon shootout with a hostile ship 60 times their size. One bird, sprint mode. "Shall I load out?" "Proceed." Kosho turned her attention to a camera view shot from one of the point defense sensor clusters on the skin of the Cornuelle. Hayes tapped a series of commands on his panel. A section of the ship's hull retracted, revealing the mouth of a missile accelerator mount. Gleaming magnet rings shone brightly for a moment, and then the snout of an Atlatl IV anti-ship missile emerged with graceful speed. The missile exited the ring track and drifted free of the ship's hull. Not the usual kind of launch, Susan thought, suppressing a snort of amusement. On the screen, 3 Z-suited figures drifted into view, guiding an EVA collar between them. 5 minutes of careful work clamped the collar around the Atlatl. 2 of the men jetted away, while the third accessed a control panel on the collar. Susan leaned slightly forward, watching for signs of trouble. "I die!" "Guidance test underway." Yo Jonsson's voice burred on the intership channel. "Test is green." Hayes tapped a glyph on his own panel. Remote comm test is a go. A V pane appeared, displayed a variety of results, then vanished again. Test shows green. Remote control is live. After acknowledging the results, the engineer jetted away from the missile, and Susan waited patiently until all three men were processing in through number 8 airlock. She looked to Hayes and nodded. Her own hand drifted above a pre-programmed point defense weapons order. Sprint 1 is under secondary power, the weapons officer reported. Maneuvering. Susan watched the fully armed Atlatl move away from her ship, accelerating slowly as the jets on the collar hissed thin streams of white vapor into the black abyss of space. 15 minutes later, the missile had vanished from sight, curving away around the mass of the asteroid, screening the Cornwell from the Turan. Sprint 1 has cleared self-destruct distance. Hayes consulted his panel. Sprint 1 will be at launch station in 16 minutes. Susan nodded, allowing herself to savor an atom of relief. She had moderate faith in Johansson's abilities, but the prospect of anything, much less an antimatter-charged ship killer, colliding with the hull of the Cornwell precipitated a cold sweat of tension. Proceed with inertial guidance check and targeting comp test. The weapons officer nodded, keying a new set of commands into his panel. There had been some problems with reconfiguring the Atlatl to acquire target, lock, and ignite within the minute acceleration timeframe required by their current situation. The manufacturers had not envisioned using the heavy-class ship killer at knife distance. Susan wondered if the code modifications would hold up in a split second of reaction time. As the gods will. She looked away from the view of the stars, returning her attention to the feed from Felix's helmet. Heidiishi swung out of the platform, tucking in his legs to clear the ragged edge of the now missing frame. Felix and her men had unloaded all of the gear, anchoring the crates to the refinery hull in a semicircle around the airlock door. Corporal Felix and Tonuak were crouched at the lock access panel, having removed the faceplate, with a cluster of cables snaking from the blocky comm relay into the opening. They were watching a handheld spin through millions of control code combinations. At the far end of their hardwire, the Cornwell's main comp was prying at the commercial-grade control circuits in the lock mechanism. Almost through, Felix motioned to the Chusa. 35 seconds, Kyo. Please stand out of the line of fire. Maratai and Clavigero will enter first. Obediently, Heidiishi touched down beyond the ring of equipment, letting his boots adhere to the scarred, blackened hull. He found it wryly amusing that the EVA platform now seemed to be hanging in the air overhead. The two Marine privates shifted themselves to include him inside the immediate fire perimeter. Both men were crouched and braced against the hull, ship guns out and armed. Shoei Asale, Heidiishi clicked open the comm. You should back off, out of this confined space. Take station 100 or so meters from the exterior ring of ore tanks and stand by. The pilot frowned. Mitsu could see her worried expression through the glassite of her faceplate. Kyo, what if you need extraction? I should stay close. We might not need pickup from this particular airlock, he replied, keeping an eye on the darkness among the gantries and space framing joining the ore tanks to the refinery hull. Take your time and stay clear of the hardwire. Asale nodded dubiously, but ran through her flight check, and then, in a faint cloud of vapor, began to back the platform away from the airlock. At the same time, Felix stood and took up position to cover the airlock opening. We're in, she said, thumbing the safety on the whipsaw to live fire, single shot. Heidiishi crouched down as the two privates swung round and took hold of the locking bars on the face of the lock. He did not bother to check his own sidearm. If things degenerated to a firefight, his own nominal skill with a pistol or assault rifle would not make much of a difference. The airlock unbolting vibrated through the hull. Heidiishi could see the seal outgassing, and then a brighter light flooded out as the heavy pressure door recessed and slid aside, leaving a half-moon-shaped section exposed. Marate ducked inside, crabbing around the corner, gun first. Clavigero followed a heartbeat later, and their voices, low and clipped, filled the comm. Channel. Clear. No hostiles. Clear. Inner door seal intact. No warning lights. Felix signed for him to enter, and Heidiishi swung round and inside in a single motion. He felt the tug of a differential gravity interface inside the white painted chamber and oriented himself by the G-Deck logo stenciled on the wall. Clavigero was already at the inner hatch, peering this way and that, watching for opposition. "Chusa, we could use a hand here?" Felix was standing above him, boots still adhered to the outer hole, looking down impatiently. Tanwak was releasing the first of the equipment cases from its anchor. "Of course." Heidishi flashed a reassuring smile. Some officers would have been content to stand aside, but he did not believe in shirking, and speed was of the essence. He braced himself and took hold of the lanyard attached to the first case. A blocky gray container marked with the ownership glyph of the engineering department drifted solidly into his hands. Heidishi swung it aside to the wall of the airlock and thumbed the adhesion patches "Lives." The case attached itself to the wall with a solid thump. As Heidishi hauled the equipment inside, Felix angled through their midst with the octopus-like assembly of the comp interface. There was a second access panel beside the inner door. She removed the faceplate with her hand tool in a series of crisp, flawless actions. Heidishi, watching her out of the corner of his eye, was pleased to see the endless round of sims had imparted noticeable effects. The Haicho began clipping interface leads onto the exposed components. At the inner door, Clavigero was counting nervously, marking the seconds while the airlock was exposed to open space. The builder's blueprints indicated a 2-minute safety interlock, past which an alarm might sound. Heidishi hoped the miners had not wired a direct alarm system to the bridge. "Stand by to pierce outer hatch." Tanwak swam inside with the last case. The bulky shape of a shipyard hexacarbon drill was strapped to his chest. As he did so, Maratai kicked himself out through the opening, catching the edge of the opened locked door. He swung round to face back inside. His motions had the same kind of controlled, endlessly practiced grace shown by Felix in disassembling the access panel. Heidishi flattened himself against a wall now covered with gear. Felix ignored Tanwak as he powered up the drill and maneuvered the machine to sit flush with the airlock door. A series of lights on Felix's panel flashed amber in warning. 45 seconds, she announced in an offhand voice. Tanwak ignored her, checking the seals around the base of the drill. A pressure test showed green and he punched the go button. Immediately, Heidishi felt a thready, intermittent vibration through the wall at his back. The drill attacked the inner surface of the airlock door, ejecting a stream of sparking hexacarbon flakes through a side vent. 30 seconds. Felix consulted her handheld and let the Cornuelle comp attack the access panel. This time, there was a barely noticeable flash of numbers and the inner door unlocked. Door 2 unlocked. Heidishi clicked his circuit to the Cornuelle. "Com will be dead in 5 seconds." Kosho did not have time to reply. Felix rotated a locking ring and the hardline disconnected. The monofilament wire hung suspended for an instant before Marte, his gloves protected by magnetically active pads, reeled the line out of the lock. 15 seconds. Felix glanced at Tanwak. The drill was ill vibrating against the door. 12 seconds. Marte nodded sharply and moved out of sight. "Door 1 pierced," Tanwak announced, disengaging the drill adhesion seals. He handed off the tool to Heidishi, who stuffed it into the appropriate case. A cloud of drifting metallic curls floated around him. Outside, Marte forced a pressure sleeve into the fresh drill hole. The COM hardwire was tucked inside. Mac grabbed the connector as it eeled through the opening, slid a seal gasket around the device, and handed off to Felix. Outer segment sealed. Marte's harsh Gujari accent conveyed some of the tension Heidishi felt. The Marines swung nimbly around the edge of the airlock door. He and Tanwak moved out of the door frame itself. Inner segment sealed. Outer door cleared to close. Heidishi heard the comm channel chime open and saw Felix had reconnected the hardline to the relay. The system warbled happily to itself, signaling a clear connection back to the ship. 6 seconds, she declared, one hand poised over the outer door control lever. She eyeballed Tanwak and Marte to make sure they were behind the cross-hatched danger stripe and swung the control down. Closing outer door. A thump followed as the airlock engaged, rolled closed and slid into secure position. Tanwak kept an eye on the hardwire, guiding the monofilament with his hands. Outer door secure, pressurizing. 2 minutes later, the airlock was at positive nominal pressure. The seals around the hardline were holding and the inner door rotated aside. Marte and Clavigero sidled out into a dim, gray-walled passageway. Hadishi waited until all 4 Marines had exited the lock and taken up positions on either side. He stepped out into shipside gravity and frowned. The bulkhead opposite held a dark, apparently broken, map panel. Streaks of rust spilled down unpainted metal. He looked up and down the corridor. Some of the overhead lights were missing, while everything had an unmistakable air of decay and long overdue maintenance. The difference between the immaculate ship-shaped Cornuelle and this wreck was striking. Hadishi shook his head in dismay and consulted his handheld. "Left-hand corridor," he said, trying to avoid staring at the deck, which had a thin sheet of some kind of oil shimmering underneath the waffle grid flooring. 300 meters straight on. Then there's an internal pressure hatch. Marate moved out on point, gliding down the dingy passageway at a run. Hadishi looked around again and clicked open the channel to the ship. "Shosha, what do you make of this?" "The crew is too small," Susan's voice came back, as clear as if she stood at his side. "And the ship is too large. According to the builder's plan, there are nearly 120K of corridor and pressurized space inside a tier." "Understood." Hadishi closed the channel and bent to help Tonewalk and Felix haul the rest of the equipment cases into the corridor. The Palenque, inbound. One of the V-panes showing a P-pod data feed suddenly went dark. A warning light flared on Magdalena's control panel, and the resolution of the composite image on the main display degraded markedly. Now there was only a flickering, indistinct image of a vast, sprawling storm seen from a great height. Barely better than looking out a window at the distant planet. And who knew what was happening under the mottled ochre clouds? Only one eye left. "We see no better than a snake," the Hesht snarled helplessly. She wanted to pace or run or just crash through a stand of high grass, long legs blurring across hard-racked, dusty ground. Trapped on a tiny ship without proper exercise facilities, limping along at half speed, a vast distance from the lost steps of Heshukan, her options had been reduced to shredding the furniture, and now even the joy of exercising her claws palled. "Parker, engine status?" A compane flickered and shifted as a hand in a work glove adjusted a camera lens. The blunt, broad, plant-eating face of Engineer First Isoroku glared out at her. "There has been no change since your last request for status. Maneuver drive, 3 still offline." Magdalena showed her incisors in response, though she knew the challenge was lost on these humans. "Where is Parker Tietzen?" The engineer shifted and pointed with a tilted head. The pilot's work boots were partially visible. Wedged inside some kind maintenance accessway, a sort of muffled song was barely audible, leaking out from the opening. Maggie's ears twitched. Parker's idea of a pleasing tune did not coincide with hers. Where are the yowls and shrieks? He, too, is still busy. She could feel really, from the tense tilt of his head and the flare of his nostrils, that the engineer was getting rightfully upset by her constant badgering. Despite their standing difference of opinion over remaining in the system, the fleet officer had set himself to work in an admirable way. Even a Hesht of her particular temper could see he was making an honest effort. Though every instinct screamed to rush ahead, to boost output on the remaining 2 maneuver drives, and amid a radiation signature visible throughout half the system, she forced her mouth closed, politely hiding her teeth. "Isoro Kutsin," she said, forcing the words out in a strangled-sounding voice. "My apologies for interrupting your activities. Please carry on. When Drive 3 is online, I would appreciate your being informed." The engineer did not respond immediately. In fact, he squinted rather suspiciously at her. At length, lips pursed, he said, "Apology accepted," and signed off the channel, still frowning. Magdalena ran half-extended claws through her fur, wondering what passed for thought in the heads of these tree-dwelling fruit-eaters. "Rrr, what is going on down there?" The storm-covered surface of the 3rd planet mocked her, the single staring red eye of a monstrous serpent. Still on edge, she began experimenting with the different kinds of sensors mounted on the P-pod. None of them proved immediately helpful. "I think," a gruff human voice said from the entryway, "you've confused Isoroku-Zin." Maggie turned and gave Gunso Fitzsimmons a level stare. In the daily routine of the ship, the Marines stayed off the bridge. Parker claimed they didn't like the smell, though of course he did. and contented themselves with gambling with the scientists, lending the engineer a hand and obsessively checking their equipment. "I was rude," she said bluntly. "They are working hard and I am impatient." Fitzsimmons nodded, drifting over to catch the railing circling the command station. "What does our interception widow look like?" "It shrinks." A claw tapped up a plot echoed from the navigational display. "This Shrost-damned storm is making a mess of plotting pack leader's pickup." Parker had hoped to make one pass around the planet. The V-pane showed the path of the Palenque shearing close to the Ephesian atmospheric envelope, then hooking away in a sharp return path for the outer system. And picking up speed like a slingstone out again. "But now," she sighed, ears limp with despair, "now we will have to decelerate into a parking orbit, losing precious velocity." "Are you sure?" Fitzsimmons frowned, leaning over the console. He smelled strangely familiar, bitter, pungent, smoke and old wood, and Magdalena raised her head, plush nose sniffing the air. Then she grinned properly, ears canted forward. "You've been avoiding Parker Tietzen, haven't you?" The Marine looked at her quizzically for a moment, then smiled in a very impolite way, showing stumpy yellowed teeth. "Use of tabac," he said in a conspiratorial way, "dulls the human sense of smell." Magdalena shuddered, her fur twitching from head to tail. "A wretched weed," she hissed, "and this is enjoyed by your entire stunted, corrupt race?" "Parker is a very religious man," the gunso said in a roundabout way. "But Tai Isoroku requested our assistance in keeping his engines, well, the company's engines, free of tabac ash and other contaminants that might otherwise foul power junctions, mar the efficiency of computational cores, and soil the sacred decks of the engineering compartments." Magdalena hissed in delight. "You ate of his kill, pleading an empty belly," she said in mock horror, "while hiding your own in the river pool. I saw you smoking his disgusting little sticks when we first came aboard." "Sure," Fitzsimmons shrugged. "The whole situation was water off his furless back, share and share alike, right? Though Marines are never caught short of supplies." He held up 4 pink worm-like fingers. "Air, ammo, booze, and tobacco. Don't need much else." He was generous, she started to say, but had to admit, as she had admitted Isoroku's efforts on their behalf, she did not miss the foul smell clinging to her fur and making her sneeze. "But I see the efficiency of the pack ship is improved by this deception." "The engineer first," Fitzsimmons said, scratching a jaw black with stubble, "is my superior officer. In the absence of other command authority, his operational requirements are my holy writ. But while it's fun to pick on Parker, we need to talk about getting Gretchen and the judge back." "Yes?" Magdalena stared at the plot again. "If we still had the satellites, we could see pack leader and eldest and wisest take off from the ground, allowing us to adjust course properly. But with only one eye left, and that one losing more altitude each day, we are close to being blind." "Well," Fitzsimmons said slowly, eyeing the display, "in drop school, one of my instructors was always saying it's all about angular momentum, which sort of applies here. There's a marine assault ship technique which could solve your problem, something fleet pilots call the Pattaya knot. Parker's not the greatest shuttle pilot in the world, but he might be able to handle it." Magdalena growled, giving him a suspicious look. She wasn't sure this hunter from another den could be trusted. But she reminded herself he was sniffing after the pack leader, so he might soon be in her den as well. "Show me this knot." Unaccountably, Fitzsimmons turned a sort of russet color. "The observatory base camp." These blankets are real, Gretchen thought, awareness returning from unnaturally vivid dreams. Real scratchy. For a moment she remained still, eyes closed, listening. The wind outside had died down to an intermittent moan. The camp stove was a soft hiss of burning gas. Hummingbird's spoon made a metallic sound, stirring sugar into his cup. He was breathing as she was, momentarily free of the mechanical counter-rasp of the rebreather mask. Everything seemed very normal, even the sensations of chill air against her face and constant throbbing pain in her mutilated feet. The darkness of her closed eyes was vastly comforting. There were no phantoms, no visions of impossible vistas, no cloudy, indistinct body rippling with clouds of buzzing lights. She felt solid, terribly tired, and wrung out like a dead towel. but having substance. Okay, here we go. Gretchen opened her eyes, focused on a perfectly normal-looking roof formed of honeycombed, pre-stressed concrete, crisscrossed by metallic tracks holding cheap lights, and was vastly relieved. "There is tea," Hummingbird said. She turned her head. The effort of putting aside the heavy blankets could wait. The Na'alis was watching her from the other side of the little stove, his face filled with open worry. Reaching over, he put a cup of steaming tea beside her. From close range, pitted and scratched metal revealed the foggy, indistinct image of a pale-faced woman with sweat-streaked hair. "How do you feel?" Gretchen nodded, but was exhausted even by moving her head. After gathering her strength, she managed to say, "Tired." Hummingbird nodded, the deep grooves and wrinkles in his face deeper and more distinct than she remembered. The faint reddish glow from the heaters lent him a sepulchral aspect. "How is your vision?" "Only one of you," she said, too tired to smile. "What happened?" His jaw clenched, then he visibly forced himself to relax. "The storm has mostly passed. I have tried to contact the Cornwell, but there is no answer. Also, something has gotten into the hangar. Both aircraft have become one with the floor." "Huh?" Laughing hurt, but the baffled look on the old man's face was priceless. Gretchen managed to worm one hand out of the blankets to take hold of the cup. The metal was only lukewarm, but the liquid inside burned her lips. She tasted more sugar than tea. "Told you so." "Yes." Hummingbird tilted his head in acknowledgement. "You were right to be concerned. The rate of decay in the camp buildings is faster than I expected, but we should be able to clear out this set of rooms, get the generator started again, and rig a positive pressure environment. That will help." Gretchen set the empty cup on her chest and stared at the ceiling again. "What day is it?" +14 from landing," the Nawalis replied, taking the cup away to refill. "2 days," Gretchen mumbled, feeling exhaustion overtake her. "The Palenque will be here, but we need both midges in working order." "How?" Hummingbird saw she was asleep again, a soft snore escaping her lips. "Working order? I thought we were done here," but he got up and began gathering up what tools he could find. "Must be a sledgehammer or rock chisel somewhere in these buildings." Still limping, using a survey marker pole as a cane, Gretchen stopped beside the Gagarin and peered suspiciously at the undercarriage. The floor was remarkably clean for a base camp hangar, which proved Hummingbird had been very, very busy while she was sleeping. For her part, Anderson felt remarkably refreshed for a woman with 2 bad feet, a med band whining about alkaloid toxins in her blood, and no immediate prospects of rescue from an increasingly hostile world entirely unfit for man. "Kind of banged up," she said, biting her lip at the dents and chipping visible on the landing gear assembly. Curious Gretchen put her weight against the wing and the wheel clunked over. The heavy rubber-like material was badly pitted. She looked over at Hummingbird, who was squatting beneath his own ultralight. "Good work to get this place cleaned out." "Does it matter?" The Nawlis spread his hands, looking at her expectantly. "It does." Gretchen opened Gagarin's cockpit door. "We need both ultralights to get off this rock. I was sure we were done for when your fuel pump froze up." She threw the comp restart switch and leaned back on the pole, watching the system spool up. "We need only wait," Hummingbird said, eyes narrowing suspiciously. "The Cornwell will return soon." "The day after tomorrow," Gretchen said, shaking her head at his optimism. "One of the shuttles from the Palenque will make a skip pass through the upper reaches of the planetary atmosphere. The approach will be entirely ballistic. No power, no radiation signature. No more evidence than a meteorite burning up in the mesosphere, and we will be waiting, both of us in a midge, for a skyhook extraction." "Impossible. A midge can't fly that high and we'd asphyxiate or freeze before reaching an altitude where a shuttle could pick us up on an approach like that." "If this were Anahuac, you'd be right." The comm console beeped pleasantly, and Gretchen felt her stomach sink. There were no system messages waiting for her, no mysterious notes from Magdalena, no word the Palenque was actually coming to fetch them. But this is not old Earth. Anderson shuffled out, the pole scratching on the floor. "Like Mars, this world's atmosphere is very thin. maybe only half the depth of Anahuac's ocean of air. Even the individual layers of the atmosphere are compressed or thinned. We only need to reach 30K to escape. At such an altitude, in fact, we'll be worrying about broiling in solar radiation rather than freezing. But these midges are pretty well equipped to protect us from the heat. Air is a problem, but we can secure these suits for a super low-pressure environment. We won't have to stay at height long. In fact, we won't be able to loiter for more than about 30 minutes, but the shuttle will be there when we are. Hummingbird was scowling, his face dark as a thunderhead above the escarpment. A skyhook can only intercept one midge at a time, if your Mr. Parker can keep his hand steady enough to catch us. And how do you expect one of these dragonflies to reach that altitude? I'm not trying to get us killed, Gretchen said in a stiff voice, but it is dangerous. She ran her hand across the Gagarin's wing, taking a long look at the battered, scratched, wind-worn surface. The ultralight had traveled thousands of K across this world, with 2 pilots of varying abilities, making at least one complete circumnavigation. Mountains, plains, all the diverse wastelands, all without complaint. A sturdy, battle-hardened plane with a brave heart. Gretchen blinked, trying to restrain a wellspring of emotion. "We," she said after clearing her throat, "are going to strip everything unnecessary out of this one. The fuel tanks on yours detach, so we'll stuff them into the cargo compartment, doubling our range." Gretchen tapped a pair of brackets on the underside of the airframe. "Beneath my seat are 2 chemical rocket boosters, which fit here." She turned and gave the old man a weary smile. This world does not enjoy an evenly distributed gravitational field. There are huge disparities of mass inside the crust and core. Near the escarpment, there are eddies where G spikes 3 or 4 times surface normal. West of here, out in the Great Eastern Basin, there is an area of very low G. Our escape velocity will be drastically lowered once we enter the zone. We'll use the rockets when the air becomes too thin to impart any lift at all. Hummingbird blinked. "And if no one is waiting in high orbit? We fly back down?" Gretchen felt her stomach go cold. "No sense in lying. I hope." The now Wallace clasped his hands and stared at the floor for a long time. When he looked up, a weight seemed to have lifted from him. Even so, flying such a distance will take time, so we had best get started. Gretchen nodded, then reached out her hand. The judge looked askance for a moment, then accepted her arm in rising. "Let me get my gear. You need a special socket wrench to unbolt the fuel tanks." 3 hours later, Hummingbird ducked through the door from the main building with the last of their baggage slung over his shoulder. "I've good news," he said, dumping the duffel bags on the floor of the hangar. Gretchen looked up from the cockpit of the Gagarin, her face streaked with grime, oil, and tiny flakes of shredded plastic. The shock chair had been dismounted and moved aside, an effort which required cutting away the armrests to make room for the second chair from the other midge. The compartment seemed very bare, with the side panels torn out and everything stripped down to bare metal. Only the 3V of her kids and Rosovsky's icon remained, tacked to the overhead. The power cell worked into the paper had finally failed, leaving only a static, fixed image. "We needn't take more than 1 or 2 days' supply of food with us?" The navalist unsealed one of the bags and dumped out 4 or 5 packs of 3 squares onto the floor. They made an audible clanking sound, stone striking stone. Gretchen tried to grin, but she was very tired again. Even the effort of dismounting everything which could be removed from the midge had left her shaking. Infected? Gretchen took the opportunity to sit down. Some surface dust must have gotten into the bag. Hummingbird began separating the petrified bars from those still good. "And our water is down to maybe 3 liters plus whatever is in our suit reservoirs." "We can make more water," Gretchen said, rubbing her eyes. "The fuel cells generate waste, H20, as a byproduct, but they won't make food from nothing." The old Mexica clicked his teeth. "What progress?" "Fuel tanks are moved and hooked up. I can't find any leaks, so I hope they're not there. If you help me lift in the second chair, I can bolt it in place. Then the rockets need to be mounted and control linkages tested. And then we'll be done, and I can lie down." Her vision was getting hazy, but not from hallucinations. She started to slump over, then caught herself. "What?" "Go lie down now," Hummingbird said. "I can do the rest." "Okay." Gretchen wiped her hands on her thighs, which made absolutely no difference to the grime on her gloves or legs. Think of anything else we can get rid of. I'm stumped. Weight is the enemy right now. Hummingbird watched her limp into the tunnel, a pensive expression on his seamed old face. Then he stood up and went to the second shock chair, which was sitting beside the cockpit door. He braced himself and started to lift, grunting in surprise at the weight. In the open plains surrounding the base camp, sunset ushered in a long dusk. There were no towering mountains to the west to swallow the sun, plunging the land into shadow. Instead, the sun settled amiably toward a brassy gold horizon. Heavily laden, Gretchen limped down a sandy gully between the half-buried headquarters building and the lab. In the soft gilded light, the empty doorways and barren eye-socket windows no longer seemed so disturbing. She wondered if Hummingbird's efforts to align the camp had driven away the shadows he claimed inhabited abandoned places. Beyond the lab building, she paused at the edge of the crude shuttle field. The most recent storm had destroyed both of the vehicle sheds. The 8-wheeled armadillo carryalls had disappeared. Did we pack them up? Did Hummingbird do something with them? Enough procrastination, Gretchen said to herself, sounding very much like her mother. The scythe felt heavy in her hands. The gun carried a sense of solid menace, as though weapons obeyed some different order of density. Gretchen looked around, fretting at the thought of abandoning a perfectly good tool for almost no reason at all. "But you're too heavy," Anderson said, speaking crossly at the shotgun. "And useless." Letting go proved difficult, though, and she wandered back and forth at the edge of the camp for nearly an hour before stumbling across a narrow fissure in the earth. Something about the unexpected opening convinced her this was a safe place to discard the gun. The scythe clanked and rattled down into the shadows. Gretchen tossed the ammunition canisters in one at a time as she walked the length of the fissure. The bandolier was easier. The cheap old leather was cracked and ugly, and she just tossed it into the crumpled ruins of an equipment shed. In the gathering darkness, more than half of the sun was now hidden behind the western horizon. Gretchen could make out familiar, pale, gleaming lights in the wreckage. Politely, she pressed her fingertips to her forehead before limping back toward the headquarters building. She hoped the microfauna in the sand enjoyed the meal. "Sister, I should get rid of all this stuff." Gretchen fingered the tools on her belt and the work vest. There had to be at least 6 kilos of gear draped on her or tucked away in the thigh pads on her suit or in the back of her equipment belt. She took out her trusty old multi-tool. "Grandpa Carl gave me this," she remembered, ratcheting the drill attachment in and out. "Middle school graduation. Long time ago. I can't throw these things away, they're my friends. I might need them." And, Gretchen realized with a sinking, sick feeling, she couldn't keep them either. "I'd better keep just this one," she resolved, limping back toward the main building, the multi-tool snug against her side. Loyal service should be rewarded. Gretchen angled to her left, aiming to cut around the lab to the hangar entrance, when someone stepped around the corner of the low-slung building. She slowed, feet shuffling in knee-high drips of freshly blown sand, and raised her hand to wave hello. The figure, features obscured in a tightly wrapped cafetier and respirator mask, paused, startled, one leg unusually stiff, and something, she had no idea what, made her lurch to a halt. Gretchen's throat went dry and a familiar chill feeling stroked the back of her neck. "Crow?" Gretchen backed up, realizing the bulk of the lab building hid her from view. Should anyone look out the windows of the headquarters or even go outside the main airlock? "Stand away!" The figure stopped, cafetier coming loose, jalaba flapping dark around short legs. Gretchen squinted, trying to peer past the half-mirrored face mask. Startled pale blue eyes stared back through greasy blonde hair. Gretchen felt the world come unglued again. "Oh, blessed sister," her voice sounded queer, strained tight, almost lost in the gusty evening wind. The sun had vanished into the west, leaving behind a glorious sky glowing orange and red and dusky purple. Along the horizon, the vast sandstorm was still visible, burning golden with the last rays of day. "I've been copied," a double echo vibrated in her calm. Gretchen flinched back, her stomach burning with a chill knot of fear. Unbidden, the sight crept up on her and the figure's arm blazed with a cool flame. She shook her head violently, trying to clear her untrustworthy vision. Anderson was suddenly only a pace away, reaching out to take her arm. "Are you all right?" The face behind the mask was stiff with concern. "Stay back!" Gretchen tried to scramble backward, but her feet dragged in the sand and she fell. The woman stopped, a penetrating look on her face as Gretchen crawled away. She could feel, and almost see, a familiar cool fire in the watching eyes. A sense of heat flushed her face. Gretchen recognized the sensation and both eyes grew wide, casting from side to side. Forcing her fingers to steadiness, Gretchen switched her calm, live hummingbird? Static, warbling, rising and falling in tuneless rhythm. The voice of the wind. She shut down the calm. The sky was darkening steadily, and down among the buildings night gathered around her. Anderson did not move. She seemed to be watching her intently. Mouthing a prayer to the sister to fill her limbs with strength and guide her to safety, Gretchen closed her eyes. Fear boiled behind her eyelids, clinging, cold, leeching thought of motion. Now encompassed entirely in darkness, the night felt heavy, pressing against her from all sides. There was menace hiding in the darkness. Why didn't I feel this before? None of this was here. "I need your help," her own voice said from the night. Her face warmed again as though a bonfire roared and leapt only meters away. "Just come with me." Gretchen gathered her legs under her, forcing the awareness of stabbing pain in her brutalized feet away, and drifted away from the sickly heat on her face. Her hands brushed across sand, gravel, and slivers of rock, searching for just the right place to settle. The voice followed her, not too far, not too close. "It's growing cold. We should go inside. Gretchen, I know this seems terribly strange to you." Legal. Shuddering with relief, her outstretched hands found barren rock exposed by the ceaseless wind, and there, among chipped, splintered shale, was a sense of solidity, of lightness. Gretchen scurried onto the stones, halting when her left boot skidded out over unseen emptiness. Digging her hands into the loose rock, she exhaled slowly and opened her eyes. A cloud of chilling mist wavered in the air. She could see a single, solitary light burning in one of the second-floor windows of the main building. Everything else in the camp was dark and deserted. The sense of menacing abandonment rushed back, stronger than ever. Even the stars seemed faint. Anderson approached, stepping over the ridges of sand. Her movement was odd, jerky, a half motion slower than expected. The odd doubling and tripling of her vision returned, stronger than before, showing in Anderson ablaze with the chill blue light, or blocky dark, or illuminated again. Nothing about her, no matter the wealth of detail in her face and suit and cloak, seemed even remotely human. Hummingbirds sang bravely when they came against him, she remembered, a sharp fragment of the dreadful night under the cliffs of the escarpment. "Damn it! I can't think of any songs. I hate singing. Why would I have to sing?" The shape paused, and she saw it had reached the edge of the stone outcropping. Furling the jelaba aside with a deft motion, the shape settled into a crouch, puddled in shadow and darkness. Gretchen swallowed, closing her eyes in concentration. The warmth in the stone seeped up into her fingers, into her hands, filling her arms with strength. "I am not afraid," she said aloud. The sickly heat returned, beating against her face. She started to sweat, feeling moisture bead on her neck and forehead, and then the dampness froze. Alarmed, Gretchen opened her eyes. The sky had grown fully dark, awash with pale emerald, topaz and carnelian stars. All trace of the blinding sun fled. A faint blur of light tainted the sand around the crouching figure. As Gretchen watched, the blur thickened, brightened, and spread. Slow, radiant threads crept across gravel and scattered stone, winding their way onto the rocks. A fierce desire to flee gripped her, seeing the glassy illumination advance, but everything beyond the steady, solid warmth in the rock was cold and remote. Wait, she wondered, is this something only visible to my sight? Or is it real? The blur washed closer, now rippling in faint, ghostly waves across the stones. What do I really see? Is anything really there? What if it's just an echo of myself? Gretchen let her body become loose again. A stiffness in her arms and legs resisted, but slowly faded as she controlled her breathing. In the brilliant dreams, the turmoil of hallucinogenic visions and uncontrollable sight had been subsumed into a crystalline sense of order. In the perfectly etched world the bitter powder had shown her, there was sight and sight. There was the promise of focus and a diamond-bright perfection of intent. She groped to recapture the sensation. Memory fled, vanishing in a chaos of confused images, in delirious phantasms. Heat burned suddenly in her fingers. Gretchen jerked back, forcing her eyes open. The cold blur lapped around her feet and covered her gloves. Stunned, she saw clouds of tiny flickering particles swarming among the broken dead stone. An effort to lift her hand failed. A steadily growing web of jeweled threads chained her to the ground. "Oh, shit!" Gretchen dragged at her leaden arms, trying to wrench free of the spreading jewel stain permeating the glossy black of her suit. Despite straining with both feet braced, she only succeeded in wrenching her shoulder. The sense of steady warmth vanished in the moment of effort, leaving the biting cold of the Ephesian night flooding in around her. A wild glance to either side revealed only darkness and some kind of pit or fissure. The sway, fissure, a hot, the heart, the fissure, art. Fee. I can't even gnaw free. Stomach churning with nausea, she looked across the outcropping, expecting to see the shape looming there in triumph. Instead, she gave a tiny, fierce shake of her head, stunned. Anderson rose, bloody feet bare on the gleaming sand. A queer emerald fire licked through her short blonde hair, then faded away. The woman shifted her shoulders, letting the djellaba fall properly. Her face was bare to the thin, frigid air. The red welts of a breather mask worn too long were plain on her round cheeks, nose, and neck. Every tool and gadget was in place, comm and medband clasped around well-muscled wrists. "Wah, Gretchen rallied violently, collecting her thoughts. "You don't look like me." The stance was all wrong, weight evenly distributed, not leaning to one side, favoring the wounded foot. Even the face seemed distorted, lopsided, one eye fractionally higher than the other. Hummingbird will be able to tell. Gretchen found the thought a frail comfort, if he has time to see as she rushes out of the darkness or creeps up behind him. The chains of jewels dragging at her arms pulsed with delicate, subtle color. Gretchen felt something change and shift in her mind. Half-familiar memories stirred, clamoring for her attention. They felt strange, not soft and faded, burnished by the passage of time, but cold and clear, freshly struck from the die sheeture. A sullen yellow sky filled with hundreds of bright pinpricks loomed overhead, a harsh, claustrophobic vault crushing the breath from her lungs. In every direction, endless ranks of vast obsidian towers soared in counterpoint to the sulphurous heavens. She turned, images blurring past. More towers, some shattered and cracked with age, some newly raised from the plain. In the distance, heat haze shimmered in deserted avenues, yielding the sickly black image of a vast, implacable lake. Somewhere beyond the horizon, down just such an avenue as this, ringed by the same colossal buildings, the lake was real, oily, infinitely deep, stretching from horizon to horizon, a choking black band wrapped around the wizened throat of an ancient, dying planet. "No, I was never there," Gretchen shouted aloud, filled with an all-encompassing fear for her own memories, her own thoughts. Voices roared in her ears, shouting and accusing her of monstrous deeds. "I'm not one of the things in the library. I'm not one of them." A cloud of brilliant stars spanned the arc of a blue-green world. Great whirls of white cloud obscured most of the surface, but mottled green and brown continents peeped through. Seas and oceans blazed blue, shining in the light of a dim yellow sun. Across the face of the void, stars rippled and twisted, distorted by something vast. Space boiled and tore, splitting aside. A shape forced its way through the burning gap, something nearly dwarfing the world shining below. Tatters of space and time flew past, the light of distant suns still reflected in long streamers of darkness. An ebon shape swept across the world, blotting out any view of the green hills or shining seas. In the passing wake, the fabric of space wrecked, stars falling back into their accustomed courses, the glare of the sun once more traveling as it had done for millennia. Yet the spilling, fluid darkness already englobed the world, a tightening black web, shutting out the sun, blocking the light of the stars. "No!" Gretchen tried to concentrate, to hold back a titanic flood of images. Not her thoughts, not things she had done, from overwhelming her mind. They crowded in, pushing aside memories of her friends at the university, time spent hiking in the tall pines behind the steading, the smell of coffee perking in her dorm room, the harsh taint of diesel in the fog as she hurried across the quad to class. Give them back! But her memories were dying. Wiped away. Replaced by images of a horizon boiling with black ink, of shining silver sparks raining down out of the sky, splashing into the sea, tangling in saw-leafed palmettos. The single burning image of a four-fingered hand lifting a muddy cylinder from a stream. Not mine, not mine, not mine, Gretchen wailed, clutching desperately at carefully hoarded memories of 2 little girls and 1 little boy. The sound of Isabel crying, swaddled in fluffy blankets. Duncan's face screwed up in a pout, thin little arms crossed over his chest, one of his grandfather's flannel shirts rolled up 60 times to fit. Tristan declaring she would be planetary president right after 3rd form, everything they had ever done or said or shouted. Bare feet pattering down wooden stairs into the kitchen. A sharp sense of disassociation overtook her, a threshold breached by urgent need. The sense of brilliant clarity from her dreams was suddenly there. Around her, a perfect, frozen world of absolutes. Black stains upon her memory shone very clear in this incandescent vision. Mine, she raged, driving back the distorting clouds. Where the shimmering visions had lain entwined with her own imperfection, she summoned up every detail from faint traces, from ghosts, from the neural residue left in the rubble of invasion. Mine! For a moment, she hung in a balance, staring into endless corridors of memory, where every lost day, every forgotten word, every kiss was still alive, poised for her to plunge into them again. Youth. Tiny, wrinkled pink babies drawing breath for their first wailing cry. Tiny hands clasped in hers. Frost on the porch in the morning. Melting snow plunging from the steep slate roofs of the university halls as spring sunlight shone through the last clouds of winter. Freezing cold engulfed her hands, and Gretchen hissed in pain. Her eyes were still open, staring at sand spun with a web of jewels, but the vision was very distant from her thought. A jolt of physicality shook her body, tearing her mind away from the swarm of memories and plunging her once more into the cold, bruised, bleeding, frightened body crouched on a bare stone outcropping amid desolation. Ah! Oh! Oh, sister, that hurts! Her work gloves and the Z-suit covering her forearms had been eaten away, leaving nothing to protect her skin from the sub-zero Ephesian night. Her fingertips were turning black. Gretchen clutched both hands to her chest and cried out at a fresh burst of pain. A rasping cough tore itself from her chest, then another. Tears froze at the corners of her eyes. Still afraid to move, she curled herself up on the bare stone, trying to protect her ruined hands with the bulk of her body. Cold closed in on her, heat seeping away through the damaged suit into the open sky. In the darkness, Anderson frowned, displeased. There are no answers here. Aboard the Churon, Tanuak, ship gun at high port, scuttled up to a pressure door at the end of the corridor. A dozen yards back, Heideshi tensed, waiting for Haicho Felix, who was covering the Marine on point with her whipsaw, to wave him forward. Tanuak crouched, keeping his head below the level of a glassite panel set into the door, and listened intently. A moment later, he made a hand sign. Felix did not turn, but her hand slashed at the floor of the corridor. Traffic ahead. Heideshi settled in to wait. Marate was right behind him, making sure the hard wire for the comm relay spooled out properly while keeping an eye on the Chusa, who, as an officer, a fleet officer at that, needed constant supervision. Clavigero was 10 meters behind, at the last bulkhead frame, watching the backtrail for unwanted visitors. Nearly 2 hours had passed since they'd broken in through the airlock. The Turin had proved vaster than Heideshi had expected. The schematics did not do justice to the endlessly snaking passages, countless levels, ramps, elevators, and gangways they had traversed to reach this point. From his handheld, Mitsu knew the corridor ahead was a main artery in the primary hab core of the refinery. Here, at last, they were reaching territory where they might encounter the crew. "There's a galley and common area listed on the spec," he whispered to Felix. "Through the hatch and to the right, about 20 meters. "I know." The Haicho grinned mischievously over her shoulder. "You know, in The Sims, everything was very shipshape." Heidiishi swallowed a guffaw. Nothing they'd seen so far had been clean. A thin layer of oily, paste-like grime covered every visible surface. Some of the gangways they'd climbed had left black stains on his gloves and boots. The Chusa had neglected to pack an analysis comp with a sampler, but he suspected all this finely coated debris was residue from the refinery operations. He could feel the ship vibrating through his boots and shoulder. Somewhere downship enormous machines were grinding raw asteroid rock down to a molecular grit for ore separation. Some process of the sort was leaking, this slippery, invasive grime. Civilians, is it like this on commercial, licensed miners too? Shaking his head slightly, he nodded to Felix. Is this a bad spot? In the Sims, I mean? No. Felix adjusted her grip on the whipsaw, dark brown eyes troubled. So, we're going to go careful. Tonewak motioned, drawing her attention back to the door. The point man keyed the pressure door open, revealing a brightly lit corridor with rubberized carpet. Tonewak eased out, swinging his gun sharply from side to side, then signed all clear. Felix was moving the instant Tonewak cleared the door, one hand guiding Heidiishi through the opening. Behind them, Marate scuttled along, playing out hardwire from his spool. Clavigero sprinted up the passageway, running as quietly as he could to catch up. Heidiishi caught a glimpse of a broad passage lined with working, reasonably clean overhead lights. There were even 3V posters of beaches and wooded mountainsides on the bulkheads. Tonewak punched the access plate of a door facing them as Felix and the Chusa reached his side. The two Marine privates were crowding in behind, ship guns covering the hallway in either direction. The door hissed opened and a man, a crewman with short sandy hair and an armload of briefing binders in his arms, stepped through into their midst. Heidiishi froze, startled. Felix smashed the butt of the whipsaw into the man's face without so much as a heartbeat's hesitation. The miner jumped back with almost equal speed and the gun stock slammed into his binders. They flew everywhere in a spray of paper and diagrams. "Intruder! Irk!" The man's scream was cut off abruptly. Felix seized the throat of his braided jacket, lifted him bodily, an easy task for her suit, and flung him back through the hatch. Tonewak had already leapt ahead. The map showed a cross passage leading to a maintenance shaft which rose to the bridge deck and slewed to a halt, cursing. Instead of a narrow, pipe-lined corridor, there was a ready room with an entertainment center, a wet bar, and 4 very startled-looking miners. The clerk crashed past the Marine and took out a card table in a clatter of shattering plastic and plywood. The other men leapt up, shouting in alarm. "Other way!" Heidiishi and Felix shouted simultaneously. Tonewak short-stroked the trigger on his ship gun and jumped back through the doorway. A sharp bang flung a room suppression munition into the compartment. The miners scattered away from the bouncing black sphere. "Port side!" Felix shouted, shoving Heidiishi past her. Marate darted ahead, still concentrating on the hardwire spooling out in a silvery ribbon behind him as he ran. The Haicho cranked around from the whipsaw into the access panel for the compartment door. A violent concussive boom followed and smoke billowed out of the wall. A second, muffled whomp followed hard on its heels as the room suppression munition blew apart inside the ready room. "Schematic is offset 10 meters, Heidiishi commented into his throat mic as they charged down the corridor. "Reset and relay to my handheld." Marate skidded to a halt at another compartment door. "This one?" "Knock it in," Felix shouted, waving Clavigero past. Tonewak had already dashed ahead of the Chusa to take flank point. The little Rajput Marine swung the comm relay onto his shoulder, hoisted up his gun, and jammed the access keypad with the muzzle. The door cycled open. An alarm began to blare, filling the corridor with eardrum-crushing noise. Marate sighed. The maintenance corridor was stacked floor to ceiling with crates. "No go." "Keep moving," Felix said, shoving her Chusa ahead. "Go to access route plan 3. They jogged forward and suddenly a wide cross passage opened to the right. Men in dark blue uniforms were running toward them, overhead lights gleaming from steel-gray weapons. Heidiishi leapt aside and back. There'd been a compartment door, shouting, "Sure shot! Sure shot!" Tonewak and Felix had already spun to cover the new threat. Both froze as the Chusa's order registered. Marate threw himself out of the line of fire, staying on task, but Clavigero skidded into the open and his shipgun twitched sideways automatically. His finger clenched tight and a burst ripped from the weapon, filling the side corridor with a stuttering series of sun-bright flashes. Hadeshi threw the wardroom door aside with his shoulder and rolled in. A man rose in surprise from a computer station, a still-smoking taba dangling from his lip. Marate rolled the other way, flipping the hardwire around the doorframe. Mitsu realized no one else could deal with the miner and sprang across the table, separating them. The man shouted, fell backward over his chair, and Hadeshi jammed him to the deck with the point of his elbow. The suit-magnified blow slammed the man's head into the carpet, stunning him. Encapsulated in complete, unhurried calm, Hadeshi rolled the miner over and pinned him with a knee. Marate, restraints? The Marine tossed over a set of zip cups from a pouch at his belt. Outside, the echo of Clavigero's shipgun had been swallowed in a roar of beam weapon fire. A lurid red glow flooded the hallway. Felix and Tanuak dropped through the door and swung to covering positions. A smoking scarlet beam licked past, searing a 3-meter scar on the opposite wall. The heat of the blast singed Hadadeshi's combat suit, but his hands did not pause in securing their prisoner. "Chusa?" Felix hissed, gesturing for Hadadeshi's attention. "We've got to break out of here. Get ready." "Wait one," Hadeshi said, making a sharp quelling motion. "Clavigero?" "Here, Kyo." The man's voice was harsh with adrenaline. "I'm in the main corridor. Fell back to the last space frame." "Hold position, Marine." The Chupoitza clicked his throat. "Mike, Kosho, how many men in the cross corridor?" 6, 2 down. Susan's voice was refreshingly cool in his earbud. He had a very clear mental image of her in the command chair on the bridge of the Cornuelle, watching the combat V-feed with dispassionate, professional interest. "More will reinforce from the galley area." Hadeshi caught Felix's eye. The Haicho was very tense and seemed ready to leap out into the corridor and take the miners on with her bare hands. "Sore shot, Haicho. No casualties." 2 down now, Chusa, she replied, eyes flicking between his face and the angle of the corridor she could see. "Their blood will be up. N is high." Hadeshi nodded. Fleet training assumed every operational plan would reach a point of failure at an indeterminate point of time offset from the go moment. The possibility of failure was termed N, which began accumulating even before operational kickoff. Some planning officers believed N accumulated for individuals as well. Eventually, your day came and there was nothing you could do to erase the failure debt you'd accumulated. Clavigero, suppress the backside corridor. Felix A, exit options. The Haicho dragged out her handheld, scanning through the level schematics. Outside, there was a sharp coughing sound as the Marine in the passageway fired 2 R-small rounds down the main corridor toward the galley. Hadeshi could hear men shouting in the distance, but their voices were drowned out by a heavy whoom. "We're backed up against a bulkhead here, Kyo." Felix pointed at the rear wall. "But both sides lead into other compartments. What's he got?" Hadeshi rolled the unconscious miner over. His name tag read Gamilski, and the tag for his ship department indicated he was a system tech. Eyes narrowing in consideration, Hadeshi rose, stepping to the miner's computer display. "Ship's librarian," he said slowly. "Marate, get the relay over here and jack in. Felix, we need some breathing room." "Hide Shusa," Felix signed to Tonwak. The Zapotec craned his head to look outside, muttering under his breath to Clavigero. The Marine out in the hallway replied, but Hadeshi was concentrating on disassembling the desk. Marate reached in, handing him a spare multi-tool, and between the two of them, they had the tabletop unscrewed as fast as humanly possible. "Susan," he said, stripping a dust cover away from the comp unit hidden in the desk, "get Smith on this circuit. We need to break into their shipside comm." "Understood." A soft chime sounded as the midshipman came on channel. "Standing by." Hadeshi identified the comm interface and Marate handed him a cluster of adhesive leads. "Been a long time since I had to do this," Mitsu thought, his thoughts blurring into action as quickly as he could find the circuit ports and nudge the leads into place. Under the watching snout of Felix's whipsaw, Tanuak darted out from the door and across the passageway to the opposite bulkhead. Parts of the deck and junction facing were on fire, spilling a bitter, acidic smoke into the air. The intruder alert continued to blare, now joined by the honking of a fire alarm. The hallway leading toward the galley billowed with sleet gas from Clavigero's RSM rounds. Tanuak's visor adjusted automatically, shifting into multi-spectrum range. The resulting gray-tinted image showed him unconscious men scattered in the corridor. No one seemed to be moving that way. "Mop up," he hissed at Clavigero, waving the Marine toward the ready room. "Surayshot, remember, use tangle wire." As the private loped off into the smoke, Tanuak glanced over at Felix, received the go-ahead, and plucked a spare eye from his belt. Sliding the hair-thin video camera around the corner, he watched the feed on a heads-up inside his visor. The enemy was gathering. The 2 men Clavigero had knocked down were gone, dragged away, and at least 20 miners were crouched along the walls. They had an amazing number of weapons to hand, but Tanuak didn't see a single man with a rocket launcher or in armor. "Waited too long, my friends." Tanuak laid the eye down on the floor so it could continue to transmit. He checked to make sure his shipgun was set to fire Arzum, caught Felix's eye. She nodded, the whipsaw raised, and poked the muzzle around the corner. Instantly, the air curdled with the snap, snap, snap of beam pistols. The wall beside his head blew apart as plastic and light metal atomized. Tanuak felt the shockwave slap his shoulder and neck, but the absorptive composite of his suit shrugged the blow aside. His shipgun coughed twice, and he scuttled back before someone hit him with something big enough to punch through his armor. Felix waited for him to clear her line of sight, then overhanded a tangle wire grenade into the adjoining corridor. The whoomp, whoomp of the RSM rounds detonating amid the miners was drowned by a chorus of exited yelling. More thick gray smoke flooded the passage, disguising the detonation of the tangle wire. The grenade bounced once and then shattered. Thousands of monofilament spools unwound at near supersonic speed. Adhesive thread ends blew in all directions and dug deep into the bulkheads, overhead and deck on impact. Within 6 seconds, the corridor was blocked by a misty, half-seen web of magnetically active wire. Wherever the strands touched, they adhered and fused solid. The tone of the fire alarms changed, dropping in urgency. Flame suppression foam flooded from vents in the ceiling, smothering the fires licking along the walls. Tanuak held position, waiting for Clavigero to return. On general principles, he fired an RSM round down the odd branch of the main hallway. More sleep gas and smoke billowed up, making sight difficult for anyone not already in combat armor or using goggles tuned to the clear wavelengths designed into the Imperial smoke. 4 minutes at the most, Chusa, Felix reported, watching the V-feed from the spare eye. The miners were milling about, confused by the smoke. Some of them had fallen down, overcome by the gas. "Get me a directory." Heidishi attached the last of the relay leads to the desk. Now the local network could be directly accessed by the Cornuel. "And update our floor plans if you can." "Understood." Smith's voice was already distracted, concentrating on overwhelming the refinery ship's security systems. 5 minutes. "Marate, we need a way out." Heidishi consulted his handheld, then pointed at the upship side bulkhead. "Through there." The Marine nodded, slinging his shipgun. Between the 2 of them, they ripped away racks of data packs and printed books to get at the wall. Maratai dug into a thigh pouch and produced a reel of cutting gel. Hadaishi stood back, letting the private sketch the outline of a door. "Kyo?" They've seen the tangle wire. Felix was still watching the corridor. Her chrono was spinning, counting the seconds. "Someone's taken charge. They're falling back with the guard left behind. They'll flank us left, right, up and down." "Smith's in?" Hadaishi started to scan through the schematics of the level above and below their position. They were inside the main hab area, which meant the overhead, in particular, was the deck of the room above. Their own floor lay atop a maze of service ducts. "Working," the midshipman replied. "We have comm access and registry information." "Master's name?" Heidishi crouched down, turning away from the upship side wall. Marate knelt as well, then triggered the electrostatic charge in the gel. Felix, still covering the outside passage, didn't even flinch as the bulkhead ruptured with a rippling, strobe-bright wham, 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 wham. Ketchum, Tristan, Arborn Chatham, Duchy of Kent, Lower Scotland, 43 years old. Age Kayo, he's ex-fleet, discharged 9 years ago. "Clear," Felix barked, and Marite knocked the broken section of wall into the next compartment. She waited for the Marine to sign the room was safe, then ducked through the opening. The new compartment was filled with racks of comp equipment. Some of it was on fire, ignited by the blast. "Tonwak, Clevigero, let's go." Hadidishi stood aside, away from the burning equipment, while Felix slid into the room, her whipsaw drifting from side to side, a tireless shark. "Smith, pull his service record. I need reason for discharge, and get me those deck plans." Working, Tanjuak bounced in, his armor spattered with smoking, still molten plastic. Marite and Felix were already at the far side of the room, trying to clear racks of equipment away to get at the wall. In the first room, Clavigero darted in and spun into cover. Stabbing bolts of beam weapon fire followed, setting the walls alight again. The Marine found a refractive grenade on his belt, pitched the stubby cylinder into the passage, and rolled forward through the breach in the wall. Another crump followed, and the main passageway filled with a cloud of metallic flakes. Nozzles opened in the overhead of the equipment room, and Hadeshi's environment sensor started to squeak about lethal levels of carbon monoxide outside his suit. Ignoring the alert, the Chusa strode to the far end of the room. "We've got to go up," he snapped at Felix. "Schematic says there's a laundry on the other side of that wall on this level. We'll never get through." Susan's voice interrupted his train of thought. "Kyo, we have a tap on their shipside comm." Ketchum took a voluntary discharge after being denied promotion to command rank. Hideshi heard a pause in her voice and guessed the rest even before she continued in a clipped, angry voice. He filed a letter of protest with Fleet, claiming a Mexica officer of lesser demonstrated ability received command of the heavy cruiser Dundee in his stead. Isa, for Mountain, was named as the other officer. Understood. Hideshi understood perfectly. He'd even met the captain of the Dundee once, a fine example of the high clan patronage endemic to Imperial capital ship squadrons. For Mountain wasn't a bad commander today, but he would have been very, very inexperienced 9 years ago. Probably best suited for an exec slot, not an actual fleet command. For an aggressive commander, for a man wanting to make his life in the fleet, being passed over in such an obvious way would have been hard to swallow. Ketchum was neither the first nor the last officer who'd left the service after being snubbed in favor of someone closer to the 700 clans. While he was thinking, Felix and Tonawak had made a hand-in-hand brace. Marite climbed up, bracing one leg in their grasp and the other against a rack array of data packs. The little Rajput drew a fresh circle of cutting gel on the ceiling. "Wait one," Hideshi said to Felix after Marite dropped down to the deck again. "Stand by. Smith, patch me onto the shipside comm. Direct channel to Ketchum if you can pick out his ident code." There was a pause. Things seemed to have quieted down outside. Mitsu presumed this meant the miners were preparing to attack their position by some means. He unsealed his sidearm holster. "You are in circuit," Susan said, and a confused babble of voices flooded Hadeshi's earbud. "Not here, Paulson," Ketchum barked, turning on the riggers crowding the hallway behind him in their Z-suits, gloves clutching beam cutters and wrenches. "Go round to the 60 gangway and up to level 36. Secure the rooms above the 78H junction and make sure they don't burn through the roof and move up a level." Confused but spoiling for a fight, the riggers turned around and ran off down the passage. The refinery captain swore to himself, peering around the corner into the H-port side hallway. A round dozen crewmen were at his side, most armed with sidearms or beam cutters, though none of them were in armor. The passageway ahead was entirely choked with clinging black smoke. There was no sign of the tangle wire blocking Crossway 78. Ketchum grabbed the nearest shift leader. "Termovich, send a runner to get me a handheld. We need plans of this level and all the rooms. Leave 2 men forward here on watch and then fall back a frame, and send someone else to get pressure masks or even Z-suits if they can find them." Men melted away from the gang of miners, eager to make themselves useful and get away from the sound of the guns. Ketchum ran a hand through thick blonde hair, thinking furiously. He figured they'd already exhausted the day's ration of luck by having him within shouting distance of the firefight when it started. Hardly anyone else aboard had any military experience, though you couldn't deny they were game for a fight. No heavy weapons inside, he muttered, barely anything like combat armor. Miners, technicians, shuttle pilots, Termovich, where's the nearest emergency engineering panel? Back 2 frames, sir. The Novoya Rossian looked scared to death, which only mirrored Ketchum's own gut-twisting fear. Someone, company mercenaries? Pirates? Had entered his ship undetected, in combat suits and armed to the teeth. Tanglewire and RS-men rounds didn't come cheap. But what could they want? To steal the whole ship? Why sneak aboard? Get over there right now and drop the bulkheads all around this section and on the level above and below. We'll seal 'em off. Captain Ketchum? An unknown, unfamiliar voice intruded. Ketchum started and stared around before realizing the voice was coming from his earbud. There is no reason for further conflict. Who the hell is this? Ketchum's bellow caught Termovich by surprise, but the Rossian bolted away from the captain's volcanic glare. Identify yourself. Shusa Mitsuharu Hadeishi Immin Cornuel at your service. Fleet? Ketchum's voice choked in astonishment. Then his brain, which seemed to have stumbled into tar, kicked into gear. He slapped his comm unit, scrambling the channel. Override 626, he shouted, desperate for even 10 seconds of clear air. Bridge, this is Ketchum. A fleet marine assault team has entered the ship. Lock down all levels and accessways, seal the bridge, and... None of this is necessary, Captain Ketchum. I need to speak with you directly, but I mean you, your ship, and your men no harm. The quiet, reasonable voice had cooled slightly. Ketchum found his sidearm in his hand, a silver-chased Webley 220 with an over and under magazine, and reflexively cycled around into the firing chamber. The safety unlocked and the see-through shoot-through sight activated. The board of directors had presented the pistol to him last year, a custom model from Toporowski and Sons Gunsmiths, a small token of appreciation for 4 years of profitable service. A corner of his mind, a part long neglected but not entirely atrophied from disuse, calculated he would need to be within 15 meters for the depleted uranium rounds to penetrate a fleet combat suit. You've killed 3 of my men already, he growled into the comm. My ship is on fire. You're not making yourself welcome. If any of your men died, Captain, I apologize. My Marines have been firing solely RSM and knockdown rounds. I admit an eye socket hit might kill a man, but that is not our intent. What do you want? Ketchum stared down the back corridor, silently pleading for Termovich to hurry or the bridge to react to his override command. To his great relief, a distant banging sound echoed down the hallway and the lights flickered. The fire alarm cut off and was replaced by the shrill honking of a ship-wide red alert. Finally! I am coming out into the hallway, the voice said, apparently unaware of the bulkhead sliding closed amid flashing lights and the drone of the alarms. I will be unarmed. There is a matter we must discuss. Tell your men to hold fire. What? Ketchum turned, surprised. What did you say? This is necessary, Heidishi said to Felix, gently moving the Marine aside. The Haicho looked gut-shot, speechless, alarmed, and outraged all at once. The Chusa drew his sidearm and spun the gun round so the barrel was firmly in hand. Susan, status please. We're going to lose hard line, she replied, her voice sounding as tense as Felix looked. The bulkhead doors are dropping all over the ship. The line might handle 1 kink, but not 16. Alternate comm? Hadeishi stepped to the door of the compartment and pressed the access plate. The door did not move. The Chusa frowned, realizing the puncture alert had sealed all of the compartment doors, even as the bulkheads in the pressure frames were coming down. He looked sideways at Marite and raised an eyebrow. The Marine jumped as if struck across the face and rushed to swipe cutting gel around the doorframe. Smith has a hunter loose in their system. I'll let you know when CQQQQ. The hard line is down. Hadeishi turned away from the door, clasping his hands behind his head. Gel volatilized in a rippling streak of fire. Debris rained against Mitsu's suit and smoke coiled past. Haito Felix, deploy to hold this block of rooms. The Cornuel will attempt to restore communications through alternate means. No one is to open fire without my express order, no matter what happens outside. The woman nodded, nervously cycling the whipsaw into firing position. Hadaishi stepped through the opening into a hallway choked with smoke. The refraction grenade's payload had mostly settled from the air, leaving the floor covered with drifts of shiny metallic glitter. There was fire suppression foam everywhere, dripping from the walls and pooling on the ground. The smoke itself was separating out into oily layers as he walked out into the middle of the cross corridor and emerged from the fog into sight of the miners. One of the miners squeaked like a startled rat and his beam pistol flared. Heidashi was facing the weapon straight on, his hands wide, his sidearm extended on his middle finger. He saw a discharge corona blossom in the microsecond before his visor polarized and felt the beam glance from his left shoulder. The snap of the ionizing beam rocked the hallway. Heidashi staggered, nearly thrown down by the hit. A section of articulated armor plating on his shoulder glowed white-hot for a moment. Then the surface ablated away, shedding shell-like layers of composite destroyed by the beam. Suit chillers kicked in, bleeding away the heat, and the molten spot began to fade. "I am unarmed," he announced, voice echoing from the suit speaker, and tossed the sidearm to the floor. The gun made a clanking sound, very loud in the sudden shocked silence, and fell over on its side. "I need to speak with Captain Ketchum urgently." One of the men in the crowd, flattened against the wall, watching him over the muzzle of a massive handgun, twitched, and Heidashi turned slightly to face him. The man, the captain, Mitsu realized, spying rank decorations on a dark blue uniform with red and gold piping, was tall and broad, easily a foot taller than the Nisei, with wavy blonde hair and deep-set, narrowed blue eyes. The very image of our ancient enemy, Heidashi thought, continuing to walk forward. "Stop right there!" Ketchum moved forward, the miners around him, most of them technicians and machine operators, if Mitsu was any judge of their work clothing and departmental insignia, shrinking back to make way. The gun centered on his breast did not waver. "I'll accept your surrender, Nisei, and we can discuss whatever you want once you're in the brig." Mitsu shook his head. "Captain, the Imperial Navy does not surrender. You should remember the oath you swore at Academy." Ketchum's face twisted in a foul, ugly snarl of rage. His finger twitched on the trigger of the Webley, and there was a deafening crack as the gun discharged in a gout of expelled gas. Heidashi tried to throw himself aside, but the flechette round had already broken into a dozen supersonic splinters, and at least 4 smashed into his chest, flinging him around like a broken doll. Base Camp 1. Another bone-deep cough racked Gretchen's body, coupled with a shiver running from head to foot. Vapor leaking from her mask formed a rime of ice across her collarbone and goggles. "I'm going to freeze to death." The raw thought managed to force itself past crippling pain. Gretchen lifted her head, staring around in the darkness. Through the fog on her lenses, the queer lights had faded away and the knighted shape of Anderson was gone. Heartened, she rolled up, feeling bone and muscle creak. Though her hands were tucked into her armpits, they had lost all feeling. The single light on the upper floor of the main building shone clear and distinct, a welcome beacon in the darkness. Gretchen forced herself to her feet, the twinge of her brutalized soles barely noticeable against the hacking cough torturing her upper body. She swayed, dizzy and short of breath, but managed to stumble forward. Putting one foot in front of the other was torturous work, but she kept her eyes on the light in the window and kept walking. The drifts of sand now seemed to be monstrous ridges. Near the corner of the lab building, she stumbled and fell. Lying on the ground felt good for a moment, but then the cold seeped into her suit again. Gretchen staggered up, then slid along the building wall, leaning into the concrete for support. At the corner, she took a careful look around, saw nothing, and then limped stiffly across the quad to the hangar door. The pressure door was locked. Bumping the access plate with her hip evoked no reaction. Shit. She lifted her wrists, eyes averted from the lacerated, discolored flesh, and clicked the comm band alive with her chin. "Hummingbird? Hummingbird?" And Durson, his response was immediate and surprised. "Where are you?" "Outside the hangar pressure door. I can't get in." "The side door has frozen up. Come around to the main airlock. It's clear now." "Sure," she grunted, slumping forward against the wall. A wave of dizziness threatened to pitch her over onto the ground again, but the cold ceramic of the hangar door caught her. She decided to take just a moment to regain her strength. "I'd love to. I'm hurt." Gretchen jerked awake, barely cognizant of someone helping her stumble through the pressure doors on the main airlock. A little old man in a Z-suit was holding her up, his wiry shoulder under her arm. Then they were in the common room and the air. The air was warm enough to breathe without a mask, and there were lights and a heater humming on the floor. Hummingbird sat her down and bundled blankets around her shoulders. A minute later, he was tipping a cup of warm, not hot, syrupy liquid into her mouth. Alcohol and sugar and something medicine-y flooded her throat, and then a matching warmth spread through her chest. "Show me your hands." Hummingbird sounded concerned, and his face tightened into a grim mask when he saw the blue-black sheen to her flesh and the ragged welts where the jeweled chains had bound her to the earth. His green eyes lifted to stare into hers. "What happened?" "She was here outside. She caught me on my way back from getting rid of the Sif." "The Rosofsky Echo?" "Yes," Gretchen mumbled, the frail burst of adrenaline ebbing away. "She looked just like me." Completely drained, Anderson curled up and fell sideways into the blankets. Hummingbird rummaged around and found another blanket for a pillow. He put the heaters on either side of her and started to warm more of the rum cough syrup energy concentrate mixture on the camp stove. He made her drink more of the nasty fluid. "The shape attacked you?" "It tried." She frowned, trying to remember. Her head felt very strange inside, all jumbled and disordered. For some reason, and now she became cognizant of not knowing why, memories of her children and graduate school were very sharp and close at hand. Remembering what had happened earlier in the day was suddenly impossible. "Something happened," she said helplessly. "I saw her, but she was me. There were shining lights in the sand. I can't remember everything properly." "Were there two figures, or just one? Which changed?" "One," she mumbled, feeling her wounded fingers throb. "I couldn't move. Something had hold of me, of my hands, and you were there. I had a vision. Yes, there were visions in my mind, someplace ancient, dead, under a foul yellow sky." The novelist squinted at her curiously, then carefully examined her hands. Clicking his teeth together in thought, the old man sprayed them with something cold and prickling from his kit, then carefully cleaned the welts. The pain of his touch lanced through her, drawing a whining cry, robbing the last breath from her lungs. At some point, she passed out. "I'm really doing very well," Gretchen said, staring at her hands wrapped in more gauze and stinging from the dermaseal working away on the freeze damage. "Between my feet and hands, I look like a cirque clown." She sighed, shaking her head, and gave Hummingbird an aggrieved look. "Aren't you the lucky one? You crash and walk away while I fly halfway round the world and am fine. Then I'm here at base camp for 2 days and I look like a tree rigger on leave." "You're lucky," he said, giving her a severe look. "Your medband was working the whole time and dispensed enough circulatory booster to keep you from losing any fingers or toes." "Great. I could have suffered heart failure instead." Being flippant was making her tired, so she decided to stop. "You're alive and will heal." Hummingbird squatted at her side, peeling back an eyelid with his thumb. "You might have more drug than blood in your system right now, but you don't seem to have become psychotic." "Yet?" Gretchen felt grainy and tired and wrung out. Again, "Is the Gagarin ready to go?" The old man nodded. In the morning light streaming through the round windows, he seemed rather drawn and gray. "You'll want to check everything." "I slept a day?" He nodded. "Then we need to get in the air. Where's my chrono?" Hummingbird held up a mangled, pitted chunk of wire and metal. "No chrono." "Fine. What time is it?" 6:30, Hummingbird said after rather ostentatiously checking his own bare wrist. "Time to mount up." Gretchen lifted her gauze-muffled hands. "Hell, please." The hangar door groaned, both track engines long since consumed by the microflora as they dragged on the chains. Reticulated metal clanked and rattled, and the door inched up. Gretchen found she could lend a hand by clinging limply to the chain and letting gravity and weight do the work. As the door rose in fits and starts, the morning sun blazed on their faces, shining hot through unusually clear, steady air. Gretchen peered suspiciously at the lab building. There were no mysterious figures silhouetted against the skyline on the dune ridges. nothing lurking in the shadows of the recessed doorways. What did I see? She let the chain fall from her fingers, turning toward the Gagarin. The ultralight looked rather strange with the rockets strapped underneath and its wings folded up in parking mode. The other midge was gone, stripped of parts and then broken down and scattered in the desert. Hummingbird had been busy while she slept, going here and there, scattering their belongings to the four directions. Gretchen hoped, with a rather sick, dreadful yearning, there would be a shuttle waiting for them at height, ready to take them away into a universe of hot showers and sprung beds and differently flavored 3-square bars. I don't want to come back here. Not even if they offer me the dig director slot. As I said before, the Nayalis grumbled, you saw an echo, a copy engendered by your presence on this world. With my memories, my speech patterns, what could make a copy like that? Something, Hummingbird said, opening the door on his side of the Gagarin, descended from a race of machines designed to disassemble organic molecules into their component atomic parts. You saw the matrix of patterns in the cylinder. Maps. Gretchen opened her door and, wincing, slid into the seat. Hummingbird was not a large man, but the cabin of the ultralight was now very, very crowded. With the doors closed, they were cheek by jowl. Anderson reached across him and keyed up the pre-flight check. The sound of the fuel cells waking up and the engines turning over had never been so welcome. Diagrams of what to destroy, the eater had to be able to differentiate between targets. Not an impossible step from such a mechanism to one which could recognize and replicate an equivalent molecular system. Hummingbird tried to strap himself in, but found the spacing between the seats very tight. Gretchen rolled her hip to the side, jamming her face against the window so he could lock in. At least in broad strokes, the thing on the ship could not sustain itself, not out of the magnetic field of the planet. Thinking about what he'd said, Gretchen reached across and tested his restraints. Solid. Okay, engines are up, fuel pressure is constant, controls are responding. The Gagarin shivered as the wheel brakes released. Gretchen goosed the engine slightly, and the aircraft clattered out onto the sandy ground. One eye watching the fuel line readings, she turned the ultralight and they bounced and rattled across uneven ground toward the landing strip. After clearing the buildings, the Gagarin shivered, struck crosswise by a heavy gust. But Anderson turned the aircraft nose to the wind and felt the wings flex slightly, even retracted. She flipped a series of switches on the overhead panel. Both wings began to extend, micromotors whining with effort. You're thinking creatures that can live down here can't survive beyond the influence of the thing hiding in the world. They need its presence to live? Hummingbird nodded, trying to keep calm as the ultralight shimmied and swayed from side to side. The extending wings weren't providing any lift, not yet, but their cross-section was providing the gusty, prying wind with plenty of surface area to press against. The Gagarin began to bounce backward across the field, raising clouds of fine, sticky dust with each hop. Even a nanomachine, he said, gritting his teeth and clinging to the support bar as they slammed up and down, must be powered by some means. The safest way is a broadcast system, so they may be denied sustenance if they run wild. Hazarding a guess, I would say the sleeping Valkar is leaking power on some wavelength the descendants of the planet killers can absorb, can use. While they are within the beneficent aura of the entity, they can live, work, replicate themselves. The aircraft jounced sideways, throwing Hummingbird against the door. Making a copy of something like a human must use a lot of power. A clanking sound signaled the wings reaching full extension. The sharp hops transformed into long, slow arcs. Gretchen settled her hands, still wrapped in bandages and feeling enormous, on the control stick and sideboard panel. Hold on, here we go. Both engines flared to life as she ran up the power. The ultralight settled out of a bounce and Gretchen pushed to maximum thrust. The Gagarin began to move forward, wheels whirring across the gravel and sand. With the wings at full extension, the aircraft generated a tremendous amount of lift, and they were airborne within seconds. The camp buildings rushed past under their wheels, and Gretchen swung the ultralight around in a long, broad turn. They continued to climb. The plains sprawled below them. The camp became a collection of matchboxes. Off to the east, the standing stones of the observatory and the jagged lines of the excavation trenches stood out against a dun-colored background. Calm, check. Gretchen clicked her throat. "Mic live. Clear?" "Loud and clear," Hummingbird answered. The roar of wind and the hiss of the engines filled the tiny, cramped cockpit. "It may be." He paused, and Gretchen wondered if he was at a loss for words. "Perhaps the Ephesian life form you saw, whatever had taken Rosowski's shape and yours, learns in this way, by consuming another entity, by taking its memories and thoughts, even its physicality, into itself." The Naulus's voice was almost tentative. "Well," Gretchen said, filled with joy just to be airborne again. The nose of her ultralight pointed at the black vault of heaven. The Gagarin climbed steadily toward the southwest. Slowly, the dark sky swelled to fill the forward windows. The planet dropped behind, then bent away, the horizons receding into a white arc. Then it tried to consume my memories. I can't remember much of what happened, but I know it was painful and unpleasant. Hummingbird said nothing. Gretchen glanced aside at him, and her eyebrows narrowed in concern. He looked ghastly. "What?" "If that is true," he turned to look at her, "how did it learn to make your shape?" Gretchen blinked, then took a long swallow of water from her recycler tube. "Well," she said after thinking for a moment, "we'll know pretty soon if I'm a copy." Ahead, the solid black bar of the sky was beginning to sparkle with the gleam of faint, diffuse stars. The hiss of the engines grew more strident as the air thinned. Wind stirred in the empty hangar, scattering dust and haffle-spores across the clean, smooth concrete. A rule-straight shadow delimited sun from shade, slowly edging toward the doorframe as the sun moved in the sky. In the shadows, blowing sand and grit accumulated in a corner, gathered itself, and began to exert an electrostatic field. More sand skittered across the floor, a nubbin of gravel compressed. The day continued to lengthen. When the killing sun had passed zenith and the hangar was entirely in shadow, the collecting sand stirred, rose, sprouted long, thin crystalline tubules. They knotted into the outline of two legs, a torso, a chest, arms, finally a head. The wind circled in the hangar, bringing a heavy cloud of dust and small stones. Rosowski compressed out of the air, grit and debris rushing together with a sharp hiss. The shape's eyes opened and shook a dusty head. The husks and shells of the dead Hathol and Furton puffed away from a gleaming black skin suit. Rosowski wiped her cheek, hand coming away covered with a glittering gray stain. She looked around the empty shell of a building. Gone. He is gone. Rosowski considered her memories, finding them filled with moments of parting. In some of the vignettes there were tears, impassioned words, something she remembered as he lost her, sorrow, longing. She did not think these last two humans had lingered, delaying their departure, hoping to squeeze a few more seconds from a grasp of implacable time. They had moved with admirable efficiency. They had taken her Gagarin away. Now there was something disorderly in her cold, perfect thoughts. The aircraft, the battered old midge, held meaning, something tantalizing at the edge of comprehension. She wished the ultralight would return. Rosowski raised her hands, feeling the echo, the vibration of its presence. The machine had stood here, just so, wheels pressing against the concrete. Minute indentations had been left in the aggregate. Tiny flakes of rubber-like material from the wheels lay on the floor. Even the air itself, troubled by the wind as it was, had not yet forgotten the shapes of the wings, the body, the landing gear. A shadow remained, still visible to her eyes in the chaos boiling behind the individual molecules of gas in the air. An absence where the Gagarin should stand. Something in her revolted at the void, pressed her to summon forth creation from nothingness, to fill an emptiness in the hangar which echoed dissonantly with her colorless memories. Rosowski spread her hands, and wind howled in the chamber. A dark yellow cloud roared in from outside, borne around her by billowing, violent zephyrs. Sand and gravel and dust flooded in, caught up in a standing tornado roaring and shrieking in the cavity. The roof groaned and shook, panels cracking away. All three walls shivered, and the concrete floor splintered and cracked and crushed into more dust and grit. The shape closed her hands. There was a thrumming whoomp, and the air congealed. When Rosowski dropped her hands, the Gagarin stood before her, wings retracted, metal struts gleaming with a newly manufactured shine. Even the wheels were glossy black. The shape paced around to the side and opened the pilot's door. These memories, these motions seemed proper. They seemed right, and Rosofsky wondered when a flush of pleasure would fill her heart, rising in her breast like the dawn wind. She settled into the seat. The display before her was cold and dark. Slender fingers flipped a series of switches on the ceiling panel. The right hand flexed the stick, checking the resistance and response of the control surfaces. She rolled her shoulders back and forth, memories flushing with strength. The display did not change. The engines did not ignite. There was no familiar chuckling hiss of hydrogen filling the fuel lines. Rosofsky moved her hand across the panel again. Nothing. The machine did not stir to life, did not shiver awake to answer her will. Is this disappointment? The memories held many examples, though they were distant and cold, untouchable, sealed away behind layers of glassite. The machine does not work. There is no fuel. Rosofsky scrutinized the memories with more care. A universe of mechanical systems was revealed. Awareness of thousands of substances and chemical processes was uncovered. And with them, the slow, growing conclusion the human had not known enough about the intricacies of their manufacture to allow Rosofsky, as she now stood, to replicate them, even with a firm grasp of molecular control. Again, an emptiness where memory suggested there would be a fury, rage, stare. There was something inside the human which was not in the half-whole, a brilliant, unique spark which could not be consumed to known understood. Rosofsky thought, considered, and decided this was the emptiness she felt within, something lacking which made even the carefully hoarded memories of the human Rosofsky, as tightly held as Gretchen's children splashing in the pool, seem flat and lifeless. I am like the Hathol and the Furton, she thought sadly, only a mechanical process of electrons and chemical reactions. So, Rosofsky climbed out of the aircraft and walked to the hangar door. The sun was still high in the sky, but she turned and paced down to the edge of the landing field. Long blonde hair luffed in the wind as she raised a seamed, weathered face to the sky. Far above, far away now, there was a shining bright speck, a gleam of metal and composite spiraling higher and higher into the black heavens. Tendrils of hair began to break down, smashed by the radiation flooding from the blazing disk blazing in the west. Then the skin suit turned gray and began to crack. The constant wind abraded Rosofsky, chipping away at tools, Gielaba, the threads of the cafier. Slowly she eroded, eyes still raised to the slowly dimming spark high above. Aboard the Tehran, smoke curdled in the air, seeping back into the space blown clear by the Webley's concussive blast. Thrown flat on the deck, Hadishi's combat armor sizzled with waste heat from the impact of the flechettes. 4 hand-sized blotches glowed cherry red on his breast and side. Alarms continued to honk in the distance. All 3 corridors had been sealed off by the pressure doors. A half-heard, half-felt vibration was absent from the usual run of background noise aboard ship. The air circulators had shut down when environmental override isolated the level. Among the uneasy crowd of his men, Ketchum slowly lowered the pistol. The blowback mechanism had already reloaded the firing chamber. The riggers at his side started to inch forward, emboldened by the sight of the stricken, black-armored figure. "Wait," Ketchum's basso voice carried easily in the smoky, troubled air. "He might not." "Not?" Hadishi's head moved. The suit speaker, mostly destroyed by the impact, made a distorted growling sound. Then the control fabric adapted to the damage. "Aha, that hurts." The Chusa levered himself up from the ground, the mirrored faceplate of his visor reflecting the crewman shrinking back from his movement. Ketchum raised and sighted the gun again, his face blank with surprise. The refinery captain seemed equally shocked at having shot Hadiishi and at the Chusa surviving the blast. "There is no quarrel between us, Captain Ketchum." Hadiishi's voice was slurred and tinged with a buzzing edge of feedback. He was having trouble breathing. He wondered how many ribs he'd broken. Danishi braced himself with both hands and stood up, swaying slightly. "I know what Fleet did to you, but I am not the Admiralty or the Promotions Board. I'm just a ship captain as you were. All I want to do is talk." "About what?" Ketchum bit out the words, his blood pressure rising again at the very mention of the word fleet. He usually accounted himself a patient, reasonable man, but the very sight of the Nisei's black combat suit inspired stomach-churning hate. but the absolute unflappable confidence of the man standing in the middle of the passageway gave him pause. Unless he was insane, no officer, much less a commander, was going to put himself in harm's way like this, not without an enormously good reason. Hadiishi gingerly prodded the impact points on his armor, hissing cherry-red slivers of metal poked from the outer layer. A heat haze trembled around them. He decided they were better left alone. "Captain, you should put on a breather mask." Without the vents going, the smoke from the RSM rounds was beginning to percolate down the corridor. Most of the miners already looked a little green around the gills. Ketchum noticed the danger and backed up, waving his men back. They scrambled down the hallway in a confused mass, pushing and shoving each other. The refinery captain ignored the dissipating gas, continuing to block the hallway, the Webley still centered on Hadaishi's chest. The Chusa took 2 steps forward, then stopped. He reached up and unlocked his visor, letting the servo motors in the joint swing it up and away from his face. Ketchum's gimlet-eyed expression became even harder as he took in the classically Japanese features. "A brave gesture," the captain said bitterly, "but you've proven yourself recklessly bold already. Say your piece." Hadiishi thought he had the measure of his opponent. Seeing the man now, in person, and knowing he'd been a ship captain in Fleet, had settled his mind about one thing: the sense of imminent death. A taut, blood-stirring tension vibrating in every muscle had not slackened. Indeed, Hadiishi was very sure he was far, far closer to death now, staring down the muzzle of the pistol, than he'd been before stepping out into the corridor. He had, in fact, a very clear view of the inside of the pistol barrel from where he now stood. The third planet of this system is a first-sun artifact. Ketchum did not blink or otherwise react. "I know, we saw the company exploration ship in orbit when we— Wait, the entire planet?" Hadiishi nodded. "This system is now under interdict. An Imperial Nautilus aboard my cruiser has issued a directive, 6 order encompassing the entire Ephesian system and everything within 25 light-years." Waich Ketchum shook his shaggy head from side to side in disbelief. "Interdict? The planet." His eyes widened in astonishment. "A ship? The planet is a first-sun ship? There's a planet-scale starship orbiting this sun?" "It is necessary," Hadiishi continued in a firm, level voice, "for all human ships, yours and mine alike, to leave this system in the quietest possible manner. No comm transmissions, no hyperspace transit within detection range of the third planet. None of us will be allowed to return. In the fullness of time, a distant picket will be established to keep the unwary from stumbling into danger." Ketchum gave him a pitying look. "Do you really think that will happen? The Empire will cordon off this sector and leave well enough alone?" He made a disgusted gesture. "If what you say is true, if that world is a ship, they will have survey teams and exploration drones and an entire bloody battle fleet here as fast as a reliable squadron commander can make transit from Earth." "I know." Hadiishi nodded slightly, acknowledging the man's point. "I am not a well-connected man, Captain Ketchum. I am not reliable. My family is small and poor, though we have a noble name. I do not have any friends." Here he placed a sharp emphasis on his words. "Among the great princes or the clan lords, but I do believe in duty and in honor." Ketchum started to interrupt, his broad face twisting into a furious epithet, but Hadiishi made a sharp motion with his hand, cutting him short. "I swore an oath, Captain Ketchum, to protect humanity." A finger stabbed at the refinery captain. "Including you and your crew. Now what you do once you're out of this system is your business, but right now, today, I need your help before you leave." Ketchum just stared at him. At the same moment, there was a soft chime in Hadiishi's earbud. He almost collapsed in relief and could not keep from swaying a little. The refinery captain did not lower his pistol, but a worried look flitted across his face. "You're going to let us go?" Hadiishi nodded, realizing the pain in his chest was not all from bruised flesh and bone. "Yes, but I need your help first. I need you to help me restore this system to as close to its original state as possible." "What? That's insane. There's no way you can disguise the base camp those scientists built on the planet," he chuckled evilly. "Dropping a nuke or a sea-boosted rock won't exactly remove the evidence without making a bigger mess." The planet is not my concern. Hadeshi keyed his medband to dump a higher level of painkillers and coagulant agents into his blood. A sensation of spreading dampness was creeping down his chest. Mitsu couldn't see the wound, but he guessed the impact had turned his left pectoral into a pulpy, shattered mass. He tried not to move suddenly or raise his arm. The judge is taking care of business there. I need you and your ship to restore the mass you've extracted from the belt, as near to the source planetesimals as possible. Dump my load? Ketchum's gun rose again, though Hadeshi felt his legs give way. He crumpled slowly to the deck. On the nearly muted combat channel, he heard Felix hiss an order. Hold your position, Haijo! Hadeshi's exclamation caused Ketchum to stiffen in alarm. The miner had forgotten, in the brief space of time they'd been talking. There were fleet marines aboard as well. Now he eased back, squinting into the slowly settling smoke. Captain Ketchum, I'm offering you a trade. The ore you've taken aboard while in this system. All of it, in exchange for your ship and your freedom. Hadeshi coughed abruptly and his head swam with pain. A spray of reddish droplets glistened on the deck. My lung is perforated. Ketchum was staring at the blood. His face was a little gray. You need to be in medical, he said, lowering the pistol. Will you, help me? Dump your load in predetermined points, circulate quietly through the belt. We have a nav track, huh? Another cough racked him and Hadeshi covered his mouth. His hand was wet when the spasm passed. My navigator has a plot of your path through the asteroid zone. You can retrace. And? Medic. Ketchum was at his side, fingers pressing on the release points around the collar of the combat suit. Marines, your CO needs a medic right now. Hadeshi blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision. All he could see was a swirling gray haze. Susan, can you hear me? The refinery captain was still shouting, and there were people running in the hallway. Your signal is very faint on this tap, but I can hear you. What do you want me to do? Mitsu blinked again. He felt a tight, cold sensation in his chest and wondered what kind of drugs the suit was injecting. Was he still bleeding? Had one of the flechettes penetrated, piercing more than his lung, perhaps his heart? Mitsuharu, you must remain focused and alert. There is still work to be done. Susan sounded very angry. Hadeshi smiled, wondering who had made a mistake on the bridge. Something must have gone wrong to make her break her composure. Smith, it must be the midshipman. Poor lad, she'd flay him alive. Mitsuharu, I'm sending in another assault team. A sail will dock and take you off. Medical bay is standing by right now. No. Hadeshi stirred, concerned. There was pressing business to conclude. His father would not approve rushing matters in such an impolite way, but he remembered there was really no time left. A big man was looming over him, blue eyes very bright. The gray haze was thinning. Long, rectangular lights were shining through the mist behind his head. Captain Ketchum, are you going to help me? The big man's eyes narrowed. His thoughts seemed to burn so obviously in the broad, high-cheeked face. Fear and avarice and worry struggled to capture his attention. Captain, Hadeshi tried to speak clearly, though there was something wet in his mouth. If you will not help me, then my executive officer will be forced to disable your ship and imprison your crew. You will lose everything. Ketchum's face hardened, but at the same time, the spark of concern in his eyes flared into open fear. Hadeshi coughed again and everything became very hazy, very distant. I'm shutting down, he realized, thoughts moving very slowly. The suit is knocking me out. Susan, he whispered, no shot. There is no, shot. Above Ephesus, EII, both rockets sputtered, blew a thin trail of black smoke and died. The Gagarin hung in emptiness, a white-hot sun reflecting in the mirrored upper surface of the wing. The sweep of the horizon was filled with stars, with the darkness of the void. The rust-red disk of the planet below seemed very small and far away. Gretchen stared anxiously over her shoulder, searching the black vault overhead for any sign of a shuttle. The midge's radar was scanning wildly, but nothing showed on the scope. Sweat streamed down her face, pooling in the suit, overloading the recyclers. They had passed through a region of intense heat, though now the windows were crackling with ice. Hummingbird was stiff as a board, clutching his restraints, knuckles white. Do you see anything? Anderson barked at him, craning her neck to try and see past the nautilus. Only stars and the wispy white arc of the planetary atmosphere were visible. Her medband began to chirp in alarm, but she ignored the alert. Radiation, she thought sickly. Doesn't matter. She realized Hummingbird's eyes were closed and his lips were moving silently. Prayer might help, she laughed, only slightly hysterically. But I need your eyes. The altimeter began to fluctuate. Tumbling slowly, the midge began to arc back toward the planet below. Low gravity or no, the mass of the world tugged at them, drawing them back into a hot, close embrace. She punched the old man in the leg as hard as she could. Hummingbird's eyes flew open. Do you see anything? Gretchen jerked her head sharply toward his side of the Gagarin. The nautilus blinked, then turned, staring out at the even sky. Nothing, there's only, wait, there's something shining. Gretchen rapped the radar display sharply, and though the mechanism ignored her, a spark suddenly flared at the edge of the midge's detection range. Something was approaching at tremendous speed. Oh, thank the sister, the mother and the son of God. Hang on. I am. Hummingbird's cry was drowned by a roaring hiss as Gretchen blew the last of their fuel and twisted the Gagarin away from the oncoming object. Surviving the next 60 seconds required reducing their intercept differential as much as possible. She slapped a control and the midge trembled as the skyhook ratcheted out of the roof. Wings away. Gretchen threw a lever and explosive bolts banged sharply. The cockpit shuddered as both broad, shining wings spurted away from the sides of the cabin. Brace! For a moment, the Gagarin rushed forward, racing across the world below. The hissing stopped and the engines went dead. A light flared on the panel, indicating they'd switched to battery power with the loss of the solar panels and fuel cells. Gretchen felt cold pour into the cabin around her feet and did not look down. Instead, she forced her head back into the headrest of the seat and braced her arms. Something flashed overhead, glowing red-hot, and the entire world jerked away in a blinding jolt of pain. A flood of white sparks roared across her vision. A massive wave of sound slammed into her, battering her eardrums. Someone's scream was lost in a dragon-throated roar. Metal squealed, stressed beyond all expectation of design and manufacture. Gretchen caught a glimpse of the planet rolling past, then Hummingbird's face slack in unconsciousness. The windows shattered as the airframe deformed, spraying glassite into the cabin. What little air remained was wicked away into a supersonic slipstream. Waves of heat boiled in, raging against her face. Blinded, Gretchen gritted her teeth and hung on. Somewhere above and behind her, there was a shrieking whine as cables spooled in at tremendous speed. The blazing red shape, superheated air flaring around the Komodo in a brilliant corona, swelled over her head. For a single instant, a black maw gaped before her, limbed with fire. Everything slammed to a halt, flinging her violently against the seat restraints. She choked, feeling bone and muscle tear. The world outside went black, even the stars blotted out by a roaring, twisting storm of abused atmosphere. She was still bouncing back into the seat, a shattered retaining ring spinning free to fly out through the window when the side door tore away. A pair of hands reached in, seizing the centerline join on her suit. Something blazed blue-white at her back and shoulder. Then she was free of the restraints and being dragged from the shattered wreck of the midge. A combat-suited figure, broad, well-muscled, wrapped her in powerful arms and leapt back as a work line reeled in. They hit the wall of the shuttle's cargo bay together and his hand wrapped around a support brace. "Clear to eject," shouted a tense male voice on the comm. Every other sound was overwhelmed by the shriek of air whipping around the hold doors. Gretchen squirmed around, so slowly, time stretching like taffy, and saw, in a brief, perfect image, the crumpled cabin of the Gagarin sprawled on the deck of the cargo hold. The clamshell doors stood wide, Hummingbird in the arms of another man in a combat suit on the far wall of the hold, the launching pad rushing back, slanting into the broken, twisted metal of the midge. "No!" The ultralight punched out into the darkness, spewing glassite and metal and bits of plastic. The Gagarin hit the shuttle's slipstream and blew apart, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Nothing remained, Even the debris was already dozens of K behind, falling toward the planet in an expanding, jumbled cloud. The clamshell doors swung inexorably closed, blocking out even a momentary glimpse of the white arc of the planet. Gretchen slumped into the man's arms, feeling their strength holding her up. "Poor little plane. After all you did for us, for me." "Pressure doors secure," Fitzsimmons shouted into his comm. "Kick it!" The shuttle engines lit momentarily, pitching the Komodo up into a higher angle of exit from the gravity of Ephesus 3. Somewhere ahead, the Palenque was waiting, swinging through its own wide orbit, gathering speed from the planet's gravitational pull. Glowing wings turned, catching a glint of the distant sun, and they sped on into the sea of night. Aboard the Cornuelle, Gretchen became aware of a peculiar antiseptic smell. Feeling strangely unencumbered, she opened her eyes and blinked in pain. Everything was so bright. A pale gray ceiling inset with soft white lights shone down on her. Walls of pale green, chrome fixtures and subdued paintings in black, gray, and brown on wrinkled rice paper. She looked down at her body and found a fuzzy cotton quilt laid across her. My suit? Some kind of flannel pajamas had replaced her Zud suit, and Gretchen felt horribly, dangerously naked, her arms clenched reflexively across her breasts. The sight of her hands was a surprise. The grungy, stained bandages were gone. Instead, patches of new skin shone pink in the clear white light. She flexed her fingers and found they moved without pain. The welts and ridges left by the jeweled chains were only faint reddish lines on her skin. "No scars," said a tired male voice from her left side. Gretchen rolled her head sideways. Captain Hadishi was lying in an adjoining bed. He, too, was under a quilt decorated with oak leaves and cherry blossoms, wiry arms lying across his stomach. Seeing him without his uniform struck Anderson as being particularly indecent, a feeling made more so by the sight of his muscular bare arms. Despite a lingering air of exhaustion, he struck Gretchen as being as clean, trim, and at attention as ever, even on his back in a hospital bed. "Our medical team does good work," he said, allowing her a small, warm smile. "Our esteemed judge is already up and about, though he did not suffer nearly so much damage as either of us." "What?" Gretchen coughed, clearing her throat, and realized the crushing pain in her chest was gone as well. "As happened to you?" Heideshi turned back the quilts, revealing a huge patch of dermaceal covering his left chest, shoulder, and arm. "Depleted uranium fleshhead burst at close range," he said, considering the repaired wound with a pensive, sad expression. "Very foolish. My death would have precipitated even more violence." "Why?" Gretchen stopped, wondering if she were allowed to question a fleet captain on his own ship, for this was most obviously the Cornuelle. Even before being gutted, the Palenque had never boasted such a clean, efficient, advanced medical bay as this. "Did I put myself in front of a gun?" Hadishi shook his head, amused with himself. "Because my father used to tell me stories about the samurai in their days of glory, before the empire and the treaties of unity and gunpowder. They would have ridden alone into the enemy fortress and challenged the rival lord to single combat. There could have been a great deal of bushido in what I did, as I said, very foolish." "You lived!" Gretchen wondered if she could ask for more blankets. Her bare skin felt cold and exposed without the snug, warm embrace of her Zud suit. She tried to take a drink from the water tube, but found her mouth closing on empty air. "There is water." Heideshi pointed at a table beside her. There was a cup, plastic, half full, and the little sick shrine of offerings. Origami animals and paper flowers, Grandpa Carl's battered old multi-tool, a bar of Ekchua brand chocolate, and a fresh shining 3V of 3 little children smiling up from a watery green pool. Where did this come from? Gretchen felt her heart lurch, knowing the original had been blasted away into nothingness with the Gagarin. "Your exec sent the Zocoatl and the picture over from the Palenque." Heideshi's expression had become composed and polite again, but his eyes were shining. "The origami is from Gunso Fitzsimmons, though I did not know he had learned to make such fine examples himself. I suspect." He visibly suppressed a merry grin. He begged them from communications technician Tiz, who is noted among the crew for her nimble fingers. "That is very sweet. Gretchen ran her hand across the surface of the 3V. The electropaper was fresh and thick and carrying a full charge. Pressing her lips together and blinking back tears, she pressed the upper right corner of the picture. Mom, we're mermaids, mermaids. Am not. I'm a merman. She moved her finger away and the bouncing, splashing figures stilled. I'll see you soon, she promised them. I'm coming home. What about you? Gretchen lifted her head, trying to see if the captain had anything on his side table. It was bare, save for a matching half-full glass of water. Nothing? I believe there were cupcakes, Hetty, she said rather solemnly, from Marine Hicho Felix, an apology for getting me shot while we were aboard the Turan, but I was asleep when she brought them by. I think, his eyebrows narrowed in suspicion, Fitzsimmons ate them. Oh. Gretchen pressed the 3V against her breast. For a wonder, she didn't feel at all tired or sleepy. That was rude. He's in the brig then? The passage leading into the number 1 boat bay was cold in comparison to the medical pod. Gretchen shivered a little, rubbing her arms. Fitzsimmons had tried to loan her a heavy leather pilot's jacket for the trip across to the Palenque, but she'd refused. The Marine spent enough time loitering around, all charming and friendly, without her borrowing his clothes. I've been down that road before, she thought, stepping over the sill into the cavernous, echoing space of the bay itself. Next, it's audio tracks and 3V recordings, and before you know it, they're snoring in your ear late on Sunday mornings. One husband was enough, she thought, patting the side bag filled with her paltry collection of personal effects. Most of the things in the bag had accumulated while she was recuperating in medical. Some photos, including a new one of the Gagarin and a dupe of the Rosian icon Rosovsky had left behind, presents from the company scientists, an inkbrush drawing of Magdalena on rice paper from Sholsa, and instructions from the Cornuelle's doctor. The crewman guiding her through the maze of the ship turned. "This is your shuttle, ma'am. Have a safe flight." "Thank you." Gretchen nodded and walked across the open expanse of the deck, following a painted walkway. The military shuttle loomed up before her, back-swept wings sleek and dark, the tail fins glossy and shining with the snake-eagle arrow glyph of the fleet. A raptor where our company shuttles are fat brown hens. Anderson teas and Hummingbird stepped out from beneath the wing. Gretchen slowed to a halt, surprised and pleased to see him. "Hello, Crow. How are you doing? They said you'd been released from medical early." The now Wallace did not respond to her light tone, his face a chiseled mask. Instead, he looked from side to side as if making sure none of the crewmen working in the bay were near enough to overhear. "You will have to file a report," he said in a stiff, rather cool tone. "I suggest you mention as few details about our foray to the surface as possible. Any scientific data you wish to relate is, of course, up to you. I would restrain any speculation about the life forms on the planet to that which can be proven." Gretchen felt her good humor, and living instead of dying usually made her very cheerful. Fade in the face of this cold reception. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked him up and down very slowly. He seemed larger in a cream-colored mantle-like shirt, pleated dark trousers, and civilian shoes. In the Z-suit, he'd seemed small and wiry, lean enough to survive in the desert. Now he looks like a company lawyer, she decided, and the last of her cheerfulness disappeared. "I guess I'm not a copy," she said in a dry tone. He nodded very slightly in answer. Long absent from her thoughts, a memory of the cylinder book surfaced. Considering the prize in retrospect, she weighed, judged, and decided the secrets inside the ancient device would not be unlocked by her. The decision, made in an instant, left her oddly peaceful. The kids will still have shoes, even if they're not imported leather. "The matter of your life aside, I understand," she said in an equally formal tone. "My report will reflect the professionalism and excellence of all fleet and government personnel involved in the operation. I will take equal care with any conclusions which may affect the security of the Empire." Hummingbird nodded, unfazed by the withering glare she'd turned on him. "Is there anything else you wanted to know?" He shook his head, hands clasped behind his back. "I have one question for you. Whitesalakzaktik Tedzin." Gretchen matched his formal posture, realizing with a tiny bite of delight she was noticeably taller than he was. She tilted her head a little to the side, pinning him with a considering expression. "My med band has been taken away." When I get a new one on the Palenque or on Sea Chasephon Station or at my next dig, will I find there is some kind of exotic drug in my system? The Nowelist's expression did not change, but there was a dark flicker in his eyes. I've not experienced any unusual effects of sight since I woke up. Her lips parted slightly, showing white teeth. Even when I settle my mind and let my thoughts become calm. Now, my memory has been damaged, but I haven't forgotten everything that happened down on the planet. Did you really think I was so untrustworthy you needed to drug me? Did you really think I would tell anyone you'd broken tradition to show me this tiny, paltry bit of your precious knowledge? Hummingbird did not respond, his face becoming even more still, more mask-like. Disgusted, Gretchen turned away and climbed the steps into the shuttle. A crewman inside the door directed her forward, and the pressure door levered up with a hiss to close with a solid, heavy thud. Settling into her seat for the 30-minute flight to the Palenque, Gretchen rolled her shoulders and let out a long, angry hiss. Against all expectation, she'd thought Hummingbird might trust her just a little. Stupid old fool. Did he think I'd blab to everyone what I saw, what I did? I work for a bureaucracy, too. And that thought crushed the rest of her lightheartedness. She rubbed her left eye, feeling an incipient twinge. Reports. Oh, the reports I will have to file. Company property. Loss of 1 Temple-class starship gutted, 1 completely equipped base camp abandoned, 2 Midge-class ultralights destroyed, 2 Komodo-class shuttles severely damaged, 10 company staff dead in the line of duty. Data recovered, minimal. Artifacts recovered, none. Opportunities for follow-up research, none. System sealed by Imperial interdict. Chances for staff to publish data and gain tenure, university position, or even a publication byline, none. Data sealed by order, Imperial Office of the Talakialoni, the Mirror, which reveals. Sullenly, she stared out the window, though the sight of the Palenque drawing closer did not lift the gloom weighing on her. Maybe I should tell someone what happened, not the company. Maybe a 3V zine like Temple of Truth or the Zonocatol. Then I'd have a few quills to shake in my hand. Ctesiphon Station, just within Imperial Misi space. This time they had docked in the fleet section of the docking ring of the enormous station. Everything was clean and shipshape, with deckhands and loading trucks to help them haul their gear from the Palenque. Even the air was quiet and cool without the humid cattle mob of the commercial landing. Parker, Magdalena, and Bandau were waiting at the end of the lock tunnel. The pilot was puffing on a tabac with a blissful expression on his face. "Pack leader, you look cheerful for a change." Magdalena grinned, showing only the tiniest points of sharp white teeth. The Hesht had a truly enormous travel bag slung over her shoulder. Anderson had not asked what was inside, but suspected some equipment listed on the Palenque manifest as destroyed had actually survived. Her own tool belt and Z-suit gear had been replaced in the same way. The company was notoriously bad at honoring requests for replacing equipment lost on dig or survey, which resulted in endemic pilfering by all the dig crews. "I'm off that tub. My initial reports are done," Gretchen said, waving a cloud of tabac smoke away from her face, "and we can go someplace on station where I can buy us all real food for dinner at a real restaurant." "Damn." Parker stubbed out his tabac. "Do you think they have steaks here? Like real ones? I mean, Maggie's probably missing food that bleeds." He ducked away, laughing, though the Hesht's claws were only half extended in a cub strike. "Maybe." Gretchen put her arm around the man's shoulder and raised her eyes to the bulkhead arching overhead, stretching out her hand toward some glorious, unimaginable future. "Maybe we can even get mashed potatoes made from potatoes." "Aw, boss, you're going to make me cry." Parker rubbed his eyes. Gretchen squeezed his shoulder in sympathy. "Next you'll say something crazy like they have real butter." "Everyone have their gear?" Gretchen looked around out of habit, making sure no one had been left behind and everyone had their baggage and shoes and hats. As she did, Bandau caught her eye and pointed down the curving platform. Anderson turned and a smile lit her face. "Shoo!" Sakosho approached, sword blade straight in a spotless white fleet uniform. Gretchen bowed very politely as she came up. "Konnichiwa, Kosho-sana." "Good morning, Dr. Anderson." The officer returned her bow. "I am glad to see you and your team together again." Everyone else bowed politely, and even Parker had the sense to remain silent while their Oyabun spoke to the Imperial officer. Thanks to the generous hospitality of the fleet, Shosa, we are all in excellent health and spirits. Good. Kosho nodded to the others, then stepped aside, hand on Gretchen's elbow. With a meter of polite space between them and her subordinates, the Shosa's expression changed. Shusa Hadaishi requests a favor, Kosho said, watching her intently. A common acquaintance is waiting, a little ways away, and would like to speak to you again. Gretchen frowned. Need I guess who? Will he offer me an apology? What passes for one from his mouth would not be acceptable in polite society. Kosho's calm face did not reflect the venom implied by her tone. I will inform him you had already left when I arrived. For a moment, Anderson groped to speak, stunned into silence by the angry glitter exposed in the Nisei officer's eyes. After a moment, the Shosa stepped back and settled into a pose of polite attention. The movement broke Gretchen out of her paralysis, and she managed to squeak out a number. Clasping both hands in front of her body, Anderson made a small bow. We are in your debt. I would be happy to speak with the Chuse's acquaintance. Not very far away, proved to be a conference room around the corner. Kosho ushered Gretchen into the rectangular room. Cold gray walls, recessed lighting, tatami mats, and closed the hatch firmly behind her. Within, Hummingbird was kneeling beside a low teak-colored table. A leather jacket worked with subdued glyphs lay over his usual civilian attire. Gretchen's attention, however, was not fixed on details of his dress, but a massive gypsum panel covering the rear wall of the room. A low-cut bas-relief showed a pair of short-bodied lions leaping at a crowned man standing in a chariot. The king held a bow raised, one arrow already lodged in the throat of the first lion. Every line of the ancient carving gleamed with meticulous, superbly carved life. How did that get here? Gretchen was nonplussed by the sight. Then she focused on the Nautilus instead of the graven slab. The old Mexica inclined his head in greeting, but said nothing. As usual, his face was composed and expressionless. In his clear, directionless lighting, his eyes were flat chips of jadeite. In comparison, Hadaishi's face, the Shu was standing a polite distance away, positively gleamed with welcome, though a 3V would not have captured the warmth in his eyes. Gretchen set down her bag, removed her shoes, and watched with mild curiosity as Hadashi made a careful circuit of the room and then placed a small black box on the table in front of the Nau'alis. The fleet captain retired to the far corner of the room and knelt with his back politely turned. And ascend. Sen. Hummingbird seemed to relax, though he remained as straight-backed as ever. His mouth was tight. I must apologize for speaking impolitely on the ship. Gretchen did not bother to hide her surprise, and she saw Hadaishi jerk minutely. Apology accepted. Hummingbird nodded, and the grooves beside his mouth grew deeper. Gretchen stared at him in interest. Words were trying to come out, but the old man was having a hard time giving them breath. Is there something else? Yes. The old man shifted slightly. I would like you to come with me. Though there is no precedent for a Nautilus to take a female student, the situation... No. Gretchen crossed her arms. I have already thought about this. I have no desire to become a judge or Nautilus or Brujo or whatever you are. You showed me a glimpse of your world, and I'll admit the thought is seductive, but I don't want to spend even more time away from my family, from my children. So thank you for the thought, but I will not go with you. Hummingbird became entirely still. He did not blink or otherwise show surprise, but the strength of his astonishment gave the air in the room an almost electric charge. Hadashi had given up being polite and turned away from his careful examination of the Assyrian panel, watching both of them with open interest. The old man's teeth clicked softly. It is very dangerous for you to go on without training. I guessed. Gretchen reached for her shoes. So I'm not going to go on. If I understand all of this properly, if I do not exercise the sight, then my mind will forget what to do. Long accustomed patterns will reassert themselves. You'd knowingly blind yourself? Hummingbird's bronzed skin was turning a queer pale color. I choose to go down a different path, Crow. Gretchen's eyes narrowed in a glare. Your way is fraught with danger and sacrifice. I have given up enough already. I'm not going to abandon my children or the profession I love." She pointed away from him with one hand. "Seeing past a shadow on a wall for an instant does not require me to step around the screen. You shouldn't presume others will follow your path simply because it is secret." Hummingbird was frankly speechless. Clearing his throat softly to draw their attention, Harishi bowed to Gretchen. His expression was very composed, but Andersen suspected he was fairly agog himself and wondered how quickly this story would circulate through the fleet. "Perhaps never. The captain seems to be a very circumspect man. Thank you for your time, Dr. Andersen. Have a safe journey." "Thank you, Chusa Hadaishi." Gretchen turned to the old Mexica, who was staring at her with growing fury radiating from his weathered old face. "Don't worry," she said, bowing to him. "Though I nearly lost my life, I regret nothing that happened there." A grin flashed. "I certainly won't forget. Good day, gentlemen. Safe journey. You," Hummingbird bit out, "must not leave." Gretchen paused, one shoe on. "I am leaving, and I really don't think you can force me to be your student." "You could." Hummingbird's expression became particularly sour. "Be placed in protective custody. To protect me from myself? To assuage your conscience?" "To learn control," Hummingbird snapped. "To be properly trained." Gretchen shook her head, feeling a thread of anger stir in response to his pig-headedness. "As I said, I do not wish to be trained. Now, I guess you're worried, but not about my health. No, you're worried about my pitiful salary, aren't you?" The now Wallace's nose twitched, as if a foul smell wafted on the room air. "You think I will sell my little tail to a 3V for rude, raw gold, don't you?" Gretchen shook her head slightly in disbelief. "I told you I wouldn't. You doubt my word?" "What about young Duncan's tutoring?" Hummingbird made a jerky motion with his hand. "I know what he means to you. Your resolve may be strong today, but in a year? What about when the girls are old enough to apply to the Kalmakak schools?" "There is that." Gretchen hit a sigh, thinking of her bank account. "Nobility does not pay so well, but I will manage to make do. Somehow." "Fine," she said, forcing herself to let go of that particular worry. Her chin came up and her blue eyes snapped with irritation. "Then if you're so sister-bless concerned, the imperial government can make good the bonus I won't get from the company." "You stole my data, you can bloody well pay for it." Hummingbird drew back a fraction as if she'd slapped him in the face. "Extorting the mirror will not," he began in a hot tone. Hadaishi, still sitting quietly and watching them both with a quizzical expression on his face, raised both hands slowly. "If I may offer a suggestion," the Chusa said in a calm, collected voice, "there is a middle way." The hatchway hissed closed behind Dr. Andersen. Hadaishi looked sideways at the Mexica. Hummingbird seemed stunned and disgusted at the same time. "This matter will have to be hidden," the Nihilist said, the timbre of his voice indicating what the Nisei might call fumayo, disgraceful shame. "No one must know." "I understand," Hadaishi said, thanking generations of stoic tradition for the ability to keep his face from breaking into a broad grin. "The blatant misuse of your station, of your honorable position, would cause disquiet among your peers." Hummingbird turned slightly, favoring the slim Chusa with a withering, furious glare. Unabashed, Hadaishi continued, "Surely no other Nihilist, or any member of the Mirror, for that matter, would ever use his familial connections to influence Kalmakak selection, or to sponsor likely candidates for entry into university." "You," the old Mexica growled, "are presuming upon our acquaintance, Nisei." Hadaishi shook his head, lips pursed. "You have rewarded her honorably. She has rendered good service. No Goshi ever did better, placing her life in the way of danger to her lord." "Enough." Hummingbird turned away. "She is not my tenant. She is not of my clan, nor are her children. Once I will extend the advantage of my house to aid her. Once, and no one will know." "I understand." Hadaishi clasped both hands behind his back. "Service for service." But silently he added, "So do all lords and vassals arrange their fates." After a moment of silence, Mitsu said, "You cannot make her accompany you." Hummingbird seemed to wake. life returning to his sharp green eyes. He glowered at the fleet officer, hands clasped stiffly behind his back. This is easy for you to say, Nisei. Your traditions hold that letting go of the world is the path to enlightenment. Mine are different. I have a responsibility to my student. His head tilted toward the hatch. She has only passed through the first door. Her will, her intent are weak and unfocused. At any moment, she could be trapped by this new clarity. She will be lost, blinded by the simple ability to see. Even if she tries to forget what happened, what will happen to her then? Hadeshi nodded slightly, his elfin face serious. Anything might happen to her. She might be killed or driven insane or turn away from her path. Hummingbird, you cannot save or protect every single human being. That is impossible. Men die. Yes, that is so. Hummingbird looked away, anger fading into bitterness, his weathered old face settling into its long accustomed mask. Men die. Hadeshi pointed with his head, indicating the door. Even your student will die. I know this. Hummingbird's nostrils flared. Do you? Hadeshi met his eyes with an unflinching stare. I do not think so. Not yet. Appendix. The songs in Mitsu's memory of his father's house are: the children are singing or singing. Kairu no uta ga. The frog song. Kikuete kuroyo yo. We can hear it. The song. Gua gua gua. Ribbit. Gua gay j j j j j ribbit. Gua 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 ribbit. The men are singing. Kimi ga yo wa. The thousands of years of. Happy Chio ni Yachio ni reign be thine. Sazare ishi, no roll on, my lord, till what? Till what? Are Iwao to Nerite pebbles now? Koke, no muzu, made by age united to mighty. The frog's song rocks shall grow. Whose venerable sides? The moth doth line. Thomas Harlan has been a game designer for many years and is the creator of the wargame Lords of the Earth. He is the author of 4 previous novels for Tor Books: The Shadow of Ararat, The Gate of Fire, The Storm of Heaven, and The Dark Lord. He lives in Tucson, Arizona with his wife, artist Suzanne McDomhale,